Madam President, I would like to say a few words on the resolution I have introduced under Section 502B of the Foreign Assistance Act, which I intend to bring to the floor next week. This resolution is privileged. We will have a floor debate on it, and there will be a vote. There is some confusion, I think, regarding what this amendment, this resolution does, and I want to say a few words about that. Very sensibly, the Foreign Assistance Act requires that when the United States provides security assistance or arms to any country in the world, that assistance must be used in line with internationally recognized human rights. That act prohibits assistance to any government that engages in a consistent pattern of violation of human rights. That is the law of the United States of America. This act also provides Congress with several oversight tools to make sure that this law is in fact followed. And one of these tools is Section 502B (c), which allows Congress to direct the State Department to provide a report on any country receiving U.S. security assistance and that government's observance or lack of observance of international human rights. That's what the law is about. And that is, in fact, exactly what this resolution does. In line with existing law, it directs the State Department to provide any credible information it may have on potential violations of internationally recognized human rights by Israel in its military campaign in Gaza. It focuses in particular on the denial of the right to life, a human right enshrined in U.S. and international law, caused by indiscriminate or disproportionate military operations, as well as by the denial of basic humanitarian needs and access. It also asks for additional information on steps the United States has taken to limit civilian risk in this war, a certification that the Leahy laws are being fully applied, and a summary of the arms and munitions provided to Israel since October 7th, when the war began. In essence, Madam President, we will be voting on a very simple question. This is not a complicated question. And the question is, do you support, as a member of the Senate, asking the State Department whether human rights violations may have occurred using United States equipment or assistance in this war? That's what the resolution does. Nothing more, nothing less. This resolution is not prescriptive. It does not alter aid to Israel in any way. It does not cut one penny of aid. It simply requests that the State Department report on how U.S. aid is being used. The State Department then has 30 days to provide a report responding to the request. To my mind, Madam President, this is not a controversial resolution. Every one of us should want to know whether our U.S. military aid is being used in violation of international law or not, no matter what your view on the war may be. It's a simple question, and I hope that we can get widespread support for the resolution. Now, let me say a word why, in my view, this resolution is in fact necessary. It is no great secret that the United States has long been very supportive of Israel, providing billions of dollars a year in military aid year after year after year. We have also provided a massive influx of arms and munitions since October 7th, the date of Hamas's disgusting terrorist attack against Israel. The Israeli military has made extensive use of these U.S. weapons in its campaign, including the widespread use of 2,000-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, and 155-millimeter artillery. On December 1st, the Wall Street Journal reported that the U.S. has provided at least 15,000 bombs and 57,000 artillery shells to Israel since October 7th, including more than 5,400 huge 2,000-pound bombs that can flatten entire neighborhoods. The Washington Post reported that in just 6 weeks after October 7th, Israel dropped more than 22,000 American-supplied bombs on Gaza. And CNN reported that 40 to 45% of the bombs used in Gaza have been unguided or what is called dumb bombs. Let me be very clear. This aggressive military campaign has led to massive destruction and widespread civilian harm. There is extensive evidence showing that this military campaign since October 7th in Gaza has been far and away the most intensive bombing campaign of the 21st century. Madam President, independent human rights monitors and the press have extensively documented the use of U.S. arms in strikes leading to large numbers of civilian deaths and injuries. The Israeli military campaign is not just something that concerns me or millions of Americans. It is also something that has been troubling to the entire international community. The United Nations General Assembly and UN Security Council have voted repeatedly and overwhelmingly to try to secure humanitarian access, to stop the bombardments, and to enact a humanitarian ceasefire. Unfortunately, our government has voted against or vetoed most of those efforts. Madam President, we all know that Hamas started this war with its brutal terrorist attack on October 7th, an attack which resulted in the deaths of 1,200 innocent people, injuries of more, and the taking of over 200 hostages. In my view, there is absolutely no question that Israel has the right to defend itself and respond against the perpetrators of that horrific attack. But while it is clear that Israel has the right to go to war against Hamas, in my view, it does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people, including many hundreds of thousands of innocent men, women, and children in Gaza. Israel has relied on widespread bombardment, including with massive explosive ordnance in densely populated urban areas. This bombardment and the severe humanitarian restrictions have led to a catastrophe that veteran aid workers say goes beyond anything they have ever seen before. And let me say a word, let me be very clear about what the devastating humanitarian crisis in Gaza looks like right now, today. Up to now, some 23,000 Palestinians have been killed, 70% of whom are women and children. Let me repeat. Some 23,000 Palestinians. Remember, we're talking about a population of a little over 2 million people. Some 23,000 Palestinians have been killed, 70% of whom are women and children. More than 58,000 people have been wounded. 146 United Nations workers have been killed, more UN workers killed than in any previous war ever. Madam President, in Gaza, and this again is just unspeakable, In Gaza, 1.9 million people have been displaced by the bombing. They've been thrown out of their homes, and that is more than 85% of the population. Can you imagine a population of some 2.2 million people, and 85% of those people have been forced out of their homes? And many of those people today are homeless, and some 1.4 million of them are crowded into UN facilities which were never, ever, ever intended to be housing the kinds of populations that they're forced to house today. And today, Madam President, tens of thousands of Palestinians are sleeping out in the cold as winter sets in. Madam President, what is also quite unbelievable is that over 70% of the housing units in Gaza have now been damaged or destroyed. Let me repeat that. It is really quite unbelievable. You got a war that's gone on for 3 months, only 3 months. 70% of the housing units in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. Unbelievably, according to a study by Professor Robert Pape of the University of Chicago, what that statistic of 70% destruction in housing means is that what is going on in Gaza after 3 months of war has surpassed the destruction that took place in Dresden during World War II. And I think when any person in America who knows anything about history or anybody around the world thinks about the city of Dresden, what comes to mind is the horrific bombardments that took place by U.S. and British Air Force and the destruction in that city. Madam President, those attacks during World War II took place over 2 years. The destruction in Gaza after 3 months in terms of housing is worse than what took place in Dresden over 2 years. And now, Madam President, let me say a word about another horrific reality that is taking place in Gaza. So above and beyond the death and destruction caused by bombs and the Israeli military campaign, what we are now looking at is the reality that Israel has made it extremely difficult from the very start of this war for food, water, medical supplies, fuel to get into Gaza. This is no great secret. I think everybody knows it. And the result of that is that right now, as we speak, starvation and hunger is a reality for the women, the children, the men in Gaza. Starvation. The United Nations reports that more than 90% of the population there faces, quote, acute food insecurity, end quote, and virtually every household is skipping meals many days. Gaza is at risk of widespread famine in the coming weeks and months. Hundreds of thousands of children go to sleep hungry every night, and desperate Gazans, and I think we have seen pictures of this, are mobbing the few UN relief trucks that can reach beyond the border crossing. These are hungry people who see a truck full of food and they are attacking that truck and eating the food as quickly as they can. Madam President, Gaza's healthcare system has collapsed with little electricity, water, medicine, or fuel. Only 11 of Gaza's 36 hospitals are able to function at all, and those that remain open can barely care for the patients who come into them. The lack of sanitation and the destruction of the infrastructure there is leading to disease, and in overcrowded UN facilities, thousands of people must share a single shower, and more than 220 people have got to share a toilet. And that is just a small piece of the horrible reality that is taking place in Gaza right now. Now, some people may say, well, war is terrible and this is war. And there's always collateral damage in war. But, Madam President, this is not just another war. This is wholesale destruction in an almost unprecedented manner. And it is clear to me that the Netanyahu right-wing extremist government in Israel is now waging this war in a deeply reckless and immoral way. In other words, we all know that war is horrible. We've got to do a lot better than we are doing now trying to eliminate war on this planet. And in every war, there is always collateral damage. But something more is going on here right now. And, Madam President, I would mention to you that many senior figures in the Netanyahu government have said things that only deepen the profound concern we should all feel about what's going on in Gaza today. Several of these government officials have talked openly about reestablishing Israeli settlements in Gaza. The current intelligence minister, among other senior officials, openly talks of permanently displacing Palestinians from Gaza. The defense minister declared a, quote, total siege, end quote, at the start of the war. The heritage minister posted a picture of the devastation, saying Gaza was, quote, more beautiful than ever, bombing and flattening everything, end of quote. All that destruction makes Gaza more beautiful than ever. Another Israeli lawmaker said, quote, the Gaza Strip should be flattened and there should be one sentence for everyone there, death. We have to wipe the Gaza Strip off the map. There are no innocents there, end quote. And I can go on with other terrible quotes from leading officials in the right-wing government of Netanyahu. Given all of this, given the scale of the destruction, the unprecedented level of destruction, and the extensive use of U.S. arms in this campaign, including thousands of massive 2,000-pound bombs, Congress must act to conduct real oversight. That is what the law is about. And that is why I hope that we're going to have widespread support for the 502B resolution that I will be offering next week. Madam President, the United States, whether we like it or not, is deeply complicit in what is going on in Gaza right now. Those are our weapons that are killing women and children in huge numbers, that are destroying homes in huge numbers, that are causing massive levels of injury, that are resulting in the hunger, the lack of medical care that the people of Gaza are now experiencing. Madam President, I have supported Israel for many years, and many of my colleagues have as well. And I don't think there's any debate in Congress that Israel has a right to live in peace and security, something that has not always been the case. They've been subjected time and again to horrific terrorist attacks. They have the right to live in peace and security. But I do not believe we are doing Israel any favors by ignoring what their policies are doing right now. Friends, Madam President, have to be prepared to tell friends the truth. And if Israel is a friend of ours, as it is, we have got to tell them the truth. And the truth is that all over the world, people are outraged by Netanyahu's campaign and destruction against the Palestinian people in Gaza. Madam President, the Biden administration has urged Israel to change its tactics and to be more targeted in its military operations and to protect civilians. We have heard the President say this over and over again. We've seen Secretary Blinken saying this over and over again. But the Netanyahu government clearly has not listened, and they have continued their very destructive and, I suspect, a war in violation of international law. Their war in violation of international law. And in my view, that approach is simply unacceptable and not something that we should be supportive of. And in my view, the United States must end our complicity in what is going on in Gaza right now. Madam President, what this resolution is about, again, is not cutting one nickel of aid to Israel. That's not what this resolution does. And you don't have to agree with me in terms of what I perceive is going on in Israel today. You can disagree with me completely. All that this resolution does is ask for more information from the State Department, which allows us to determine whether or not Israel is violating international law. This is information Congress should have, and whatever your views on the war may be, this resolution should be something that you can support. We are asking the State Department for information. That's what we're doing. That's all this resolution does. If you believe that the campaign, military campaign in Gaza from Israel has been indiscriminate, as I do, then we have a responsibility to ask that question. If you believe that Israel has done nothing wrong, that what they are doing is consistent with international law, which is what the Israeli government says, then the information coming from the State Department should buttress your belief. So, Madam President, let me conclude by saying that we are not all likely to agree on the Israeli-Palestinian situation anytime soon. And we will have more chances to debate these issues if and when we consider a foreign aid supplemental bill. But asking for more information how American arms and security assistance is being used, particularly amid the level of death and destruction we are seeing in Gaza right now, should not be controversial. In fact, it is exactly what our job is. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the vote. Senator Sanders for up to 25 minutes, Senator Merkley for up to 5 minutes, Senator Cardin for up to 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Let me apologize to my colleagues for beginning late. Turns out that today was not a great day to travel by plane, and I thank the leadership for delaying the vote as well. Madam President, we will soon be voting on a resolution requesting information on Israel's human rights practices under Section 502BC of the Foreign Assistance Act. There has been some confusion as to what this resolution does and does not do. So I'd like to say a few words about why it is critical that this resolution come to the floor, why it's imperative that this resolution be passed, imperative that we have this debate and recorded vote, and why Congress must have the information requested in this resolution. Madam President, very sensibly, the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961, as amended, requires that any security assistance or military equipment provided by the United States of America to any country must be used in line with internationally recognized human rights. This is not a radical idea and something I hope that we all agree with. This act prohibits assistance to any government
that engages in a consistent pattern of human rights violation. This is U.S. law established over 50 years ago, not a new idea. The Act also provides Congress with several oversight tools to ensure that this law is followed. One such tool is Section 502BC, which allows Congress to direct the State Department to provide information on the human rights record of any country receiving U.S. military assistance. Madam President, that is what this resolution does, in line with 50-year-old existing law. It directs the State Department to provide any credible information it may have on potential violations of internationally recognized human rights by Israel in its military campaign in Gaza. It focuses on the denial of the right to life caused by indiscriminate or disproportionate military operations, as well as by restrictions on humanitarian access. It also asks for information on steps the U.S. has taken to limit civilian risk in this war, a certification that the Leahy laws are being fully applied, and a summary of the arms and munitions provided to Israel since October 7th. This is a simple request for information. That is all this resolution is about. It does not alter aid to Israel in any way. It simply requests a report on how U.S. aid is being used. This is a very modest, common-sense proposal, and frankly, hard for me to understand why anyone would oppose it. So, Mr. President, we will soon be voting on a very simple question. Do we support asking the State Department for information on whether human rights violations may have occurred using U.S. assistance in Israel's military campaign? That's it. That's what this resolution is about. It is non-controversial, and it should be passed in large numbers. All right. This is not the case today. We don't have the information. The State Department will provide a report. The information requested in this resolution is straightforward to provide, not hard for the State Department, and is critical to congressional oversight. The State Department should have it readily available as required under current U.S. law and policy. Further, in the highly unlikely event the 30-day deadline is not met by the State Department, the law allows Congress to pass a measure continuing aid. After the report is received, Congress may then consider any changes it deems necessary to security assistance to the country in question. Any such resolution must pass both houses of Congress and be signed by the President. But again, what we are voting on today is simply a request for information. And, Mr. President, let me say a few words as to why this resolution is necessary, and these rather horrific photographs behind me, I think, say it all. First, it is necessary because of the scale of destruction in Gaza, the indiscriminate nature of the military campaign, the humanitarian catastrophe that is now occurring, and the limits on humanitarian access: food, water, medical supplies, and fuel. Second, because of the extensive use of U.S. weapons in attacks that have killed thousands of civilians. Much of the destruction that has taken place in Gaza has been done with U.S. weapons. And thirdly, I am concerned about the implications of some of the very extreme statements and unclear intentions coming out of the Netanyahu government. Mr. President, it has been more than 100 days since this war began, with the horrific Hamas terrorist attack which killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children in Israel, and which took more than 200 hostages, over 100 of whom are still cruelly being held in captivity as of today. And while there is no question in my mind that Israel has the right to defend itself and go to war against Hamas, who started this terrible situation, Israel does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people and innocent men, women, and children in Gaza. And tragically, that is what we are seeing right now. As we all know, the military campaign being waged by the right-wing Netanyahu government has led to massive destruction and widespread civilian harm. This has been far and away the most intensive bombing campaign of the 21st century. And as President Biden has said repeatedly, and the press and human rights monitors have exhaustively documented, this bombardment has been largely indiscriminate. Mr. President, the results of this bombing campaign has been catastrophic, and I underline the word catastrophic. Since October 7th, the start of the war, over 24,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli bombs, and over 60,000 have been injured and wounded. And Mr. President, 70% of these victims are women and children. And it is believed that thousands more victims lie under the rubble of destroyed buildings in Gaza. Since the beginning of this war, 1.9 million Palestinian men, women, and children have been driven from their homes. That is 85% of the total population of Gaza has been forced out of their homes. Where are they going? They've been driven here, they've been driven there. They do not even know today whether they are ever going to be able to return to their homes. These are impoverished people who have no idea as to what their future is or will be. Despite the sharing of coordinates with Israeli forces, 40 United Nations facilities have sustained direct hits, 61 UN installations have suffered collateral damage, and 150 UN workers have been killed. 150 UN workers have been killed. Mr. President, the United Nations reports that over 234,000 housing units have been damaged and more than 46,000 homes completely destroyed in Gaza, amounting to nearly 70% of the housing stock, a figure confirmed by academic analysis of satellite radar data. That means, and this is rather an incredible reality, that means that the destruction of Gaza after 100 days has surpassed the destruction of Dresden during World War II, where half the homes in that city were destroyed, and is beyond the damage in dozens of other German cities subjected to years of bombing during World War II. Today, Mr. President, not only are the vast majority of people in Gaza homeless, but they lack food, water, medical supplies, and fuel. A recent UN report indicates that half of the population of about 2.2 million people are at risk of starvation, and 90% say they regularly go without food for a whole day. And parents there go out of their way to make sure that their kids eat first. The chief economist at the World Food Program said that the humanitarian disaster in Gaza was among the worst he had ever seen. Aid groups say that in the coming weeks, the entire population of Gaza could face famine. Mr. President, let us be clear. The reason as to why this resolution must be passed today is that right now as we speak, hundreds of thousands of children in Gaza, innocent children, are starving right before our eyes. We cannot turn away. We must act. Tragically, despite the efforts of the UN and others, despite the growing humanitarian crisis we are seeing, the situation has actually gotten worse in terms of getting aid to the people in need, to these children. Aid groups say that humanitarian access actually deteriorated in January compared to December. Trucks are crossing the border much too slowly, much too few. But even these trucks can't go beyond the immediate border area because the Netanyahu government won't let them proceed in a way that is safe. That is the situation as it stands today. Humanitarian workers who have spent decades serving in war zones say that this catastrophe goes beyond anything they have ever seen. And, Mr. President, let me repeat, this is not some tragedy taking place in Asia and Africa. God knows there are enough tragedies all over the world. But this is a tragedy in which we, the United States of America, are complicit. Much of what is happening, much of the bombardment and the other actions that we are seeing now is happening right now with U.S. arms and equipment. In other words, whether we like it or not, the United States is complicit in the nightmare that millions of Palestinians are now experiencing. Mr. President, the Wall Street Journal reported on December 1st that the U.S. had provided at least 15,000 bombs and 57,000 artillery shells to Israel, including more than 5,400 huge 2,000-pound bombs that can flatten entire neighborhoods. The Washington Post reported that in just 6 weeks after October 7th, Israel dropped more than 22,000 American-supplied bombs on Gaza. 22,000 American-supplied bombs. CNN reported that nearly half of these bombs were unguided, so-called dumb bombs. So, Mr. President, that is where we find ourselves at this moment. 24,000 Palestinians in Gaza are dead. 70% are women and children, and 60,000 have been wounded. 70% of the housing stock has been damaged or destroyed, and almost 2 million people are trying to survive with inadequate supplies of food, water, medicine, or fuel. And the humanitarian situation is getting worse by the minute. Hundreds of thousands of beautiful children are facing starvation. Mr. President, given the scale of the destruction and the extensive use of American arms, military equipment in this campaign, Congress must act. And that is why we must pass this 502B resolution. We must ensure that U.S. aid is being used in accordance with international human rights and our own laws. Mr. President, a vote for this resolution is simply to request more information on a tragic situation that the American people care about. Go back home, I say to my colleagues. Red state, blue state, purple state, this issue, this suffering is on the minds of the American people. And that's all that this resolution does. Now, a vote against this resolution, which I have a hard time really understanding, it says, quote, I don't want more information. I'm going to vote against this resolution. I don't want a report from the State Department. I don't want to know how U.S. military aid in Israel is being used. I don't want to know what responsibility the United States may have for this humanitarian disaster. I want to keep my head in the sand. I don't want to see what's going on. And frankly, Mr. President, no matter what your view on this terrible war may be, agree with me, you don't agree with me, we cannot bury our eyes in the sand. The truth is that since that terrible day on October 7th, when Hamas attacked Israel, the Senate has had little meaningful debate on this war, despite the horrific toll and the deep concerns of many Americans. We have passed symbolic resolutions, but we have not considered a single measure that grapples with the unprecedented destruction, the humanitarian crisis, or the use of American weapons in a military campaign that has left so many dead, wounded, and displaced. Now, no matter what happens on this vote, I know that this will not be the end of this debate. It is just the beginning. And finally, Mr. President, I would like to say a word about this resolution's broader importance. Right now, we are focusing on Israel, as we should, given the situation in Gaza. But in general, what this provision does is extremely sensible. It demands accountability as to how U.S. military aid is used and whether the recipients of that aid abide by international law and our own human rights standards. This is true for Israel, for Saudi Arabia, and for any country that receives U.S. military aid. Frankly, I hope this vote is the first of many as we take a hard look at how our military aid is being used. Therefore, Mr. President, pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 2304, and in accordance with the provisions of Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act of 1976, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations of the further consideration of S-Res 504, a resolution requesting information on Israel's human rights practices pursuant to Section 502BC of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961.
The senator's request is already pending.
Thank you. Mr. President, I reserve the balance of my time, and I would yield the floor to Senator Merkley.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, on October 7th, Israel suffered a horrific terrorist attack by Hamas. It echoes very much the impact that we felt here in America on 9/11 when we suffered a horrific terrorist attack. And it connected our hearts to the hearts of Israelis in a powerful way. And certainly, I completely supported and support now the cause of Israel to go after Hamas to stop this terrorist threat. I fully support the grief they feel with the hostages who remain and their desire, their goal to get those hostages free. And I know that the U.S. has been incredibly working in partnership with Israel toward that objective. Tonight, we are further into that campaign, and we have before us a request for a report from the administration through the exercise of 502 BC on any potential violations of internationally recognized human rights that may have occurred in this conflict. A request for a report that would be due in 30 days. And I'm here tonight still supporting strongly Israel's right to go after Hamas, but also saying that we have a responsibility to ask hard questions about how a war is conducted. Every war. And we weigh in on human rights all around the world. And I chair a commission, co-chair a commission that looks into China's abuses of human rights in all kinds of dimensions, from Tibet to the slavery of the Uyghur population. So why is this request for this information important? There are three reasons. And they all relate to the validity of targeting Hamas, but the invalidity, potential invalidity of a strategy that also targets the Palestinian people living in Gaza. And understanding this dimension, understanding it in terms of humanitarian aid, understanding it in terms of the huge toll on civilians that the bombing has taken, understanding it in terms of the dimension of displacement, where so many have been displaced, driven towards the south, crowded into Rafah along the border with Egypt. So I'm going to briefly address each of those. I was one of the first members of this chamber to call for immediate ceasefire and a massive influx of humanitarian aid because of the enormous calamity that is occurring in Gaza with the strategy that Israel is using of mass bombing and artillery shells. One aspect of this is how does one get humanitarian aid in to assist those innocent civilians who have been so profoundly impacted. So earlier this month, Senator Van Hollen and I went to the Rafah crossing on the border between Egypt and Gaza. We talked to the governments, we talked to the international aid workers that work through the United Nations, alphabet soup of organizations. We talked to the seasoned individuals who have worked in war conflict zones around this globe. And they all said that getting humanitarian aid in is extraordinarily difficult for two reasons. And the first of those reasons was it's very hard to get pre-clearance for the aid. Trucks filled with food, water, medical supplies were lined up for miles in the desert waiting to be granted entry into Gaza. A truck driver can wait more than a week, even when items are pre-approved, to get through the inspection. The inspection serves a purpose of stopping dual-use items. That is legitimate. But if it takes a week when aid is desperately needed, that means people are greatly shorted food, clean water, and medical supplies. And even when inspected pre-cleared, they could be rejected. And when an item is rejected, the entire truck is rejected. And we saw a warehouse filled with rejected items, including things like solar-powered refrigerators for medical uses and water decontamination supplies. And then if trucks are cleared to get in, then it's very hard for them to get in unless there's deconfliction. If there isn't deconfliction, then the drivers risk driving and dying when a bomb or artillery shells drops in their path. And in fact, so many aid workers have been killed and truck drivers have been killed. And we know that before the war, 500 trucks a day were able to get into Gaza. And now, just last week, it was less than an average of 150 trucks when people are absolutely desperate. So, there is the possibility and the hope of the U.S. working intensely with Israel to dramatically change the situation and get those trucks into Gaza. But there is also the value of having a report from our government, understanding to which degree they have already worked with Israel. And I ask to complete the balance of my remarks.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you. So, second,
Mr. President, could we just have an estimate of how much longer you're going to be?
an estimate of 5 minutes.
I would not object to 5 minutes.
Thank you. So our government should work to solve this problem, but we've been working to solve it. So having a report announced by our government to what degree these strategies of a dysfunctional inspection process and a dysfunctional deconfliction process are a part of a deliberate strategy to create and intensify the shortage of food and water and medical assistance. The second concern I have is about the bombing and artillery shells, which our president has described as an indiscriminate campaign of bombing. We all understand that this terrible attack from Hamas, that Hamas is the enemy, but the Palestinians who live in Gaza and are not part of Hamas, they did not attack Israel. They are not the enemy. And thus it's essential that Netanyahu's government's war strategy against Hamas actually targets Hamas and not innocent Palestinians. It's estimated that 2/3 of the people killed, 2/3 killed, have been women and children. That's some 8,000 children, 8,000 women. It's a massive toll. So a report under 502(b)(c) would be valuable in understanding this strategy. And we are closely tied to it, which is another reason we should want this information. We've supplied over 10,000 tons of military equipment since October 7th. We've included 15,000 bombs and 57,000 artillery shells. It would be useful to have our own government analyze this and understand why we are supplying the very weapons that our government has said Israel should quit using and do a more targeted campaign. That's the goal of 502(b)(c), to get a report, to get answers. My third concern is the displacement. The widespread bombing has produced some 85% of the people displaced in Gaza. A leaked intelligence ministry paper, Israeli intelligence ministry paper, said that there are 3 options, and option C is a preferred option involving an air campaign in the north, driving people to the south, hopefully displacing them into the Sinai. That has a spooky similarity to the facts on the ground. And of course, such a displacement strategy has been called out by some ministers of the Israeli government, one of them calling for exactly that strategy, saying we want a Gazan Nakba, that people will not be able to return. So we have the government paper, we have the testimony by ministry officials that that was their goal. Is that their goal? The government of Israel has now adamantly said that is not their goal. That is useful to have our government's best understanding, because we should never be complicit in a displacement campaign if that is in fact what is going on. So colleagues, we look at conditions around the world, and normally it's folks we have little relationship with, although sometimes we have a relationship with, but it's an on and off again, like the situation we have with Saudi Arabia. In this situation, it is our friend and partner that we've worked so closely with, and it may feel awkward and difficult to say we need to take a close look. But when there's been this level of casualties, and we are this closely tied to it, it is the right thing to do to get the type of information that would come through this request. I encourage my colleagues to support it.
The Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I have a great deal of respect for my 2 colleagues. I think every one of us are concerned about what we see in regards to the crisis in Gaza, what we see in regards to the need for humanitarian assistance, for innocent Gazians being caught in this battle. But the resolution that's being presented here today is the wrong vehicle to deal with this issue. So let me start by saying that the resolution does a lot more than requesting information. For you see, the information from those partners that get security assistance from the United States the State Department today must provide the information of their compliance with our laws. That report is already required for all recipients of security aid. What this resolution requires, a report within 30 days on specific issues concerning conduct in Gaza. And it's very specific as to what the State Department must provide. I'll just give you one example, and there are many, many other examples here. They have to certify that no unit of the Israel security forces that received U.S. assistance since January 1st, 2018 has committed any gross violation of human rights. Now, they got to do that within 30 days, or aid is suspended. And once they give a report, it triggers privileged resolutions on this floor to cut off aid to Israel. And I strongly disagree with my colleagues. 502B was never intended to be used against an ally during a war. It's never been used for that purpose. That's not the right vehicle to deal with this. Mr. President, this is the 102nd day since Hamas's brutal attack against Israel. 102 days that hostages have been held. Our thoughts and prayers with the hostages, and we all agree that Israel has the right to defend itself. The challenges are made much more difficult because they're going against an enemy that has sworn to destroy the nation, Israel. And they still believe that. And they're still conducting themselves with the threat to Israel's sovereignty and safety. Missiles are still available to be shot into Israel. They're still there in Gaza. We know what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea. We know what Iran is doing in Iraq. We know the problems on Israel's northern border by Hezbollah. Over 80,000 Israelis have had to evacuate their homes in northern Israel, 100,000 in the southern part. There's a war going on. And it's made much more difficult because Hamas, sworn to destroy Israel, embeds its operations within the civilian population, has a tunneling network to try to protect its military assets, making it very difficult for Israel to be able to eliminate the threat. At the same time, we know how much military might was in Gaza on October the 7th. We're supposed to have had border security to make sure that didn't get into Gaza. There's supposed to be inspections. Didn't work. I don't understand why the Israelis are concerned by the way in which the supplies get into Gaza, because there is a concern of dual use and supplying the terrorists in their efforts to destroy Israel. These are all very challenging issues that we have to deal with. Now, this resolution, as I said before, is much more than just requesting information. Its passage would be a gift to Hamas, a gift to Iran. It would show a division between Israel and the United States. It's an indictment against Israel, make no mistake about it. It makes it more challenging with sensitive negotiations taking place as we are here on additional hostages being released. It makes it more difficult for us to deal with preventing the escalation of the conflict. If Iran believes that the United States is not with Israel, believe me, it makes it more likely we're going to see additional attacks in that region. The Biden administration is seeking to contain this conflict and not to see it spread and grow out of control. It is pressing for a shift to a more targeted campaign against Hamas military infrastructure and the perpetrators of the October 7th attacks. It's pressing to get more humanitarian assistance into Gaza. And yes, we can and should continue to push Israel towards a targeted prosecution of the war against Hamas in Gaza. But passing this resolution does not do that. In fact, I would say it is counterproductive to it. And make no mistake, our passing the resolution triggers this. This is not a resolution that goes to this House and signed by the President. If we pass this, the process is triggered to cut off aid to Israel during war. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I move to table the motion to discharge of S-Res 504, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Mr. President.
Is there a sufficient second?
Mr. President.
There appears to be.
Mr. President.
The yeas and nays are ordered.
ask consent for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 24,000 Palestinians are dead, 70% of whom are women and children. 70% of the housing stock has been damaged or destroyed, and almost 2 million people are trying to survive with inadequate supplies of food, water, medical supplies, or fuel. And as we speak, hundreds of thousands of children face starvation. The time is now for the U.S. Senate to act. Thank you. I ask for a no vote on the table again.
The question is on the motion to table. The yeas and nays have previously been ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal.
Madam President, I would like to say a few words about the urgent humanitarian catastrophe now unfolding in Gaza. And the reason that I want to do that is I just have the feeling that most people, maybe here in the Senate and throughout the country, are just not aware of how severe the situation has become. My staff and I have had a number of conversations in recent days with the United Nations, the World Food Program, and other humanitarian actors struggling to deal with the horrors unfolding in Gaza. And here is the bottom line. The coming weeks could mean the difference between life and death for tens of thousands of people. If we do not see a dramatic improvement in humanitarian access very soon, countless innocent people, including thousands of children, could die of dehydration, diarrhea, preventable diseases, and starvation. The World Health Organization predicts that the number of deaths from sickness and starvation could exceed the 25,000 people who died from Israeli bombs. And let's be clear, what is going on in Gaza today is a man-made crisis. This is not a natural disaster. This is not climate change. This is a man-made crisis taking place right now. And it is the direct result of choices made by political leaders, none more than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the leader of Israel's extreme right-wing government. Madam President, we all know that Hamas, a terrorist organization, began this war with its horrific attack on October 7th, which killed 1,200 innocent Israeli men, women, and children, and took more than 200 hostages. Israel, in my view, had the right to respond to that attack and go after Hamas. But it did not and does not have the right to go after the entire Palestinian people, which is exactly what is happening right now. Madam President, let me try to provide a picture, a snapshot of what life in Gaza is like today. More than 25,000 Palestinians have been killed in this war so far. And remember, the population of Gaza is just a bit over 2 million. 25,000 are dead already. 62,000 have been wounded. 70% of the dead are women and children. 70% of the dead are women and children. At least 210 Palestinians have been killed in the last 24 hours. Overall, 152 United Nations aid workers have been killed so far, more UN losses than in any previous war. Madam President, when we look at what is going on in Gaza now, we must understand that 1.7 million people have been driven from their homes, 85% of the entire population of Gaza. Imagine that, 85% of the population removed from their homes. And then, as a result of Israeli bombardment, 70% of the housing units have been damaged or destroyed. An unprecedented level of destruction. Most of Gaza's critical infrastructure has been destroyed or made inoperable, including many water wells, bakeries, power plants, hospitals, and sewage treatment facilities. Importantly, much of the area has been without cell phone service for weeks, making communications very difficult. How do you know what's going on? How do you know what kind of bombing may be taking place if you don't have a cell phone that is working? Madam President, the fighting and Israeli restrictions have made it nearly impossible for food, water, fuel, and medical supplies to enter Gaza. Water is scarce, and what little is available is often contaminated. Children are drinking very polluted water. Public wells are operating at just 10% capacity, and just 1 of 3 water pipelines into Gaza is functioning. For several months now, children in southern Gaza are surviving on just 1.5 or 2 liters of water per day, far, far below what is needed. And that is in the area where the UN can reach. The situation is worse elsewhere. The lack of clean drinking water is leading to a spike in waterborne diseases and diarrhea, a very serious condition which accounts for nearly 10% of all deaths among children under the age of 5 worldwide. In Gaza, the UN reports 158,000 cases, more than half among children under the age of 5, a 4,000% increase in diarrhea from before the war began. Madam President, we have heard from humanitarian groups last week that they fear many thousands of children will die from diarrhea before they starve to death. What a horrible reality we are looking at in Gaza right now. Hunger and starvation are widespread. Before the war, Gaza had 97 bakeries, producing the bread and other basics that people need. Right now, just 15 of those bakeries are operating, and none are functioning in the north, closed by the combination of airstrikes and a lack of fuel and flour. Hundreds of thousands of children go to bed hungry every night, and we have all seen the scenes of desperate people mobbing the few UN relief trucks that can reach beyond the border crossing. They see food coming and they mob those trucks. Right now, the United Nations says that 570,000 people in Gaza, including small kids, are currently facing catastrophic hunger. That's their definition, which is equivalent to famine. This is the most severe category of starvation, but the UN reports that the entire population of Gaza, roughly 2.2 million people, are in crisis or worse levels of acute food insecurity, end quote. In other words, virtually every household is regularly skipping meals, and most are down to a single meal a day, often just bread. Experts tell us that infants and young people will succumb first to hunger. Without enough food or with no clean water to make formula, their vital organs will begin to shut down. Many will die of infection before they reach that point. Madam President, I have difficulty personal level, even using the technical term for this stage. And the technical term is child wasting. And I find that term absolutely horrific. Yet that is what we are watching unfold in slow motion as the world looks on. Children starving, drinking polluted water, suffering from dehydration, getting sick, and slowly dying. Madam President, in the midst of all of this, Gaza's healthcare system is under tremendous strain, faced with over 87,000 casualties, figures that would overwhelm the most sophisticated health system in the world. Health workers there have worked to save lives amid frequent bombardment in overcrowded hospitals without electricity or adequate fuel or medicine. And in the midst of all this, over 300 health workers have been killed. The lack of basic necessities and overcrowded conditions are contributing to a dramatic increase in disease, and 10% of the population now has acute respiratory infections. Those with long-term medical conditions that require advanced treatment have little hope of receiving adequate care. Amidst this devastation, approximately 180 women give birth in Gaza every day, facing unbelievable dangers and completely inadequate medical care, without enough food or clean water, let alone necessary medications and antibiotics. Many of these women face serious complications, and their children will bear lifelong scars from this war. That is just a bit of the story in terms of what is happening in Gaza right now, a story that we cannot continue to ignore. Madam President, let me say a word about why this is happening, about what the immediate causes of this humanitarian disaster are. And the answer is not complicated. At every step of the way, the Israeli government has failed to provide even the most basic protections to civilians. Every humanitarian move has been extracted only after weeks of delay and outside pressure from the United States and others. The result of all of this is that today just 20 to 30% of what is needed in humanitarian aid is being brought in to Gaza. There is not enough food, there is not enough water, there are not enough medical supplies, there is not enough fuel. Onerous Israeli border inspections are a major cause of this crisis. Today, there is a 3 to 4 week wait for trucks to get into Gaza while children are starving. Many trucks are unloaded and reloaded numerous times, often to be searched for the same items. It is understandable that Israel wants to ensure that no weapons are reaching Hamas. We all understand that. But senior U.S. officials tell us that they have seen no evidence of Hamas theft or diversion of UN aid. Meanwhile, Israel is rejecting things like tent poles, feminine hygiene kits, hand sanitizers, water testing kits, and medical supplies. If a single item in a truck is rejected, then the whole truck has to go back to the start of the process, causing enormous delays. Karim Shalom Crossing, the main entry point equipped to process trucks in large numbers, is only open 8 hours a day. And I want to thank our colleagues, Senator Van Hollen and Senator Merkley, for their courage in going to the Egyptian-Gaza border and coming back here and reporting to us their personal observations of the crisis there. Madam President, it is hard to see this process and not conclude that what is taking place is a deliberate effort to slow humanitarian aid. And sure enough, just last week, Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Israel is only allowing in the absolute minimum amount necessary. When trucks do eventually get across the border, they face a whole new set of problems. Israel is bombing targets across Gaza, and its ground forces are fighting across much of the enclave and have closed many major roads. For aid trucks to move safely and avoid being bombed or shot, every movement must be cleared with the Israeli Defense Forces. This deconfliction process has repeatedly failed. Even when notified, Israel has sometimes hit aid convoys. Medical facilities and humanitarian shelters cleared with the Israelis have been struck numerous times. Tragically, the first half of January actually saw a deterioration in humanitarian access. In that period, Israel denied 95% of UN attempts to bring fuel and medicines to water wells and health facilities in North Gaza. Madam President, Netanyahu's right-wing government is starving the Palestinian people. On top of its indiscriminate bombardment, Israel is imposing onerous restrictions that are blocking the delivery of essential humanitarian aid. All of this is unacceptable. We are running out of time as we face one of the most severe humanitarian catastrophes of recent times. Madam President, this should not be seen as just a terrible crisis taking place many thousands of miles away from our shores. This is a tragedy in which we, the United States of America, are complicit. Much of what is happening right now is being done with U.S. arms and military equipment. In other words, whether we like it or not, the U.S. is complicit in the nightmare that millions of Palestinians are now experiencing. Madam President, in my view, Israel must take urgent steps immediately to open up humanitarian access. The water pipelines must be rapidly repaired and reopened. More border crossings, including in the north, must be opened. Inspections must be streamlined and sped up. Deconfliction of aid deliveries must be prioritized. And Israel must stop blocking essential humanitarian supplies. Madam President, these are not new issues. These are concerns that have been repeatedly communicated to the Israeli government for months by the United States, by the UN, and in fact, by the global community. But the Israeli government has refused to take these steps. Madam President, this has got to change now. Tens of thousands of lives hang in the balance. If we care about human rights, and if we believe in the dignity of every human life as we so often profess, we cannot allow this gruesome and horrible situation to continue. This is an urgent, unspeakable crisis. Every day matters, and we must act and act now. Israel is not doing what is needed, despite the repeated pleas of the United States government and the President of the United States. That is why, in my view, we need to use every tool at our disposal to make Netanyahu change the direction he has taken. Madam President, as part of that effort last week, the Senate voted on what I consider to be a very modest step, a resolution requiring the State Department to report on any human rights violations that may have occurred in Israel's military campaign in Gaza. The resolution was based on long-standing U.S. law requiring that any security assistance or military equipment provided to any country be used in line with internationally recognized human rights. That's what that resolution was about. This is not a radical idea, making sure that the weapons we supply any country is used consistent with American law and international law, yet just 11 U.S. senators voted for that resolution. Madam President, we cannot continue turning a blind eye to the suffering in Gaza and the humanitarian catastrophe that is unfolding there. We cannot continue to ignore the fact that it has been American bombs and military equipment that has helped create this crisis. Given the scale of the disaster, how could any member of the Senate tell us that they do not want to know how billions in U.S. military aid is being used? How can we not want to have that very simple information? Madam President, my colleagues and I will continue to push for this information, which is absolutely necessary for Congress to conduct its oversight duties. But in addition to getting answers, Madam President, I believe the United States must use all of our leverage to end this horrific war. And the primary leverage that we have over the Israeli government is the billions of dollars in military aid we provide to them every year, and the $14 billion being proposed for Israel in the supplemental budget. Madam President, in my view, we must loudly and clearly say no to Netanyahu's indiscriminate bombing, no to this man-made humanitarian catastrophe, and no to the unprecedented level of human suffering that is taking place in Gaza now. We must use our leverage to demand an end to the bombing, a humanitarian ceasefire to allow aid to flow to those who are suffering, and to secure the release of the more than 130 hostages still being held in Gaza. We must also demand that the Israeli government begin the necessary work to lay the groundwork for a two-state solution. Bottom line, Madam President, there is a horrific catastrophe taking place right now. We cannot continue to ignore it. We must act. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor. One of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern history is now unfolding before our eyes in Gaza, today, right now. And we, as the government of the United States, are complicit. It has been 4 months since Hamas's terrorist attack started this war, and what we in Congress do right now could well determine whether tens of thousands of people live or whether they die. Already, the human cost of this Israel-Hamas war has been staggering. 1,200 innocent Israelis were killed in the initial terrorist attack, and more than 100 are still being held hostage. And as I have said many times, Israel has the right to defend itself against Hamas terrorism, but it does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people. As of today, Israel's response has killed more than 27,000 Palestinians and injured more than 67,000, two-thirds of whom are women and children. Let me repeat, two-thirds of whom are women and children. 1.7 million Palestinians have been driven from their homes, and unbelievably, some 70% of the housing units in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. This is an unheard of level of destruction. 80% of people driven from their homes and 70% of housing units damaged or destroyed. And Madam President, while 1.7 million people are displaced from their homes, they have no idea where they will be tomorrow or whether or not they will ever return to their homes. And many of these men, women, and children have been displaced multiple times. They go here, they go there, they go there. Madam President, most of the infrastructure in Gaza has been destroyed. Very few water wells or bakeries are functioning. The electricity has been cut since the beginning of the war. Sewage is running into the streets. Cell phone service is spotty or non-existent. Most of the healthcare facilities in Gaza are not operational. Bombs falling, people getting hurt, and yet healthcare facilities not operational. Many facilities have been damaged in airstrikes, and numerous healthcare workers trying to keep children alive have been killed. The facilities that are operational today lack the basic medical supplies that heroic doctors and nurses need in order to save lives and treat their patients. And Madam President, as horrible as all of this is, let me tell you what is even worse. As a result of Israeli bombing and restrictions on aid entering Gaza, only a tiny fraction of the food, water, medicine, and fuel that is needed, desperately needed, can get into Gaza. Even then, very little of that aid can reach beyond the immediate area of Rafah near the Egyptian border. And let us be very clear and take a deep breath and understand what all of this means. It means that today, hundreds of thousands of children are starving and lack clean drinking water. The United Nations says the entire population of Gaza is at imminent risk of famine, and some 378,000 people are starving right now. According to the UN, 1 in 10 children under the age of 5 in Gaza is now acutely malnourished. And when malnutrition impacts young children, it often means permanent physical and cognitive damage that will impact them for the rest of their lives. In other words, if food got in tomorrow, healthcare got in tomorrow, damage has already been severely done to tens of thousands of beautiful, innocent little children. Madam President, if nothing changes, we will soon have hundreds of thousands of children literally starving to death before our very eyes. And unbelievably, that situation could even get worse in the immediate future. roughly 1.4 million people, more than half of the population of Gaza, are now squeezed into the Rafah area. That's right up against the Egyptian border. Rafah was a town of just 250,000 before the war. It is a very small area, roughly 10 miles by 4 miles. Most of the people there are now packed into crowded UN shelters or sleeping out in tents. It is a daily struggle for them to find food or water. Yet, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the leader of Israel's extreme right-wing government, says that Israel will soon launch a major ground offensive against Rafah, where all of these people currently are. He will soon be forcing hundreds of thousands of desperate people to evacuate once again. In other words, exhausted, traumatized, and hungry families will be driven onto the road with no plan as to where they will go, how they will receive essential supplies, or protection for their physical safety. Madam President, I cannot find words to describe how horrific this situation is and could become. Prime Minister Netanyahu has repeatedly said that the goal of Israel's military efforts is total victory. Yet asked recently what total victory would look like, he responded chillingly by saying that it is like smashing a glass, quote, into small pieces, and then you continue to smash it into even smaller pieces, and you continue hitting them, end of quote, Prime Minister Netanyahu. And the question that we as Americans and as the United States Congress must ask is how many more children and innocent people will be smashed by Netanyahu in this process? Madam President, it is quite clear that beyond total destruction of Gaza, Netanyahu has no plan. Yesterday, President Biden acknowledged the severity of this crisis, and I thank him for doing that. He said that Israel's response in Gaza, quote, has been over the top, end quote, and added that, quote, there are a lot of innocent people who are starving. There are a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop, end quote. That's President Joe Biden. President Biden is absolutely right. It does have to stop. It has to stop now, and that is in our hands. President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken have been trying to negotiate an agreement where Israel pauses its military operation while Hamas releases the remaining hostages. All of us hope that this deal comes together. We all want the hostages freed and the slaughter ended. But Netanyahu is resisting this proposal. In large part, this is because he is politically weak at home. Most Israelis rightly blame him for creating this crisis. And in my view, he is trying to prolong the war to avoid facing accountability for his actions. Madam President, Netanyahu didn't even wait for Secretary Blinken to leave the region this week before he publicly dismissed the hostage deal as delusional and brushed aside U.S. concerns about expanding the ground offensive in southern Gaza. The Associated Press called this a, quote, virtual slap in the face, end quote, to Blinken and the United States. A virtual slap in the face, and they're right. Unbelievably, despite all of this, the U.S. Congress is prepared to spend another $14 billion on military aid to Netanyahu's right-wing government. $14 billion more. And $10 billion of this money is totally unrestricted and will allow Netanyahu to buy more of the bombs he has used to flatten Gaza and to kill thousands and thousands of children. This is American complicity at its worst, and it is really quite unbelievable. Does the United States Congress really want to provide more military aid to Netanyahu so that he can annihilate thousands and thousands more men, women, and children? Do we really want to reward Netanyahu, even while he ignores virtually everything the President of the United States is asking him to do? Do we want to give even more support to the leader of the most right-wing government in Israel's history, a man who has dedicated his political career to killing the prospects of a two-state solution? Madam President, that is really hard to believe. But that is exactly what this legislation before us will do. And what is even harder to understand is that in the midst of this horrendous humanitarian crisis, the legislation before us contains a prohibition on funding for UNRWA, the largest UN agency operating in Gaza and the backbone of the humanitarian aid operation. Israel's allegations against the agency are serious, and they are being investigated seriously. But you don't starve 2 million children and people and women. You don't starve 2 million people because of the alleged actions of 12 UNRWA employees. Madam President, the whole world is watching. Netanyahu is starving the children of Gaza. We cannot be complicit in this atrocity. As long as this bill contains money to fund Netanyahu's cruel war, I will do everything I can to oppose it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield the floor.
Quorum call.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss a matter of enormous consequence that is not being adequately covered in the mainstream media nor here in the Senate. And that is that right now, today in Gaza, we are witnessing one of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern history. It is unfolding before our very eyes, and we must not run away from that reality. And I am very sorry to say, but we in the United States are deeply complicit in what is happening in Gaza. What we do in Congress right now could well determine whether tens of thousands of people live or die. Let us very briefly review what has happened in the last 4 months. On October 7th, Hamas launched a horrific terrorist attack that killed 1,200 innocent Israelis and took more than 230 hostages, and more than 100 of those hostages still remain in captivity today. That is what started this war. And as I have said many times, Israel has the right to defend itself against Hamas terrorism, but it does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people. And that, tragically, is what we are seeing. As of today, Israel's military campaign has killed more than 27,000 Palestinians and injured some 68,000, two-thirds of whom are women and children. Unbelievably, 1.7 million people have been driven from their homes, nearly 80% of the population. That is more than twice the population of my own state of Vermont. These people, displaced, have no understanding as to where they will go tomorrow or whether, in fact, they will ever return to their communities. That is where they are now, pushed out of their homes, hungry, desperate, no understanding of where they will be in the future. The devastation caused by Israeli bombardments is unprecedented in modern history. Some 70% of the housing units in Gaza being damaged or destroyed. The Israeli bombing attacks have destroyed most of the infrastructure in Gaza. There is no electricity there and very little clean water. There are virtually no places where people can buy bread or other basic necessities, as most of the bakeries have been destroyed or shut down. Raw sewage is now running into the streets, and communication is extremely difficult because there is little or no cell phone service. Despite the tens of thousands of Palestinians who have been injured, there are no fully functional hospitals in Gaza, and just 1 in 3 is operational at all. Amid repeated attacks on healthcare facilities, doctors and nurses with extraordinary courage are bravely working to save lives, even with inadequate and sporadic electricity or basic medical supplies. Israel bombing and the onerous restrictions placed on aid entering Gaza means that only a tiny fraction of the food, water, medicine, and fuel that is needed can get into Gaza. And even when supplies get across the border, very little of that aid can reach beyond the immediate area around the Rafah crossing from Egypt. Mr. President, let us take a deep breath and understand what all of this means for the men, women, and children who are in Gaza today, right now. Not only have they been driven from their homes, not only have those homes been damaged or destroyed, not only are they unable to access the medical care or the clean water they need, but unbelievably and horrifyingly, hundreds of thousands of children in Gaza today face starvation. Let me repeat, hundreds of thousands of children face starvation. The United Nations says that 1 in 10 children under the age of 5 in Gaza is already malnourished, and the entire population is at imminent risk of famine. What every physician knows is that malnutrition in small children causes permanent physical and cognitive damage. It stays with them for their entire lives. In other words, even if the war ended today, large numbers of children in Gaza will have suffered physically from what has happened for the rest of their lives. And that's not to mention the extraordinary psychological damage that these kids have gone through. Can you imagine what it means to be 5 years old, seeing buildings collapsing, people dying, suffering from hunger and thirst? That's what these kids are going through today. Mr. President, if nothing changes, we will soon have hundreds of thousands of children literally starving to death before our very eyes. And believe it or not, the situation could become even worse. Right now, 1.4 million people, more than half of the population of Gaza, are squeezed into the area around Rafah, right up against the Egyptian border. Rafah was a town of just 250,000 people before the war. Now there are 1.4 million people there, more than 5 times the original population. These people are packed into crowded UN shelters or sleeping out in tents. It is a daily struggle for them to find food or water. And in the midst of all of this horror and suffering, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, the leader of Israel's extreme right-wing government, has announced that Israel will soon launch a major ground offensive against Rafah, where 1.4 million people are located. What that means is that Netanyahu will soon be forcing these people already living in extreme desperation to evacuate once again. And nobody has any idea where they will go. These families, already exhausted, traumatized, and hungry, will once again be displaced with no plan as to how they will survive. Mr. President, I struggle to find words for this cruelty. And let me state once again that what is happening in Gaza now is funded with U.S. taxpayer dollars. These are our bombs and our military equipment that is being used. We are complicit. This is not just an Israeli war, it is an American war. Mr. President, Prime Minister Netanyahu says that all of this is necessary. He says that Israel will only accept, quote unquote, total victory in this campaign. Yet asked recently what total victory would look like, he said chillingly that it is like smashing a glass, quote, into small pieces, and then you continue to smash it into even smaller pieces, and you continue hitting them, end quote, Netanyahu. The question that we must ask ourselves is how many more children and innocent people in Gaza will be smashed by Netanyahu in the process? And why is the United States helping to fund this humanitarian disaster? It is quite clear that beyond total destruction of Gaza, Netanyahu has no plan. This week, President Biden acknowledged the severity of the crisis. He said that Israel's response in Gaza, quote, has been over the top, end quote, and added, quote, there are a lot of innocent people who are starving. There are a lot of innocent people who are in trouble and dying, and it's got to stop, end of quote, President Biden. President is absolutely right. It does have to stop. But if that is the case, then why in God's name are we now contemplating legislation that provides $10 billion to the Israeli war machine to continue Netanyahu's war? President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken have been trying to negotiate an agreement where Israel pauses its military operation, Hamas releases the remaining hostages, and massive humanitarian aid comes in to help desperate people. We all hope that this deal comes together. But Netanyahu is resisting this proposal. In my view, he is trying to prolong the war in order to cling to power. Most Israelis rightly blame him for creating this crisis and want him out. But if Netanyahu prolongs the war, he can avoid accountability for his disastrous leadership. And that is why Netanyahu is ignoring almost everything that President Biden and Secretary Blinken are saying. He this week dismissed the hostage deal as, quote-unquote, delusional, and brushed aside U.S. concerns about expanding the ground offensive to southern Gaza. There is a simple question that must be asked. How does it happen that, despite waging an horrific war, which has caused massive suffering, despite ignoring the wishes of the President of the United States and, in fact, virtually the entire world community, how does it happen that the United States Congress is about to send another $10 billion of unrestricted military aid to Israel, no strings attached? It is beyond comprehension to me that Congress would reward Netanyahu even while he ignores everything the President of the United States says. Netanyahu is the leader of the most right-wing government in Israel's history, a man who has dedicated his political career to killing the prospects of a two-state solution. And yet this bill will give him a blank check paid for by the American taxpayer. It's hard to believe, but that is exactly what this bill will do. And what's even harder to understand is that in the midst of this almost unprecedented humanitarian crisis, this legislation before us actually contains a prohibition on funding for UNRWA, the largest UN agency operating in Gaza and the backbone of the humanitarian aid operation. UNRWA is the organization that actually gets food throughout Gaza. Israel's allegations against UNRWA are serious, and they are being investigated seriously. But you don't starve 2 million people because of the alleged actions of 12 UNRWA employees. Mr. President, the whole world is watching. Netanyahu is starving hundreds of thousands of children. We in America cannot be complicit in this atrocity. As long as this bill contains money to fund Netanyahu's cruel war, it must be defeated. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Madam President.
The senator from Vermont.
Madam President, I think that as human beings, we have a tendency to try to avoid thinking about horrifying situations. Who wants to think about, to focus on things that are painful and terrible? But whether we like it or not, there is today a horrifying catastrophe unfolding in Gaza, where hundreds of thousands of children are facing starvation because of Israel's indiscriminate bombardment and unacceptable restrictions on humanitarian aid getting across the border. And let me remind every American and every member of Congress, this is not some faraway natural disaster that we as Americans have nothing to do with. This is not an earthquake in Japan. It's not a drought in Sudan. It's not flooding in China. The reality is that we as American taxpayers are complicit in this humanitarian disaster, and as Americans, we must end it. First, let me briefly recap where we are today. Madam President, Hamas started this terrible war with a brutal terrorist attack that killed 1,200 innocent Israelis and took 253 hostages, more than 100 of whom remain in Hamas's hands, including Americans. And just the other day, the UN reported that there is strong evidence that Hamas also committed horrific sexual assaults against Israeli women of the worst kind imaginable. Nobody will or should forgive or forget those atrocities. As I have said many times, Israel had the right to respond to that attack and go after Hamas. But it did not, and it does not, have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people. And that is what Israel has done. For 5 months now, Israel has unleashed total war on Gaza, relying on widespread bombardment, including the use of 2,000-pound bombs. The results have been catastrophic. In the last 5 months, Israel has killed nearly 31,000 Palestinians and injured more than 72,000, 2/3 of whom are women and children. 2/3 of whom are women and children. The United Nations has had 165 staff killed by Israeli forces, more than in any other previous war. Some 364 health workers, people who are there trying to take care of the sick and the wounded, and 132 journalists who are reporting on the situation have been killed as well. Madam President, as this terrible photograph shows, the Israeli bombardment has left Gaza in ruins. 70%, let me repeat, 70% of the housing units in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. Unbelievably, 1.7 million people in Gaza have been driven from their homes, taken out of their homes, and sent away without really knowing where they're going to go or whether or not they'll ever return or, in fact, be able to return to this disaster. And that 1.7 million people is 80% of the population of Gaza. Madam President, the civilian infrastructure in Gaza has been devastated, making life unbearable for the people who reside there. There is virtually no electricity and little running water. There is not a single fully functional hospital for the 2.2 million Gazans, despite the enormous medical needs that the bombardment has caused. People are getting injured, no place to go. And Madam President, as horrible and as unspeakable as all of this destruction is, we are seeing something today that is even worse. For months, the UN has warned that because of the Israeli blockade of food and water, starvation and disease were growing threats. They warned in December that a quarter of the population of Gaza, over 500,000 people, were one step away from famine. Since then, Madam President, the situation on the ground has only worsened. People have been reduced to eating leaves and animal feed. They are starving to death. They are starving to death. And in the last week, reports of children dying from malnutrition and dehydration have begun to emerge. At least 15 children have starved to death. Unfortunately, these reports are likely to be the first of many. Despite this nearly unprecedented crisis, despite hundreds of thousands of children facing starvation, humanitarian access has actually deteriorated during the last month. The needs are significantly greater, but the aid that is coming in is less. In February, an average of 97 trucks got into Gaza each day, down from about 150 in January, and well short of the 500 trucks per day before the war. The situation is now so desperate and so inhumane that many of the trucks entering Gaza are unable to reach their destination because they are set upon by starving people who are ripping food boxes from the trucks. In other words, people are seeing the trucks coming. They're unable to get to the destinations that they are supposed to because starving people are fighting for food. Madam President, let us be crystal clear about why this is happening. It is happening because Israel is not letting in enough humanitarian aid. And it's actually that simple. They're not letting in the food, the water, the medical supplies, the fuel that desperate people need. Israeli restrictions on aid mean that only a tiny fraction of what is needed is getting into Gaza today. And even when that aid gets in, we are seeing Israeli military activities that result in very little of that aid reaching the most desperate areas. In the north, almost no aid has gotten through, leading to the terrible incident of last week where desperate Palestinians pulling sacks of flour off of the few trucks that got through were met with gunfire from Israeli troops. Earlier in February, Israeli forces fired on a UN food convoy trying to reach the north, despite it having been previously cleared by the Israelis. And just yesterday, the Israeli military turned back a World Food Program convoy carrying 200 tons of food to starving people in North Gaza. Madam President, none of what is going on in Gaza today is a secret. Anyone who wants to know does know. And let me share with you what some of our leading U.S. officials have said about the war and the current situation. President Biden has repeatedly called the Israeli bombing, quote unquote, indiscriminate, and called Israel's response in Gaza over the top. He said, and I quote, "There are a lot of innocent people who are starving, a lot of innocent people in trouble and dying, and it has to stop," end quote. President Biden this week said, quote, "There's got to be a ceasefire," end quote. "We must get more aid into Gaza." He also said, quote, "We're going to insist that Israel facilitate more trucks and more routes to get more and more people the help they need. No excuses, because the truth is aid flowing to Gaza is nowhere nearly enough now. It's nowhere nearly enough. Innocent lives are on the line and children's lives are on the line," end quote. President Joe Biden. That's not Bernie Sanders. That is President Biden. Vice President Kamala Harris said on Sunday, quote, "We have seen reports of families eating leaves or animal feed, women giving birth to malnourished babies with little or no medical care, and children dying from malnutrition and dehydration," end of quote. The Vice President also said, quote, "The Israeli government must do more to significantly increase the flow of aid. No excuses. They must open up new border crossings. They must not impose any unnecessary restrictions on the delivery of aid. They must ensure humanitarian personnel, sites, and convoys are not targeted," end quote. Vice President Kamala Harris. Secretary of State Tony Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan have repeatedly emphasized these points to the Israelis, pushing and urging them to be more targeted, to protect civilian life, and to let food and water into Gaza so that children do not starve. You got the President, you got the Vice President, you got the Secretary of State, you got the National Security Advisor saying over and over again, Israel must change its policies. And in the midst of all of that, how has Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu responded to those requests and those comments? Here is the American government saying one thing. How has Netanyahu responded? Well, his response has not been complicated. He has ignored them. He has ignored what the President of the United States said, what the Vice President of the United States said, what many of us in Congress are saying, what the Secretary of State is saying, National Security Advisor is saying. He has ignored it all. Madam President, despite all of this, despite Netanyahu's refusal to adhere to any of the requests and concerns that our government has conveyed to him, the United States continues to pull out all the stops to support his devastating war against the Palestinian people. Year after year, we have provided $3.8 billion in military aid to Israel, U.S. taxpayer money. More recently, the administration requested, and the Senate has approved, against my vote, I should add, another $14 billion in military aid to this right-wing extremist Israeli government. $10 billion of that money is completely unrestricted military aid that will buy more of the bombs Netanyahu is using to destroy Gaza. And just today, today. The Washington Post reported that the United States has delivered more than 100 military sales to Israel since the war began. That's right. Despite the scale of the devastation, U.S. taxpayers continue to fund this war. And today we learned that the administration has been breaking up these arms sales into Israel into smaller tranches to avoid triggering congressional notification requirements. That is unacceptable, and that is a brazen violation of the spirit and intent of the law. Madam President, that is not the only way that the administration is refusing to adhere to U.S. law. Israel's interference in U.S. humanitarian operations is in clear violation of Section 6201 of the Foreign Assistance Act. And that law and its language could not be clearer. So I want everybody to hear what the law says. Quote, "No assistance shall be furnished to any country when it is made known to the President that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance." End quote. That's the law. The law is that if a country prevents humanitarian assistance coming to these starving children, it is violating the law. It could not be clearer than it is. And I think very few people doubt that Israel is in violation of that law. Yet the administration and the Congress do nothing. The State Department doesn't even pretend to apply the Leahy Law to Israel, refusing to properly track U.S. arms or even identify which Israeli units receive U.S. security assistance, a basic requirement of the law and a standard applied to every other country. Madam President, as I go around Vermont and around the country, it is my strong feeling that the American people are increasingly disgusted by the destruction of Gaza and the unbelievable misery that is befalling the Palestinian people who are there. And the American people want it to end. They don't want to be part of seeing children go hungry. They don't want to be part of seeing an entire community literally destroyed. Just the other day, and I hope my colleagues in Congress hear this, just the other day, a YouGov poll showed that 52% of Americans agree that the U.S. should halt weapons shipments to Israel until Israel stops its attacks on Gaza. 52%. And a lot of people were undecided, and those who supported it was much, much less, small minority. Fully 62% of respondents who voted for President Biden agreed that the U.S. should stop weapons shipments until Israel discontinues its attack on the people of Gaza, while just 14% disagree. In other words, the American people in general and those who voted for President Biden in particular want this war ended. They want the destruction stopped. The American people understand a simple truth that we here in the nation's capital continue to ignore, and that is that it is absurd and hypocritical to publicly profess horror at Netanyahu's inhumane war, while at the same time, as we say how terrible it is, how awful Netanyahu is, at the same time, we ship tens of thousands of bombs to his army. It is absurd to criticize Netanyahu's war in one breath and provide him another $10 billion to continue that war in the next. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about this disaster is the fiction we tell ourselves here in Congress. And that is, there is nothing, just nothing that we can do. Isn't this awful? My goodness, look how all of those buildings have been destroyed. 70% of the housing units, terrible. Children going hungry, terrible. Children coming down with disease, terrible, terrible. Nothing we can do, really. Everybody knows what is happening. We see it every day in the news, and we see the pictures, the emaciated children of people bombed while they sleep. And yet Congress pretends as if we are powerless to stop it. Well, Madam President, the fact is, this is not a natural catastrophe. This is a man-made catastrophe. And if we had the political will, and if we had the courage to stand up to some very powerful special interests, yes, we could stop it. We could stop the destruction, and we can make sure that these kids do not starve to death. But doing so will require that the United States government and members of Congress have the courage to stand up to Netanyahu and to use the incredible leverage that we have over the Israeli government to secure a fundamental change in their disastrous policies. Of course we have the leverage. We are funding the war. And if that's not leverage, I don't know what leverage is. The current reality is, Madam President, frankly embarrassing. I supported the President's decision to airdrop supplies to desperate civilians in North Gaza. Airdrops will buy time and save lives. It is the right thing to do, and I'm glad the President did it. But the truth is, there is no substitute for sustained ground deliveries and many, many hundreds of trucks every single day getting into Gaza. And right now, we have the incredible situation where a U.S. ally is using U.S. weapons and equipment to block the delivery of U.S. humanitarian aid. We are funding them to stop us from doing what we want to do. And if that's not crazy, I don't know what is. Madam President, it is far, far past time for us to stop asking Israel to do the right thing and to start telling Israel what must happen if they want the support of U.S. taxpayers. Israel must open the borders and allow the UN to deliver supplies in sufficient quantities. The U.S. government should make it clear that failure to open up access immediately and feed starving people will result in the Netanyahu government not getting another penny of U.S. taxpayer military aid. Madam President, the United States simply cannot allow hundreds of thousands of children to starve to death. Whether Netanyahu likes it or not, the United States must do what is necessary to get supplies into Gaza. Madam President, we all know that there will be a very long and torturous road to achieve lasting peace in the region and self-determination for both Israelis and Palestinians. The people of Israel have the absolute right to live in peace and security without worrying about terrorist attacks. The Palestinian people have the absolute right to self-determination, to live in peace, and to have a state of their own. And Madam President, I hope very much that there will be new leadership that will emerge on both sides, within Israel and within the Palestinian community, to make that happen and to achieve a meaningful peace process. But one thing is very clear, given the unprecedented humanitarian disaster that is occurring in Gaza right now, the United States must end its complicity. With that, I yield the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, we are currently witnessing one of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern history, and the United States is complicit. Anyone who turns on the television or opens a newspaper can see the unbelievable devastation now taking place in Gaza. We can see, if we choose to see, the images of starving, emaciated children. And that is because one of our closest allies, Israel, a country we have poured tens of billions of dollars into, has created a situation in which hundreds of thousands of people are slowly starving to death. Mr. President, the United States of America cannot and must not be complicit in this unspeakable tragedy. We cannot be complicit in starvation as a military strategy. We cannot be complicit in the physical and emotional destruction of an entire generation of beautiful Palestinian children. For months, the United Nations and other aid organizations have warned about imminent starvation and possible famine in Gaza. And now that is exactly what is happening. How did we get to this point? How have we, the Congress of the United States, allowed this situation to reach this point? Mr. President, nobody disputes that Hamas, a terrorist organization, started this war with its barbaric, brutal attack against Israel on October 7th, which killed 1,200 innocent people and took more than 250 hostages. And as I have consistently said, Israel had the right to respond to that attack and go to war against Hamas. But it did not, and it does not, have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people, which is exactly what it has done and what it is doing right now. Mr. President, almost 32,000 Palestinians have been killed and almost 74,000 have been wounded, 2/3 of whom are women and children. 1.8 million Palestinians, 80% of the population of Gaza, have been driven from their homes. Nearly 70% of the housing units and more than half of all buildings in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. Nothing has been spared. Not refugee camps, not schools, not hospitals, not UN facilities. All have been bombed. In the wake of the Hamas attack, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant declared a total siege of Gaza. He said, and I quote, "We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed," end quote. Well, he has kept his word. In many parts of Gaza today, there is no electricity or fuel. Hospitals have been destroyed, and water infrastructure has been made inoperable. Israel has also blocked communications networks, making it impossible for humanitarian organizations to safely coordinate aid deliveries. Mr. President, in this context, over 4 months ago, in November, the UN first began to warn of severe shortages of food and water in Gaza 4 months ago, and of the imminent risk of starvation and possible famine. And aside from a brief pause in the fighting in late November, which allowed aid to come in, very little has changed. In December, the UN reported that Israel's blockade of food and water meant that a quarter of the population of Gaza, over 500,000 people, were one step away from famine. In January, Senators Van Hollen and Merkley went to the Rafah crossing from Egypt to learn what was preventing humanitarian aid from getting into Gaza. They saw miles of trucks waiting, often for weeks, to be cleared by the Israelis. They reported that trucks are unloaded and reloaded repeatedly, and if a single item is rejected, the entire cargo must start the weeks-long process all over again. And they heard about items being rejected for no reason, such as tents, medical kits, and water filters. In other words, our colleagues saw a process that was completely broken and no Israeli interest in fixing it, despite the profound humanitarian crisis that was developing. Mr. President, it is difficult to look at these facts and not see, at worst, an intentional Israeli effort to starve the people of Gaza of what they need to survive, and at best, a complete disregard for Palestinian lives. And sure enough, in January, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said at a press conference that, and I quote, "We provide minimal humanitarian aid. If we want to achieve our war goals, we give the minimal aid," end of quote. The situation, as a result, has continued to get worse and worse and worse. In the north, almost no humanitarian aid has gotten through in February. The Israelis rejected most UN attempts to deliver aid to the north and then began actually targeting the police that escorts UN aid trucks. Amid the desperation of North Gaza, this has led to incidents in which hundreds of starving Palestinians, desperate to secure food, were shot by Israeli troops or trampled in the chaos. For 3 weeks now, reports have emerged of people eating leaves and animal feed to try to stay alive, and the first long-feared reports are coming in of children dying from malnutrition and dehydration. Mr. President, a few aid convoys are now getting through to the north. Under intense U.S. pressure, Israel has allowed about half of the requested humanitarian missions to proceed in recent weeks. But that is still nowhere near enough to reverse months of starvation and stave off a wave of deaths from malnutrition, dehydration, and preventable diseases. Earlier this week, the UN and other humanitarian NGOs released a new version of their most comprehensive assessment of the food crisis, called the IPC. I would just like to read the headline here, and I quote, "Famine is imminent as 1.1 million people, half of Gaza, experience catastrophic food insecurity," end of quote. That is the headline. The report goes on to say that, quote, "extremely critical levels of acute malnutrition and mortality are imminent for more than 2/3 of the people in the North. And that, Mr. President, is a technical way of saying that more than 200,000 people are now starving to death, and that if nothing changes, more than 1 million people could starve. At least 31 people, including 27 children, have already died of starvation and dehydration, and the real total is likely much higher, as aid organizations and medical teams are unable to reach the hardest hit areas. UNICEF said on Friday that nearly 1 in 3 children under 2 years of age in northern Gaza suffer from acute malnutrition. We put billions and billions of dollars into Israel year after year, and today nearly 1 in 3 children under 2 years of age in northern Gaza suffer from acute malnutrition. Once a young child reaches that point, it is very difficult to reverse the process. The child's body consumes itself from within, and only through very careful medical treatment can they be saved, treatment that is impossible without a functioning healthcare system, a system that certainly does not exist in Gaza today. Let me repeat, Mr. President. Now, we can hide our eyes, we can talk about a million other things, we can talk about this and that and everything else, but right now, the reality is that tens of thousands of children are dying slow, painful deaths, and we are complicit in that reality. Mr. President, all of this is preventable. As of yesterday, 1,200 trucks were waiting to enter Gaza, more than 800 of which were carrying food supplies. Hundreds and hundreds of trucks carrying food sitting just a short distance from starving children. And yet the United States and other countries have had to resort to airdropping supplies or trying to find ways to deliver aid by sea. In other words, we have put billions of dollars of aid, military aid, into Israel, and we are now trying to figure out a way to get beyond Israel's blocking at the borders by dropping food in the air or coming in through the sea, all of which is very expensive and very inefficient. These contortions are absurd. There is no reason as to why trucks should not be able to drive across the border into Gaza, including through crossings in the north. Looking at the situation this week, the UN senior human rights official said that, quote, Israel's continued restrictions on entry of aid into Gaza may amount to the use of starvation as a method of war. Starvation as a method of war, which is a war crime, end of quote. The President of the United States, the Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, the whole United States government has been begging the Israeli government to change their approach for months now. Aside from opening one border crossing, there is nothing to show for all of that begging. Prime Minister Netanyahu has taken the billions of dollars in military aid that American taxpayers have given him. He has taken our bombs and our military equipment, and he has done exactly what he wants to do. We give him the money. We tell him what we think is right. He ignores us. He does what he wants to do. Mr. President, far from flooding the zone with aid, which has been the United States' position, we want to flood the zone with humanitarian aid, as is in fact necessary to avert mass death from starvation, dehydration, and disease. the Israelis this week denied entry to Gaza for the head of UNRWA, the backbone of the humanitarian aid operation there. Indeed, attacking UNRWA seems to be a primary concern of the Israeli government. Tens of thousands of people are starving. UNRWA is trying to feed them, and the Israeli government and its allies like AIPAC spend much of their time lobbying to defund UNRWA, the major organization which is feeding starving people. Sadly, tragically, many members of Congress seem to be happy to be part of this starvation caucus, happy to cut funding for UNRWA and make it harder to get aid to Palestinians in the midst of this crisis. Mr. President, as you know, the Senate passed a supplemental bill prohibiting funding to UNRWA against my vote, and it seems likely that the House will soon pass an appropriations bill containing additional provisions to defund this agency. Israel has said that 12 UNRWA employees were involved in the October 7th attack. These are serious charges, and they are being investigated in a serious way. UNRWA immediately fired the accused employees, and the UN launched an investigation, as it should. I should note, by the way, that Israel has refused to cooperate with the UN investigation. Mr. President, UNRWA plays a critical role in getting desperately needed humanitarian aid to millions of Gazans, and it is essential to regional stability, not only in Gaza, but in Jordan and in neighboring countries. Whatever the outcome of this investigation, you do not starve millions of people and hundreds of thousands of children because of the alleged actions of 12 UNRWA employees out of a workforce of 30,000. And we should remember, by the way, that the Israeli military has killed 171 UN staff since this war began. But somehow my colleagues here in Congress, or many of them, seem not to pay much attention to that. Mr. President, I think that all over this country there is a lot of anguish in the hearts and the souls of American people. Whether you are a conservative Republican, whether you're an independent, whether you are a progressive, you do not want to see hundreds of thousands of children starve to death while food trucks sit a few miles away. I don't think there are many Americans who want to see that. The American people do not want to see a situation in which a longtime American ally, Israel, is using U.S. weapons and equipment to block the delivery of U.S. humanitarian aid, which, by the way, is against the law. Any country that blocks American humanitarian aid by law should have its funding ended. The American people, in my view, no matter what your politics may be, do not want to be complicit in the slaughter of small kids who are bombed to death while they sleep. The American people, in my view, do not want us to continue funding Netanyahu's cruel war. And I think maybe it's time we start listening to the American people. In my view, Mr. President, when we listen to the American people, what we've got to do is stop begging the Israeli government to end this humanitarian disaster. We've got to stop begging them. And we have to start telling them that if they want United States aid, they're going to have to fundamentally change what they are doing. The fact of the matter is, and no one disagrees with this, that if you want the kind of aid that is needed to prevent the starvation that is taking place, what you need is a massive process of sustained ground deliveries. That means many, many, many hundreds of trucks every single day getting into Gaza and going into the most desperate areas. If you want to feed people, that is the only way you can do it efficiently. Israel must open the borders and allow the UN to deliver supplies in sufficient quantities throughout all of Gaza. Israel must stop military operations, cease fire, to allow that to happen. Mr. President, the bottom line here is that the United States must make it absolutely clear to the right-wing extremist Israeli government led by Netanyahu that failure to open up access immediately, failure to allow starving children to get the food they need and the medical equipment that they need will result in the complete shutoff of the full range of American assistance to Israel. The American people are not stupid. They understand that you can't go around criticizing Netanyahu, attacking Netanyahu, doing this and doing that, and then say, oh, by the way, we were just kidding, because here's your check for $10 billion to continue your military assault against the Palestinian people. History will judge what we do right now. History will judge whether we stand with starving children, whether we uphold American values, or we provide massive aid to a war machine that is operating in an unbelievably barbaric way. Mr. President, the United States must make it clear, not another nickel for Netanyahu's war machine. And with that, I yield the floor.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, as most everybody knows, Iran recently launched several hundred drones and missiles at Israel. Fortunately, there were no fatalities. This attack was Iran's response to an Israeli airstrike on their consulate in Damascus, Syria, on April 1st, an attack which killed 7 Iranian officials. I applaud President Biden for doing what he can to make sure that this conflict does not get out of hand, does not escalate, and does not create what would be a disastrous regional war. But while we pay attention to this developing Israeli-Iran crisis, I hope very much that we will not lose sight of the unprecedented humanitarian disaster now taking place in Gaza. We must not lose sight of that disaster. As I'm sure all Americans know, the war in Gaza began on October 7th, when Hamas, a terrorist organization, invaded Israel, killed some 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, and took over 230 people into captivity, many of whom are still being held. It has always been my view that Israel had a right to defend itself, respond to this attack, and to go after Hamas. It is also my view that Israel does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people, which is exactly what the Netanyahu government is doing. Mr. President, let us take a deep breath and understand that what is happening right now in Gaza is horrendous, it is inhumane, and it is in gross violation of American and international law. It is driven by extreme right-wing Israeli government officials and a government which is increasingly dominated by religious fundamentalists. That is who is driving this humanitarian disaster in Gaza. And Mr. President, what should be most troubling to the American people is that we, as Americans, are complicit because it is U.S. taxpayer dollars that have helped create this unprecedented humanitarian disaster. Mr. President, let me briefly describe what is going on in Gaza, because it is so easy in a world full of problems. Media focuses on this, focuses on that. Congress focuses on this and that. It is so easy to turn away from the tragedy in Gaza. But we must not do that. Mr. President, there are about 2.2 million people living in Gaza, 2.2 million, mostly poor and struggling people. Before the war, Gaza was a very poor and desperate area. Let us not forget that important fact that before the war, some 70% of the young people in Gaza were unemployed. That was before the war. Since this war began, over 33,000 Palestinians have been killed and 77,000 wounded. Unbelievably, 5% of the residents of Gaza have been either killed or wounded in a 6-month period. 5% of their entire population. 2/3 of those who have been killed or wounded are women and children. Mr. President, since the war began, 1.7 million people, over 75% of the population of Gaza, have been driven from their homes. Let me repeat it. 3/4 of the population have been driven out of their homes. These people, poor, many of them are children, do not know whether they will ever return, pushed out, not knowing where they're going to go, where they're going to sleep. 3/4 of the people of Gaza. Over 60% of the housing units in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed. This housing destruction is unprecedented in the modern history of the world. 60% housing units damaged or destroyed. But it is not just housing. Israel has systematically destroyed the healthcare system in Gaza. Gaza had 36 hospitals before the war. Now, just 11 are partially operational, despite the tens of thousands of injuries and hundreds of thousands of ill people. Persistent attacks on healthcare facilities have killed more than 400 workers. I have spoken with several American doctors who have returned from missions to Gaza. They tell of operating for hours on end in crowded hospitals with little electricity or clean water or medical supplies. They have had to perform surgeries, including on children, with no anesthesia. They have to try to sterilize and reuse medical gauze. Thousands of women have had to give birth in these inhumane and dangerous conditions, and healthcare workers report a major increase in miscarriages. It is a healthcare nightmare. But it is not just housing and the healthcare system that is being destroyed by the Netanyahu government. It is the physical civilian infrastructure in Gaza as well. Mr. President, more than half of the water and sanitation systems have been put out of commission. Only 1 of 3 water pipelines is operating. Clean drinking water is severely limited, and sewage, raw sewage, is running through the streets of Gaza, spreading disease. Mr. President, as we speak tonight, there is virtually no electricity in Gaza. But it is not just housing and health care and infrastructure that are being destroyed. Mr. President, there are 12 universities in Gaza, 12 universities. Unbelievably, each and every one of them has been either damaged or destroyed. Universities. In addition, primary and secondary schools have also been completely disrupted. Over 600,000 children have no access to education. And Mr. President, as horrible as all of this is, there is something happening now that is even worse, and that's what these photographs speak to. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinian children face starvation. The people of Gaza are struggling to survive from day to day, foraging for leaves, eating animal feed, or splitting the occasional aid packages amongst their family. Even in Rafah, where aid is consistently distributed, people are desperately short of basic supplies, including food and water. In the north, the situation is far more desperate. At least 28 children have died of malnutrition and dehydration already. 28 children, but the real toll is likely much, much higher. Without food and clean water, with sanitation systems destroyed, and with little health care available, hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza are at severe risk of dehydration, infection, and easily preventable diseases. So let me repeat once again. As we speak, hundreds of thousands of children are at risk of terrible deaths. Mr. President, let us be very clear. The conditions that the people in Gaza are experiencing today are the direct result of Israel's arbitrary restrictions on the aid getting into Gaza. This is not a matter of debate. It is an obvious reality that numerous humanitarian organizations have repeatedly confirmed. Israeli leaders themselves admit it. At the start of this war, the Israeli defense minister declared a total siege, saying, quote, "We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed," end quote, Israeli defense minister. In January, Prime Minister Netanyahu said openly that Israel is only allowing in the absolute minimum amount of aid necessary. Tragically, the Israeli government has lived up to those words. For months, thousands of trucks carrying life-saving supplies have sat just miles away from starving children, prevented from reaching their destination by unreasonable Israeli restrictions and a military campaign conducted with little regard to civilian life. Trucks with food a few miles away from children who are starving. Israel is stopping those trucks. The world saw evidence of that several weeks ago when 7 aid workers with World Central Kitchen were killed in an Israeli airstrike. But such attacks have been frequent, and Israel has killed more than 200 humanitarian aid workers in 6 months. not just the World Central Kitchen, 200 humanitarian aid workers since this war began. Israel's blockade of humanitarian aid pushed the United States and the international community to extreme measures, including airdropping supplies and the construction of a port in order to get food to starving people. That was our appropriate response. Mr. President, blocking desperately needed U.S. humanitarian aid is obscene and it is unacceptable. It is also a violation of American law. The Foreign Assistance Act is extremely clear. No U.S. assistance may be provided to any country that, quote, prohibits or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance. That is precisely what Israel is doing, and Israel is clearly in violation of the law. Mr. President, following a tense, as I understand it, tense call between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu 2 weeks ago, Israel committed to a number of steps to improve humanitarian conditions and aid access. These commitments include opening additional border crossings, increasing the number of trucks cleared for entry into Gaza, improving aid distribution within Gaza, and reopening some bakeries and a water pipeline to supply northern Gaza. 2 weeks later, where are we? Well, there has been a slight improvement in the volume of aid getting into Gaza. Since the beginning of April, an average of 181 aid trucks have crossed into Gaza per day. This is marginally higher than was the case over the last several months, but far fewer than the 500 trucks per day that went into Gaza before the war and before the devastation of civilian life there. Unbelievably, Israel continues to block many aid convoys from reaching those areas in Gaza that are most desperate. This morning, I spoke with a humanitarian aid worker who was in Gaza just last week, and he reported to me that humanitarian organizations continue to face arbitrary Israeli restrictions. Since the UN warned of imminent famine in early February, more than 40% of all food missions have been denied. Children are starving. More than 40% of food missions have been denied. Last week, again, the UN reported that 40% of aid convoys to North Gaza were denied access. Mr. President, Israel's violations of international law are not limited to Gaza. They are also breaking the law in the West Bank. Over the weekend, in response to the tragic death of an Israeli teenager, large groups of armed Israeli settlers rampaged through 17 Palestinian villages over 3 days. These vigilantes shot dozens of people, killing 4, and burned numerous homes. Videos taken by human rights groups show Israeli soldiers watching attacks unfold, doing nothing to stop them. To the best of my knowledge, no arrests have been announced as a result of these attacks. While this was a particularly violent weekend, this is a daily occurrence for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank. Israeli soldiers and settlers have now killed more than 460 Palestinians in the West Bank since October 7th, including more than 100 children. That's the West Bank. Mr. President, what Israel is doing today in Gaza and the West Bank is a defining moment for Americans, because we are deeply complicit in everything that is happening. This is not some far-off situation that we have nothing to do with. We are directly complicit. Now, the U.S. military is not dropping 2,000-pound bombs on civilian apartment buildings. That's not what the U.S. military is doing. But we are supplying those bombs to the Israeli Air Force. The United States is not blocking the borders and preventing food, water, and medical supplies from getting to desperate people. That's not what we are doing. But we have supplied billions of dollars to the Netanyahu government, which is doing just that. The United States is not annexing occupied Palestinian land, but it is providing political protection for the Israeli government as it does so. Despite the massive financial and military support the United States has provided to Israel for many years, the right-wing extremist government of Netanyahu has ignored increasingly urgent calls from the United States to end the humanitarian disaster in Gaza, to stop settlement expansion in the West Bank, and to lay out initial steps toward a two-state solution. Mr. President, members of Congress may not know it. We live in a somewhat different world. But the American people have had enough. The American people are increasingly fed up with Netanyahu's war against Palestinians, and they do not want to see their taxpayer dollars spent to support the slaughter of innocent civilians and the starvation of children. That's not Bernie Sanders speaking. That's what the American people are saying. A recent Gallup poll showed that just 36% of Americans approve of Israel's military action, with 55% disapproving. A Quinnipiac poll showed that U.S. voters oppose sending more military aid to Israel by 52% to 39%. An earlier YouGov poll also showed that 52% of Americans said that the United States should halt weapons shipments to Israel until it stops its attacks in Gaza. That is what the American people are saying. And maybe, just maybe, the Congress might want to listen to the American people rather than powerful special interest. Mr. President, the New York Times is what I would describe is a pillar of the establishment. This is not a fringe organization. This is the establishment. And the New York Times, just this Sunday, had an editorial entitled, "Military Aid to Israel Cannot Be Unconditional." And I'd like to read a few paragraphs and then ask unanimous consent that the whole editorial be submitted to the record. This is what the New York Times says, quote, "The administration, Biden administration, has tried many forms of pressure and admonition, including public statements, reported expressions of frustration, and UN security resolutions. None of them so far have proved effective with Mr. Netanyahu. Military aid is the one lever Mr. Biden has been reluctant to use, but it is a significant one he has at his disposal, perhaps the last one, to persuade Israel to open the way for urgent assistance to Gaza. Pausing the flow of weapons to Israel would not be an easy step for Mr. Biden to take. His devotion and commitment to the Jewish state go back decades. But the war in Gaza has taken an enormous toll in human lives, with a ceasefire still out of reach and many hostages still held captive. The eroding international support for its military campaign has made Israel more insecure. Confronted with that suffering, the United States cannot remain beholden to an Israeli leader fixated on his own survival and the approval of the zealots he harbors." End quote, New York Times, last Sunday. Mr. President, the United States has offered Israel unconditional financial support for a very, very long time. In recent years, that has amounted to $3.8 billion a year, with numerous additional forms of support. Right now, against my vote, Congress is considering another $14 billion in military aid for Israel, $10 billion of which is completely unrestricted military funding. That unconditional support for the Israeli military must end. Instead of begging Netanyahu's extremist government to protect innocent lives and obey U.S. and international law, our new position must be simple and straightforward. Not another nickel for the Netanyahu government if their present policies continue. The United States must use all of its leverage to secure an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and across the region, and demand that the massive amount of humanitarian assistance that is needed to prevent famine and widespread humanitarian suffering is able to flow into Gaza. Mr. President, history will judge what we do right now. History will judge whether we stand with starving children, whether we uphold America's professed values, or whether we continue to blindly finance the Netanyahu war machine. And with that, I yield the floor. The Senate will soon vote on a $95 billion supplemental spending package. $95 billion, that's a lot of money, especially at a time when many Americans are unable to afford their rent or pay their mortgages, pay their bills, afford health care, struggling with student debt, or many other needs. $95 billion, a lot of money. All told, this package includes tens of billions of dollars in additional military spending and major policy changes, many of which are controversial, many of which are disagreed with by the American people. Yet, unlike the House of Representatives, the Senate will not have the opportunity to hold separate votes on the various components of this bill. I have heard from many of my Democratic colleagues, and I agree, who talk about the dysfunctionality taking place in the House of Representatives. In fact, I don't know if we're quite sure who the Speaker of the House will be in a couple of weeks, or whether the extreme right wing is going to get rid of Mr. Johnson. But what we can say about the House is they at least gave their members the opportunity to vote yes or no on funding for Ukraine, yes or no on aid to Israel, yes or no on TikTok, yes or no on aid to Asian countries. That is more than can be said for the U.S. Senate right now. And I remind my colleagues that this is supposedly the greatest deliberative body in the world, except we don't have very many deliberations around here. You got one bill, up or down. Mr. President, we need to have a serious debate on these issues. I think the American people want us to have a serious debate on these issues, and that is why I am trying my best to secure amendment votes, which in my view will significantly improve this bill. As it happens, I strongly support the humanitarian aid included in this bill, which will save many thousands of lives in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, and many other places. Strongly support it. I strongly support getting Ukraine the military aid it needs to defend itself against Putin's imperialist war. I support the Iron Dome to protect Israeli civilians from missile and drone attacks. But let me be very clear. I strongly support ending the provision which will give $8.9 billion in unfettered offensive military aid to the extremist Israeli government. A government led by Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is continuing his unprecedented assault against the Palestinian people. I also strongly oppose language in this legislation that would prohibit funding for UNRWA, the UN organization that is the backbone of the humanitarian relief operation in Gaza, and the only organization that experts say has the capability to provide the humanitarian aid that is desperately needed there. And I have filed 2 amendments to address these issues. These amendments would not touch funding for the Iron Dome and other purely defensive systems to protect Israel against incoming missiles. Mr. President, as we all know, Hamas, a terrorist organization, began this war with a horrific attack on Israel that killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, and took more than 230 captives, some of whom remain today in captivity. As I've said many times, Israel has and had the absolute right to defend itself against this terrorist attack. But Israel did not and does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people, which is exactly what it is doing. Mr. President, regarding offensive military aid to Israel, what we will be voting on is pretty simple. First, has Netanyahu and his government violated U.S. and international law in Gaza, which, if he has, should automatically result in the cessation of all U.S. military aid to Israel? That is a pretty simple question. Second, maybe even more importantly, as U.S. taxpayers, do we want to be complicit in Netanyahu's unprecedented and savage military campaign against the Palestinian people? Do we want to continue providing the weapons and the military aid that is causing this massive destruction? Do we want that war in Gaza to be not only Israel's war, but America's war? On the first question, the legal issue, the answer is very clear. Netanyahu and his extremist government are clearly in violation of U.S. and international law, and because of that, should no longer receive U.S. military aid. International law requires that warring parties facilitate rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief for civilians in need. That's international law. Israel has clearly not done that. Only in the last several weeks, after pressure from President Biden, has aid access begun to improve somewhat, though it is still grossly insufficient given the scale of the humanitarian catastrophe. Maybe more importantly is that U.S. law on this subject is extremely clear. There is no ambiguity. The Foreign Assistance Act says that no U.S. security assistance may be provided to any country that, quote, prohibits or otherwise restricts, directly or indirectly, the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance, end of quote. That is the law. Israel is clearly in violation of this law. For 6 months, it has severely limited the amount of humanitarian aid entering Gaza. The result has been a catastrophic humanitarian disaster with hundreds of thousands of children facing malnutrition and starvation. Israel's violation of this law is not in debate. It is a reality, repeatedly confirmed every day by numerous humanitarian organizations. Israeli leaders themselves admit it. Mr. President, at the start of this war, the Israeli defense minister declared a total siege on Gaza, saying, quote, this is the Israeli defense minister, quote, we are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed, end quote. And they kept their word on that. In January, Netanyahu himself said that Israel is only allowing in the absolute minimum amount of aid. For months, thousands of trucks carrying life-saving supplies have sat just miles away from starving children. Trucks with food miles away from children who are starving. And Israel has kept these trucks from reaching people in desperate need. Israel's blockade pushed the United States, and this is rather incredible, to extreme measures, including airdropping supplies and the construction of an emergency pier in order to get food to starving people. In other words, the President and the United States did the right thing. Children are starving. We're trying to do airdrops, build a pier. In other words, we are now in the absurd situation where Israel is using U.S. military assistance to block the delivery of U.S. humanitarian aid to Palestinians. If that is not crazy, I don't know what is, but it's also a clear violation of U.S. law. Given that reality, we should not today even be having this debate. It is illegal to continue current military aid to Israel, let alone send another $9 billion with no strings attached. Mr. President, let me take a moment to describe what is happening in Gaza right now, to further explain why these amendments are absolutely necessary and why we must end U.S. complicity in Netanyahu's war in Gaza. Mr. President, more than 34,000 Palestinians have been killed and 77,000 wounded since this war began, 70% of whom are women and children. 70% of whom are women and children. That means some 5% of the 2.2 million residents of Gaza have been killed or wounded in 6.5 months. 5% of the entire population in 6.5 months have been killed or wounded. That is a staggering, rather unbelievable number. Mr. President, 19,000 children in Gaza are now orphans. 19,000 children are orphans, having lost their parents in this war. And I might add, for the children of Gaza, the psychic damage that has been done to them will never cease in their lives. They have witnessed little kids, and Gaza is a young community, a lot of children. They have witnessed unbelievable carnage, destruction of houses. They've experienced hunger, thirst. They've been thrown out of their homes. What is being done to these many hundreds of thousands of children is unforgivable. And the killing has not stopped. Over the weekend, 139 Palestinians were killed and 251 were injured. Of these, 29 were killed in and around Rafah, including 20 children and 6 women, one of whom was pregnant. Mr. President, roughly 1.7 million people, over 75% of the population, have been driven from their homes in Gaza. Satellite data shows that 62% of homes in Gaza have been either damaged or destroyed, including 221,000 housing units that have been completely destroyed. 221,000 housing units completely destroyed. That is more than 1 million people made homeless by Israeli bombing. Mr. President, not only housing, it is Gaza's entire civilian infrastructure that has been devastated. In Gaza today, there is no electricity apart from generators or solar power, and most roads are badly damaged. More than half of the water and sanitation systems are out of commission. Clean drinking water is severely limited, and sewage is running through the streets, spreading disease. Mr. President, Israel has not only destroyed the housing stock in Gaza, not only destroyed the infrastructure, they have systematically destroyed the healthcare system in Gaza. 26 out of 37 hospitals are completely out of service in a country which now has tens and tens of thousands of people who are sick and wounded. 11 hospitals are partially functioning, but they are overwhelmed by the many, many people who are sick and injured, and they are all short of medical supplies. Doctors have had to perform countless surgeries without anesthesia or antibiotics. Only 3 hospitals are now providing maternal care in Gaza, where 180 women are giving birth every day. Overall, 84% of health facilities have been damaged or destroyed in Gaza, and more than 400 healthcare workers have been killed. But it's not only the housing that has been destroyed, not only the infrastructure, not only the healthcare system. Mr. President, the education system in Gaza has collapsed, with 56 schools destroyed and 219 damaged. The last of Gaza's universities was demolished in January. Some 625,000 students now have no access to education. And Mr. President, I really do not understand what the military utility of destroying a university is. Mr. President, above and beyond the destruction of homes, the destruction of the infrastructure, the destruction of the healthcare system, the destruction of schools, universities, and the educational system, unbelievably, there is something even worse now taking place in Gaza. And that is that more than 1 million Palestinians, including hundreds of thousands of children, face starvation. People in Gaza are foraging for leaves They are eating animal feed or surviving off the occasional aid package. At least 28 children have already died of malnutrition and dehydration, and the real number is likely much, much higher. But without sustained humanitarian access throughout Gaza, it is impossible to know. Recently, USAID Administrator Samantha Power said that famine was already present in northern Gaza. Without food, clean water, sanitation, or sufficient health care, hundreds of thousands of people are at severe risk from dehydration, infection, and easily preventable diseases. Mr. President, I keep hearing discussion from the pundits and the experts about the day after in Gaza, when the war is over. But what kind of day after can there be amidst this incredible destruction? Gaza today can barely sustain human life. Mr. President, Hamas started this war, and that is true. But this war stopped being about defending Israel a long time ago. What is going on now is the destruction of the very fabric of Palestinian life. It is impossible to look at these facts and not conclude that the Israeli government's policy has been, quite deliberately, to make Gaza uninhabitable for Palestinians. And clearly, there are powerful voices in Israel's extreme right-wing government who have been quite open about their desire to drive the Palestinian people out of both Gaza and the West Bank. This is not the Israel of Golda Meir. Netanyahu's government is beholden to outright racists and religious fanatics who believe that they have exclusive right to dominate the land. Mr. President, that is why we must end our complicity in this terrible war. That is why we should support the amendment I am offering to end unfettered military aid to Netanyahu's war machine. Let's be clear. Cutting military aid to Netanyahu's government is not just my view. It is what the American people believe and are demanding. The American people, in fact, are fed up with Netanyahu and his war. They do not want to see their taxpayer dollars support the slaughter of innocent civilians and the starvation of children. A recent Gallup poll showed that just 36% of Americans approve of Israel's military action, with 55% disapproving. A Quinnipiac poll showed that U.S. voters oppose sending more military aid to Israel by 52% to 39%. An earlier YouGov poll also showed that 52% of Americans said that the United States should stop sending weapons to Israel until it stops its attacks in Gaza. Maybe, and here's a very radical idea, maybe it is time for Congress to listen to the American people, and I would urge strong support for my amendment. Mr. President, my second amendment would remove the ban on funding for UNRWA, a UN organization with 30,000 employees that is delivering essential humanitarian aid in Gaza and supporting basic services in other neighboring countries, including Jordan. Millions of people rely on those services. Israel has said that 12 UNRWA employees were involved in the October 7th terrorist attack. These are serious charges, and obviously any involvement with Hamas by UNRWA employees is unacceptable. And that is why every year UNRWA provides Israel with a list of its staff and goes to great lengths to cooperate with Israeli authorities. UNRWA learned about Israel's accusations from the media and immediately fired the accused employees while the UN launched an investigation. Thus far, Israel has refused to cooperate with the UN investigation. I should add, importantly, that most donors have now restored funding to UNRWA, are satisfied by the agency's protocols to ensure independence from Hamas. The U.S. National Intelligence Council, meanwhile, said that Israel's claims were plausible but could not be confirmed, and noted that Israel has tried to undermine UNRWA for years. In the last 6 months, Israel has harassed UNRWA employees, blocked shipments of supplies, including medicines, frozen its bank accounts, and killed 181 UN staff. Mr. President, UNRWA plays a critical role both in Gaza and across the region. Whatever the investigation shows, in the end, it is my view that you do not deny humanitarian aid to millions of people because of the alleged actions of 12 UNRWA employees out of a workforce of 30,000. And by the way, Mr. President, when we talk about investigations, maybe, just maybe, we should not just be talking about investigating UNRWA. Maybe we should also investigate what's going on in the West Bank. Last weekend, after an Israeli teenager was killed, large groups of armed Israeli settlers, vigilantes, rampaged through 17 villages, shooting dozens of people and burning homes. Israeli soldiers watched the attacks unfold, doing nothing to stop them. No arrests have been announced. Maybe we need an investigation there as well. This past weekend, the Israeli military killed 14 more Palestinians in the West Bank. An ambulance driver was shot and killed as he tried to recover people wounded in another violent attack by Israeli settlers. Since October 7th, Israeli soldiers and settlers have killed more than 470 Palestinians in the West Bank, including more than 100 children. But for some reason, I don't know why, I just don't hear any of my colleagues calling for an investigation of that. Mr. President, we are at a critical moment, not just in terms of what is happening in Gaza, but in many ways what is happening right here in America and what is happening here in the U.S. Senate. Given the fact that a majority of the American people now want to stop funding for Netanyahu's war machine, I find it incomprehensible that we are not going to be able to vote on that issue. I find it outrageous that at a time when Netanyahu's government has clearly broken the law, members of this Congress are not, members of the Senate are not going to be able to vote as to whether or not they want to continue providing billions more of unfettered military aid to Netanyahu's war machine. So, Mr. President, I would hope that we will have the decency to allow a little bit of democracy here in the United States Senate. I would hope that we will allow the members to vote on some of these very, very important issues, and I certainly hope that we will pass these amendments. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Madam President, I have been warning for months about the need to meet this moment of global uncertainty and chaos with a robust national security supplemental. Not delay, not half steps, but investments that show the world we are serious about standing by all of our allies, providing humanitarian aid, and maintaining America's leadership on the world stage, which is why I'm glad the House sent us legislation that includes every pillar of the package we passed overwhelmingly here in the Senate. And I hope now we can all come together to pass these policies once again. We cannot send the message that division has won out against action, that isolationism has won out against leadership, because the challenges that we face and that our allies face are immense, urgent, and interconnected. Putin is waging a brutal invasion of Ukraine, which is running low on supplies. The war between Israel and Hamas threatens to escalate into a far more dangerous regional conflict. Civilians caught in conflict desperately need food, water, medical care, and other humanitarian aid. And the Chinese government is making aggressive moves to grow its influence in the Indo-Pacific. Those are the stakes of this moment, as I have reminded my colleagues time and time and time again. Inaction cannot be an option. We need to meet this moment, address all the challenges before us, and show the world American leadership is still strong. I believe that strongly, and I know when push comes to shove, a clear majority of members on both sides of the aisle, both chambers of Congress, feel the same way. That's why I've come to the floor so many times over the past several months to lay out in painstaking detail how much is at stake, how crucial it is we meet this moment with a robust package that addresses the many interconnected challenges before us. It's why here in the Senate, we took action over 2 months ago now and overwhelmingly passed a bipartisan national security supplemental. I and many others, Vice Chair Collins, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, all worked very hard over months to craft legislation that could pass both the Senate and the House, that both Democrats and Republicans could get behind. So I am glad we are now working to pass the National Security Supplemental the House sent over, particularly since it is materially identical to the Senate package that we cleared with such great support. Now, I have to say I'm relieved to see Speaker Johnson finally do the right thing, ignore the far right, and send us what is essentially the bill we wrote and passed months ago. But let's be clear about a few things. This delay has not been harmless. Putin's forces have been on the march. His missiles and Iranian-made drones have been striking critical Ukrainian infrastructure. We measure time in hours. Ukrainians are measuring it in how many bullets they have left, how many more missiles fall on their cities, and how much closer Putin's tanks are getting. That was clear even before I said that 2 months ago. And the path forward, the path we are finally now on, was painfully clear because unfortunately, we've seen this movie before in debt limit negotiations and in funding the government. I believe Congress can actually work together. We can actually hammer out a compromise. Not the bill either party would have written on their own, but one that gets the job done. And let's be clear, the package before us gets the job done. It gets aid to soldiers in Ukraine who are counting their bullets and wondering how long they can hold out. It gets support to Israel, which faces serious threats on all fronts. It gets support to our allies in the Indo-Pacific, where the Chinese government has been posturing aggressively. And it gets critical humanitarian aid to civilians in Ukraine, Sudan, and Gaza, including kids who are caught in the crossfire, who are in desperate need of food and water and medical care. That was a red line for me. I pushed hard at every stage of this to make sure we provide humanitarian aid. At every stage of these negotiations, I made clear Congress will not advance a supplemental that fails civilians. I will not let us turn our back on women and children who are suffering and who are often hit hardest by the fallout of chaos and conflict. Madam President, at a time when the world is watching and wondering if the U.S. is still capable of meeting the challenges before us, if we are still united enough to meet them, this package won't just send aid, it will send a message. It will show our allies our word is still good, and we will stand by them in times of need. It will show dictators that our warnings are serious, and we will not let their flagrant attacks go unchecked. And it will show the world that American leadership is still alive and well, and we are still a strong protector of democracy and provider of humanitarian aid. That's a message that's well worth sending. now more than ever. So I wish we were able to wrap this up much sooner. I'm glad we're at this final threshold now. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the final package. And before I wrap up, Madam President, I absolutely have to recognize some of the people who have worked incredibly hard to get us here today. It starts with my Vice Chair on the Appropriations Committee, Senator Collins, and our House colleagues, former Chairwoman Granger, Ranking Member DeLauro, and Chairman Cole, and their staffs for help getting this package through the House. It includes Leader Schumer and Leader McConnell as well, and the House, Leader Jeffries and Speaker Johnson. We also would not have gotten here without members from both sides of the aisle coming together, understanding this is a moment we cannot leave our allies behind, and then all pulling in the same direction so we can deliver support to our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and the Indo-Pacific, humanitarian aid to civilians, and that message to the world. And most importantly, we wouldn't have gotten here without the tireless work of our dedicated staff. The stakes have been high, the nights have been very long, and the men and women working to get this package together and get it across the finish line have absolutely risen to the challenge. So, Madam President, from Vice Chair Collins' team, I want to recognize Betsy McDonnell, Matt Giroux, Ryan Caldwell, Paul Grove, Viraj Marahani, Lindsay Garcia, Patrick Magnuson, and Lindsay Seidman for their hard work. And I owe a huge thanks to many members of my excellent team. So excuse me for one moment. I know it's a list, but every one of them deserves recognition and for us to all hear who they are. So from my team, I want to thank Evan Schatz, John Ryder, Carly Rush, Kate Kaufer, Mike Clementi, Robert Leonard, Ryan Pettick, Abigail Grace, Bridget Kolish, Gabriela Armanda, Katie Hagan, Kimberly Segura, Laura Forrest, Alex Carnes, Drew Platt, Callie Faramund, Sarita Ivanka, Doug Clapp, Jennifer Baker-Polay, Aaron Goldner, Cammie White, Elizabeth Latham, Jim Dowmett, Michael Dominguez, Jason McMahon, Mike Gentili, Ben Hammond, Valerie Hutton, and Dylan Stafford. I know there are many others as well, including House staffers, who have worked tirelessly on this. I want to personally thank each and every one of them. Madam President, we hammer out a lot of meaningful bills here. Just about every bill we passes touches the lives of the American people directly, every one. But I have said before, in this moment of global uncertainty, the balance of world power and the strength of American leadership are at stake. So I am deeply grateful to every member, every staffer, and every person who came together to make sure we pass that test by passing the resources that are so clearly needed. Thank you, Madam President. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll speak just a moment. And I know that we're going to, as the day goes on, I'm sure we'll have a mutual admiration society of the Wilsonian view that permanent Washington has about foreign policy of this country. So I do not wish to speak about that at this time. And I do believe that view is on a collision course with history and the will of the American people. But I rise to speak about sort of the process of the Senate, where we're at, how we got here, and to quote a famous St. Louis and Yogi Berra, it's like deja vu all over again. Here we are debating, Senator Lee, my friend from Utah, has a motion to table, essentially Senator Schumer's effort to fill the tree. And so to the American people who are watching or listening or being reported upon, that means that the majority leader of this chamber is boxing out everyone. That's right. The 99 other people who were elected by an entire state to advocate for their interests don't get a say. They don't get to offer an amendment. They don't get to say, I would like to build a unique coalition with either somebody from my own party or somebody on the other side of the aisle on something we might agree upon. I think the world's most deliberative body has been reduced to kabuki theater. There's no uncertainty ever. The only time, and this is the cold hard truth to my friends in the gallery, the only time you get to offer an amendment in this place is if it's sure to fail. Think about that. Senator Schumer won't allow United States senators to offer ideas unless he knows they will fail. And so to my Republican and Democrat colleagues who may be watching on TV or their staff, it doesn't need to be that way. This is perhaps one of the most obstructive measures that the majority leader employs, and I don't pretend it's just him. I think one of the things that all of us have to look in the mirror about is whether or not that's what we want this place to be. If we think that, Mr. President, you and I, we've come together on an issue that affects both of our states, we should be allowed to offer those things up. We don't get a chance to do that. Appropriation bills. I know that the Senate appropriators have worked hard on individual bills. Chuck Schumer didn't allow those bills to be debated on the floor. Never happened. We ended up with a few minibuses. That would be a great reform. And how about, instead of every hour, maybe you show up, or what if we sat in our seats and actually voted on this stuff for 4 or 5 hours? We could get through a lot, but the senator from New York is allergic to work unless he can control the outcome. Or say, if you object now, everyone has to, they change their plans last minute. Or if you don't support this without an opportunity to affect it, you're against, pick the poison. You want to shut down the government. Or you're for Putin. All these ridiculous things that get thrown out here. Open it up. And I'll tell you why it won't happen, because it's a real threat. It's a threat to him. Because the idea that other senators who aren't part of, the two that get to make all the calls, that we would find a different way. That's a threat to his power. Because right now he gets to say, come to me with everything, I'll put it in some omnibus, there won't be any time to debate it, they probably won't be able to read it, but if they don't vote for it, you want to shut down the government. So, to all the senators, I would like to work with you to dislodge this concentration of power that no doubt our founders would be rolling in their graves over. This diffusion of power that's defined by our separation of powers and federalism was meant to spread it out, to protect individual liberty. It certainly was never intended for one person in the Senate who can always be recognized, and like last week, did something that had never happened in the history of our republic, which was to dismiss articles of impeachment, even though we're supposed to have a trial. Now, granted, he had accomplices in that. Every single Democrat voted with him. But he's recognized first. He can fill the tree. There are no amendments. We have to beg to be heard, which is why I objected to that farce last week. I don't think it's becoming of a United States senator to say, oh, thank you, Senator Schumer, for giving me 2 minutes to speak. Anyway, there's a better way. It's playing out again here today because we are essentially taking what the House gives us. The upper chamber is capitulating to the House to say, we can't actually affect this thing. We can't change anything. And if you do it, pick the poison. You're threatening the security of another country or something ridiculous. So with that, Mr. President, I would just hope that this is a clarion call for reform. The Senate is broken. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I echo and endorse the wise comments just uttered by my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from Missouri. What we're witnessing here is the destruction of the legislative process in the Senate. The Senate's here today preparing to vote on one of the most significant pieces of legislation this entire Congress, that is on a bill to send nearly $100 billion overseas, and senators are unable even to offer an amendment to that bill. By filling the amendment tree this afternoon, the majority leader has prevented every single member of this body from offering amendments to the legislation, any efforts to improve it. If we want to have any amendment considered, we have to beg the majority leader to let it come before the full Senate for a vote. Now, you may remember that just a couple of months ago, we were in a very similar position on a very, very similar bill. Senator Schumer promised a fair and open amendment process on the National Security Supplemental in February of this year. But not one amendment, not a single amendment, was considered on the Senate floor. Republicans filed over 150 proposed amendments to improve the bill, but not one vote on a single one of those amendments or any other was allowed. Why? Why? Well, Senator Schumer blocked every amendment from even being considered by filling the amendment tree. That blocked all of the other 99 senators from participating meaningfully in that process. Now, why wouldn't he want amendments? That is, after all, the hallmark characteristic of what defines us as a body. It's why we call ourselves the world's greatest deliberative legislative body. So why wouldn't he want those? Well, I think it has a lot to do with the fact that an amendment might point to some of the weaknesses in the bill, some of the defects of the bill. It might prompt members to, I don't know, slow down and ask whether this is a prudent idea to send a lot of humanitarian aid to Gaza, up to $9.5 billion of it that could go there, with minimal guardrails, where Hamas will with certainty seize it to wage war against Israel. Or if the U.S. taxpayers should be footing the bill for quote-unquote gender advisors in Ukraine's military, should they really vote for a bill that does this? That's what an amendment forces all of us to ask ourselves and decide on one particular question or another. But leadership in the Senate wants to avoid these thorny questions that might rock the boat. Leadership wants to ram this bill through the Senate with minimal debate and perhaps no amendments, because they know that aspects of it, especially the $60 billion for Ukraine, are massively controversial with the American people, those who elected us, those who pay taxes to fund these efforts. Now, my colleagues and I are working in good faith to reach a unanimous consent agreement to bring forward a handful of amendments and set up a standalone vote in exchange for expediting the passage of the bill. We nearly had that agreement locked in late Friday night. An agreement to vote on just 2 amendments and 1 standalone bill. But a couple of senators on the other side of the aisle panicked and started objecting to any and all agreements. They panicked because they knew that one of those items set up as part of the UC, the standalone legislation to redesignate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization, this amendment offered up by my friend and colleague, the senator from Texas, might actually pass. Remember, this is the same entity that's been firing on U.S. forces in the region and those of our allies, and yet they couldn't let that happen. Democrats will agree only to amendments that they find politically palatable or no, will not pass. Now, it's not always been this way in the Senate. When I first joined this body in 2011 as a new member, individual members could call up our amendments freely and then make them pending, and the Senate would then have to dispose of them, as it does with pending amendments, either by voting them in, voting them out, up or down, or by a motion to table or reject them. But members had to vote. They had to take ownership for their opinions in public. They had to let their constituents know where they stood. Today, the majority leader hides the ball from the public by filling the amendment tree, ensuring that the amendments that he and his party dislike will never see the light of day. This is a circus. It's a madhouse. Filling the amendment tree isn't about creating an orderly process. It's about limiting real debate. When we had an open process, when members could call up their amendments and make them pending on most bills, it actually sped up consideration of a bill. Members knew that they'd have a fair shot in the debate eventually, so they'd be more cooperative. They'd be more willing to collapse time, wait until the next bill to offer their amendment, or take a motion to table as a proxy for their amendment vote. But in today's Senate, we do nothing on the floor for hours while members and staff hide in the cloakroom and argue about what we can and cannot vote for, They twist arms, pressure members in private, and make assurances they can't and don't intend to keep, saying that, oh, you'll get the amendment in the base text of the next bill, or you'll get it as a freestanding measure another time, and then they shrug their shoulders when it just doesn't work out. Why not have these debates in public? Why not allow our senators and their constituents to know what's going on? Well, it's because the majority leader doesn't want to give up control. Sadly, while the Democrats pioneered this change in the amendment process, Republican leadership chose to tolerate the practice and even continue it while we were in the majority by filling the amendment tree so that no one could offer an amendment without the leadership's blessing. For both sides, it is about control. It's about protecting members from voting, the very thing we all came to this body to do. On the Republican side of the aisle, our aspiring leaders need to ask if they want to perpetuate this awful trend. Will they tolerate blocking out members, including members of their own party, from offering amendments? Will they continue to lock down the floor? Will they continue to disenfranchise members and, more importantly, those they represent by preemptively blocking them from exercising their procedural rights? Or will they finally stop this barbaric practice of filling the amendment tree? Will they let members make their amendments pending so that senators must actually debate and vote? Republicans need to ask these questions of anyone desiring to lead our conference. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
I rise in the unusual position of supporting Senator Lee's effort to open this bill up to amendment votes. I don't often agree with Senator Lee. I know that it is a radical idea, but maybe in the greatest deliberative body in the world, we might, on rare occasion, actually have debate and votes on major issues. To that end, I plan on offering two very important amendments to this legislation. Members can agree with me on these issues or disagree, but they should be voted upon. My first amendment would ensure that we are not providing any more offensive military aid to Netanyahu's war machine while he continues to violate U.S. and international law. This amendment would not touch funding for the Iron Dome or other purely defensive systems, but it would end aid to a war machine which has already killed 34,000 Palestinians and wounded 77,000, 70% of whom are women and children. And right now, as we speak, hundreds of thousands of children face starvation as a result of that war machine. Poll after poll shows that the American people are sick and tired of seeing their taxpayer dollars support the slaughter of innocent civilians and the starvation of children. And while there is strong Republican support for ending aid to Netanyahu's war machine, the support, I should tell my Democratic colleagues, is overwhelming. The second amendment that I'm offering would remove the prohibition on funding for UNRWA, the backbone of the humanitarian relief operation in Gaza, and the only organization that experts say has the capability to provide the humanitarian aid that is desperately needed. Israel has alleged that 12 UNRWA employees out of 30,000 were involved in the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7th. That is being investigated. I ask for 30 seconds. U.S. unanimous consent for 30 seconds?
Without objection.
That is being investigated, and it should be. But you don't allow thousands of children to starve because of the alleged violations and actions of 12 people. Bottom line, we are debating one of the most serious issues we have faced in a long time. The American people want us to vote and debate these issues, and we should be able to do so. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator from Washington.
a bipartisan majority has been working for months to get this aid across the finish line, and after so long, we finally are at the threshold. Any further delays will waste time we do not have, that our allies do not have. That's exactly what this motion is. We need to get this bill passed ASAP. Let's remember, this bill is essentially the same bill we already passed overwhelmingly 2 months ago. There is no reason, no excuse for delay, not when bombs are falling on our allies, not when civilians, including kids, are suffering and starving, not when the world is watching to see if America is still united enough to lead. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the tabling motion.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, we just heard the astounding claim that it would be, quote, a waste of time to allow individual senators to come here and do what they were elected to do, which is to offer improvements to pending legislation. We're not a rubber stamp for the House. We're not a rubber stamp for either party's leadership in either chamber. We're United States senators, and we should be able to vote as such. And so I'm asking for the support of my colleagues in tabling the amendment tree so that we can have the fair and open process that Senator Schumer promised the last time we addressed the national security supplemental. If we table the tree, members could actually finally be able to call up their amendments on the floor instead of begging Senator Schumer to give his blessing for their consideration. If you support a fair and open amendment process, if you want to improve the bill, you should support my motion to table. This will not create the post-apocalyptic hellscape that those in leadership would have us believe will ensue. There will not be dogs and cats living together in the streets, nothing out of the book of Revelations. We will just find ourselves in a position of being able to do our job. To that end, Mr. President, I move to table the motion, to refer, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, here is the good news. A few weeks ago, the approval rate in Congress for Congress was 10%. It has gone up to 14%. According to a recent YouGov poll, 14% approve what Congress is doing and 68% oppose. And I would tell my friends on both sides that it's about equal. In terms of who people want to elect, it's about half Democrats, half Republicans. Now, why is that? Why do we have a 14% approval rating? Well, it might have something to do with things like we are witnessing today and the degree to which the Congress is completely out of touch with where the American people are. So let me read some other polls, not on favorability, but on people's feelings toward the role the United States is now playing in the war in Gaza. April 10th, Economist YouGov poll. 37% support decreasing military aid to Israel. 18% support an increase. And to my Democratic colleagues, I would say 48% of Democrats support decreasing aid, 10% support increasing aid. Then there's a March 29th poll from Axios Ipsos Telemundo poll of Latinos, Latino people. 16% of Latinos said the United States should continue to support Israel with arms and funds. 39% said the U.S. should not be involved in the conflict. March 27th, Gallup poll. 36% of Americans approve of Israel's military action, 55% disapprove. Among Democrats, 18% approve, 75% disapprove. March 27th, Quinnipiac poll. Overall, voters oppose sending more military aid to Israel by 52% to 39%. 52% oppose more aid, 39% support more aid. Democrats, 63% oppose sending more military aid, 25% support. March 11th, YouGov, 52% of Americans said the U.S. should halt weapons shipments to Israel until it stops attacks in Gaza. So you got a whole bunch of polls. They differ a little bit, but they say pretty overwhelmingly that the American people do not want to give more military aid to the Netanyahu war machine to continue its horrendous, destructive policies in Gaza. That's what the American people are saying. Earlier today, I tried to bring up two amendments dealing with the crisis in Gaza. One of them basically said that the United States should not supply any more offensive military aid to the Netanyahu government. I support defensive measures, the Iron Dome. The Israeli people have a right not to be attacked with missiles and drones. That amendment could not even get a vote. That's the United States Senate today. People overwhelmingly are in opposition to more U.S. aid. We can't even discuss this issue and have a vote. Mr. President, why are the American people as opposed as they are to more aid for the military in Israel? Well, among other things, it may have something to do with what some of the Israeli leaders are saying, and in fact, who they are. And I think the American people are catching on that what we have today in Israel is not the Israel of Golda Meir, Yitzhak Rabin. It is a government now significantly controlled not only by right-wing extremists, but by religious zealots. Mr. President, today, what we are seeing is a situation where Netanyahu himself has never favored a two-state solution, and he has made that very clear and has worked to systematically undermine the prospects for a deal. And I might mention that a two-state solution is the policy of the United States government. His party's, Netanyahu's party's founding charter, reinforced in the current coalition agreement, says, quote, that, quote, between the sea and the Jordan River, there will only be Israeli sovereignty, end quote. For many years before October 7th, Netanyahu told his allies in private that it was important to bolster Hamas to ensure that the Palestinians could never unify and form their own government. In January, in terms of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Netanyahu said, and I quote, we provide minimal humanitarian aid. If we want to achieve our war goals, we give the minimal aid, end of quote. The rest of the government, or many others in that government, is similarly extreme. At the start of the war, the Israeli defense minister declared a total siege, saying, quote, Israeli defense minister, we are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. End quote. Another minister at the start of the war posted a picture of a devastated area in Gaza, saying it was, quote, more beautiful than ever, bombing and flattening everything, end quote. Another Israeli lawmaker said, quote, the Gaza Strip should be flattened, and there should be one sentence for everybody there, death. We have to wipe the Gaza Strip off the map. There are no innocents there, end quote. Several officials have openly talked about reestablishing Israeli settlements in Gaza. The current intelligence minister, among others, openly talks of permanently displacing Palestinians from Gaza. Israeli National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who oversees the police, has long advocated for the forceful expulsion of Palestinians from the region. This is the current Israeli National Security Minister. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, responsible for much of the occupied West Bank, has likewise long expressed extreme racist views and has called for the expulsion of Palestinians from their lands. He has called for segregated hospital wards for Jews and Arabs because, quote, Arabs are my enemies, end quote. As a younger man, he was arrested by the Israeli authorities on suspicion of anti-Palestinian terrorism. That is the man who is the current Israeli finance minister. Mr. President, this is a significant part of Netanyahu's government. Those are some of the people whose war we are subsidizing. We can pretend to ignore all of this. We can pretend that today's Israel is the Israel of 20 or 30 years ago, but that is just not the case. And the reason I raise these issues and talk about some of the people in the Israeli government is to understand that what is happening today in Gaza is not an accident. It is a bringing forth, a doing of what many of these people have wanted to do for a long time. It should come as no surprise that this extreme government in Israel right now is not simply waging a war against Hamas, and Israel has the right to defend itself from the terrorist organization Hamas, but it is at war with the entire Palestinian people and fighting that war in a deeply reckless and immoral way. And that is why the Netanyahu government has consistently ignored President Biden's requests that they do more to minimize civilian casualties, that they be more targeted in their approach, and that they let more humanitarian aid in. And so, Mr. President, given the attitude and the beliefs, the racist beliefs of a number of people in the Netanyahu government, let us take a look and see what is happening today in Gaza. We all know that Hamas, a terrorist organization, began this war with a horrific attack on Israel that killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children and took more than 230 captives, some of whom are still in captivity today. And as I have said many times and repeated a moment ago, Israel has the right to defend itself, but it does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people, including women and children. Mr. President, let's take a deep breath and listen to some of these facts, and no one disputes these facts. War is about 6.5 months old. More than 34,000 Palestinians have been killed and 77,000 have been wounded, 70% of whom are women and children. 70% of whom are women and children. That means that 5% of the 2.2 million people in Gaza have been killed or wounded in a 6.5-month period. That is an astronomical figure. The number of people dead and wounded, the percentage of them, 70%, who are women and children, is almost beyond comprehension. Mr. President, 19,000 children are now orphans in Gaza, 19,000 having lost their parents in this war. And when you think about the children in Gaza, literally it is hard to imagine. Imagine a 7-year-old in an area where the whole community has been flattened, where there's massive death, where there is no food, there is no water, there are no schools. Your parents may or not be alive, relatives are dead. That is what the children in Gaza are going through right now. And I doubt that any of them will ever fully recover from the psychic trauma, the terrible, unbelievable trauma that they are experiencing at this moment. And Mr. President, the killing has not stopped. Over the weekend, 139 Palestinians were killed and 251 were injured. Of these, 29 were killed in and around Rafah, including 20 children and 6 women, one of whom was pregnant. Just today, more news emerged about mass graves found by Palestinian health authorities and UN observers at the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis and the Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. So far, more than 300 bodies have been found. The UN Human Rights Office reports that the dead include elderly people, women, and wounded people, and that some have been bound and stripped of their clothes. Some of these bodies apparently had their hands tied, the UN said. Mr. President, What can we say about this horror? Roughly 1.7 million people, and it's, again, hard to understand. Maybe think, members of Congress, think about your own state and what this would mean and look like in your own states. Remember, we're dealing with a population of 2.2 million people, which is about 3.5 times the size of the state of Vermont. Roughly 1.7 million people, over 75% of the population, have been driven from their homes. It's not a community which has been forced to evacuate in order for a military action to take place. This is 3/4 of the population driven from their homes. Satellite data shows that 62% of the homes in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, including 221,000 housing units that have been completely destroyed. A number of months ago in Vermont, we had a terrible flood, and dozens of houses were destroyed, and I saw the impact of what the destruction of dozens of houses in my small state meant. We're talking about 221,000 housing units that have been completely destroyed. But it's not just housing. Mr. President, Gaza's civilian infrastructure has been devastated. There is little or no electricity apart from generators or solar power. Most of the roads are badly damaged. More than half of the water and sanitation systems are out of commission. Clean water is severely limited, and sewage, raw sewage, is running through the streets, creating disease. But it's not just housing and civilian infrastructure. And this is quite unbelievable. But there is a reason, I think, for all of this. None of this is happening by accident. Mr. President, Israel has systematically destroyed the health care system in Gaza. We're not talking about an occasional accidental bomb that destroys a medical unit or a hospital. Those things happen. What we are talking about is the reality that 26 out of 37 hospitals are completely out of service. They have been bombed and attacked in all kinds of ways. The 11 hospitals that are remaining are partially functioning, but they are being overwhelmed by tens of thousands of trauma patients, and they are short on medical supplies. So you got 77,000 people who have been wounded, and you got almost all of the hospitals out of commission. And I met recently with a group of American and British doctors recently returned from Gaza, where they had gone, bravely risking their own lives, to try to help alleviate the terrible suffering taking place there. And it is difficult to relate the unspeakable things they witness. They saw thousands of patients, many young children, killed or maimed in Israeli bombings. They operated on little children already orphaned on dirty hospital floors. On many days, they had no morphine. On other days, no water or clean gloves. They knew that many victims, even if they survived the week, would die of infection without access to sanitary environments or antibiotics. They reported that the Israelis would not allow them to bring in wheelchairs or syringes, claiming they might have some military use. They witnessed Israeli forces systematically cutting off electricity, food, and water to hospitals, then abduct medical workers with no affiliation to Hamas. They reported that Israeli soldiers destroyed medical equipment like MRIs, oxygen tanks, and CT scanners for no apparent reason. These are American doctors who witnessed these things. Overall, 84% of health facilities have been damaged or destroyed, and more than 400 healthcare workers have been killed, an extraordinary number. But we're not just talking about housing being decimated. We're not just talking about physical infrastructure being decimated. We're not just talking about a healthcare system being decimated. Mr. President, Gaza is a young community. A lot of children live there, and their educational system has been destroyed. 56 schools have been bombed and completely destroyed, and 219 have been damaged. Schools. The last of Gaza's universities, I think they had 12 universities in Gaza, and the last one was demolished in January. Now, I'm not quite sure how fighting Hamas has anything to do with destroying universities, but it does lead to the fact that some 625,000 students in Gaza have today no access to education. Mr. President, just today, David Satterfield, the U.S. Special Envoy for the Gaza humanitarian crisis, said that the risk of famine throughout war-devastated Gaza, especially in the north, is, quote unquote, very high, and that more aid must reach those areas. He said, and I quote, "We have always stressed that we were in a man-made situation and it can only be addressed by political will and decisions," end of quote. So on top of the destruction of housing, infrastructure, health care, and education, we're now looking at mass starvation and malnutrition. The United Nations estimates that more than 1 million Palestinians, including hundreds of thousands of children, face starvation. Desperate Gazans have been scraping by for months, foraging for leaves or eating animal feed. At least 28 children have died of malnutrition and dehydration, and that is a number that came out several weeks ago. There's no reason to believe that the real number is not much, much higher. USAID Administrator Samantha Power said that famine was already present in northern Gaza. Without food, clean water, sanitation, or sufficient health care, hundreds of thousands of people are at severe risk of dehydration, infection, and easily preventable diseases. Yet, for months, thousands of trucks carrying life-saving food, medicine, and other supplies have sat just miles away from starving children. Got that? And I hope we all try to put that image in our minds. Starving children over here, trucks loaded with food on the other side of the border, unable to get through. And they were kept from entering Gaza by Israeli restrictions and a brutal war fought with little regard for civilians. But let us be clear, and I think this is the main point that I want to make this evening. This war stopped being about defending Israel and going to war against Hamas a long time ago. This is not any longer a war against the terrorist organization called Hamas. This is now a war that has everything to do with the destruction of the very fabric of Palestinian life. That is the goal of this war. It is impossible to look at these facts and not conclude that the Israeli government's policy has been to make Gaza uninhabitable. That's what some of their government leaders have wanted, and that is, in fact, what is happening. These are not accidents of war, mistakes. This is calculated policy. Indeed, this is what has been going on systematically over the last 6 months. These cruel actions are entirely consistent with the public statements of numerous Israeli senior officials, including Prime Minister Netanyahu himself. Mr. President, that brings us to the United States' role in this horrific war. Put simply, we are deeply complicit in what is happening. This is not an Israeli war. This is an Israeli-American war. Most of the bombs and most of the military equipment the Israeli government is using in Gaza is provided by the United States and subsidized by American taxpayers. The U.S. military is not dropping 2,000-pound bombs on civilian apartment buildings. The U.S. military is not doing that, but we are supplying those bombs. The United States of America is not blocking the borders and preventing food, water, and medical supplies from getting to desperate people. We are not doing that. But we have supplied billions of dollars to the Netanyahu government, which is doing just that. So this is not just an Israeli war, this is an American war as well. And yet, despite the massive financial and military support the United States has provided to Israel for many years, Netanyahu's extremist government has ignored urgent calls from the President and others to alter their military approach and to end this humanitarian disaster. In my view, the United States' unconditional financial and military support for Israel must end. And that is why I offered an amendment to this bill to do, in fact, what a majority of the American people want us to do, and that is no longer to provide military aid to the destructive Netanyahu government. Mr. President, I would have welcomed the chance to vote for the humanitarian aid provision in this bill. Terribly important that we start feeding people, not only in Gaza, but in Sudan and all over the world. It's an important provision. I want to support it. I believe very strongly that we should support Ukraine and help them defeat the imperialist ventures of Putin and the Russian army. But I'm not going to be able to do that, because I'm going to stand with the American people today who oppose more money for Netanyahu. So let me conclude, Mr. President, by simply saying this. What we are doing today is very bad policy. We are aiding and abetting the destruction of the Palestinian people. What we are doing today is not what the American people want, and I say to my Democratic friends, it is absolutely not what Democrats. A lot of Republicans don't want us to continue that as well, but a strong majority of Democrats are saying enough with Netanyahu's wall. You just can't give him another $10 billion for unfettered military aid. But I suppose in a little while, as things happen here in the Congress, we will ignore the needs of the American people. We will not pay attention to what they want. And then we are shocked, just shocked, that we have a 14% approval rating. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President?
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, some of us have been out of school for a while, and we may have forgotten our American history. But I did want to take a moment to remind some of my colleagues about a document called the U.S. Constitution, and specifically the First Amendment of that Constitution. So for those who may have forgotten, here is what the First Amendment says, quote, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances, end of quote, First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Let me also, Mr. President, take this opportunity to remember our late colleague, the former Congressman, John Lewis, for his heroic role in the civil rights movement. Now, I know it's very easy to heap praise on Congressman Lewis and many others decades after they did what they did, but I would remind my colleagues that Mr. Lewis, later Congressman Lewis, was arrested 45 times for participating in sit-ins, occupations, and protests. 45 times for protesting segregation and racism. I would also remind my colleagues that the lunch counter protest at Woolworths and elsewhere, which helped lead to the desegregation of the South and the ending of apartheid in the United States, were in fact sit-ins and occupations where young black and white Americans bravely took up space in private businesses, demanding an end to the racism and segregation that existed at that time. Further, as I hope everybody knows, we have also seen in recent decades protests, some of them massive protests, against sexism, against homophobia, and the need to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel in order to save this planet. In other words, protesting injustice and expressing our opinions is part of our American tradition. And when you talk about America being a free country, well, you know what? Whether you like it or not, the right to protest is what American freedom is all about. That's the U.S. Constitution. And Mr. President, let me also remind you that exactly 60 years ago, ironically, exactly 60 years ago, student demonstrators occupied the exact same building on Columbia University's campus as is taking place right now. Ironically, the same building, 60 years ago. Across the country, students and others, including myself, I would say, joined peaceful demonstrations in opposition to the war in Vietnam. Those demonstrators were demanding an end to that war, and maybe, just maybe, tens of thousands of American lives and countless Vietnamese lives might have been saved if the government at that time listened to the demonstrators. And I might also add that the president at that time, a very great president, Lyndon Johnson, chose not to run for re-election because of the opposition to him that occurred as a result of his support for that Vietnam War. And further, let us not forget those who demonstrated, went to the streets, and protested against the failed wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Maybe those protesters should have been listened to as well. Shock of all shocks, government's policy is not always right. Mr. President, I noted recently that a number of my colleagues in both parties, not just the Republican Party, but the Democratic Party as well as many news reporters, TV, newspapers, they are very concerned, very, very concerned about the protests and violence we are seeing on campuses across the country. So let me be very clear. I share those concerns about violence on campus, or for that matter, anyplace else. And I condemn those who threw a brick through a window at Columbia University. That kind of violence should not be taking place on college campuses. I also am concerned and condemn the group of individuals at UCLA in California who violently attacked the peaceful encampment of anti-war demonstrators on the campus of UCLA. So, Mr. President, let me be clear. I condemn all forms of violence on campus, whether they are committed by people who support Israel's war policies or by people who oppose those policies. Further, I would hope that all of us can agree that in the United States of America, all forms of bigotry must be condemned and eliminated. We are seeing a growth of anti-Semitism in this country, which we must all condemn and work to stop. We are also seeing a growth of Islamophobia in this country, which we must all condemn and stop. And in that regard, Mr. President, I would mention that in my very own city of Burlington, Vermont, 3 wonderful young Palestinian students were shot at close range on November 25th of last year. They were visiting a family member to celebrate Thanksgiving, walking down the street, and they were shot. And Mr. President, let me make an additional point. I have noted that there is an increasing tendency in the media and on the part of some of my colleagues here in the Senate to use the phrase pro-Palestinian to suggest that that means that people who are pro-Palestinian are pro-Hamas. And to my mind, that is unacceptable, and it is factually inaccurate. The overwhelming majority of American people and protesters understand that Hamas is a terrorist organization that started this war by attacking Israel in an incredibly brutal and horrific way on October 7th. To stand up for Palestinian rights and the dignity of the Palestinian people does not make one a supporter of terrorism. And let me also mention something that I found rather extraordinary. And I've been in politics for a while, but I did find this one particularly extraordinary and outrageous. And that is just a few days ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the leader of the right-wing extremist government in Israel, a government which contains out-and-out anti-Palestinian racists, Netanyahu issued a statement in which he equated criticism of his government's illegal and immoral war against the Palestinian people with anti-Semitism. In other words, if you are protesting or disagree with what Netanyahu and his extremist government are doing in Gaza, you are an anti-Semite. Well, that is an outrageous statement from a leader who is clearly trying to do something, and I have to tell you, I guess he's succeeding with the American media, and that is to deflect attention away from the horrific policies that his government is pursuing in Gaza, which have created an unprecedented humanitarian disaster. So let me be as clear as I can be. It is not anti-Semitic or pro-Hamas to point out that in almost 7 months, the last 7 months, Netanyahu's extremist government has killed 34,000 Palestinians and wounded more than 77,000. 70% of whom are women and children. 5% of the 2.2 million people in Gaza have been killed or injured, 70% of whom are women and children. And to protest that or to point that out is not anti-Semitic. It is simply factual. It is not anti-Semitic to point out that Netanyahu's government's bombing campaign has completely destroyed more than 221,000 housing units in Gaza. So over 60% of the housing units in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, leaving more than 1 million people homeless, about half the population. No, Mr. Netanyahu, it is not anti-Semitic to point out what you have done. in terms of the destruction of housing in Gaza. It is not anti-Semitic to understand that Netanyahu's government has annihilated Gaza's healthcare system, knocking 26 hospitals out of service and killing more than 400 healthcare workers at a time when 77,000 people have been wounded and desperately need medical care. Netanyahu's government has systematically destroyed the healthcare system in Gaza. It is not anti-Semitic to condemn Netanyahu's governments for the destruction of all of Gaza's 12 universities. They had 12 universities, they're all destroyed. Not anti-Semitic to make that point, nor is it anti-Semitic to make the point that 56 other schools have been destroyed, hundreds more have been damaged, and today 625,000 children in Gaza have no opportunity for an education. Not anti-Semitic to make that point. It is not anti-Semitic to note that Netanyahu's government has obliterated Gaza's civilian infrastructure. There is virtually no electricity in Gaza right now, virtually no clean water in Gaza right now, and sewage is seeping out onto the streets. Not anti-Semitic to make that point. Mr. President, it is not anti-Semitic to agree with virtually every humanitarian organization that functions in the Gaza area in saying that Netanyahu's government, in violation of American law, has unreasonably blocked humanitarian aid coming into Gaza, and they have created the conditions under which hundreds of thousands of children in Gaza face malnutrition and famine. It is not anti-Semitic to look at photographs of skeletons of children who are starving to death because they have not been able to get the food that they need. It is not anti-Semitic to agree with American officials and UN officials that parts of Gaza could become famine districts in the not very distant future. Famine. Mr. President, anti-Semitism is a vile and disgusting form of bigotry that has done unspeakable harm to many millions of people for hundreds of years, including my own family, I might add. But it is outrageous and it is disgraceful to use the charge of anti-Semitism to distract us from the immoral and illegal war policies that Netanyahu's extremist and racist government is pursuing. Furthermore, it is really cheap politics for Netanyahu to use the charge of anti-Semitism to deflect attention from the criminal indictment that he is facing in Israeli courts. Bottom line, Mr. President, it is not anti-Semitic to hold Netanyahu and his government accountable for their actions. That is not anti-Semitic. That is precisely what we should be doing. Because, among other things, we are the government in the world that has supplied over a period of years, and most recently, billions and billions of dollars to Netanyahu in order for him to continue this horrific war against the Palestinian people. Mr. Mr. President, I would also point out that while there has been wall-to-wall TV coverage of student protests, I think that's about all CNN does right now, I should mention that it is not just young people on college campuses that are extremely upset about our government's support and funding for this illegal and immoral war. And I would point out that just last week, this Senate voted to give Netanyahu another $10 billion of unfettered military aid to continue his war. But it is not just the protesters on college campuses who disagree with that decision. It is the American people. And let me just quote from a few polls that have recently been taken. April 14th, the poll from Politico Morning Consult. 67% support the United States calling for a ceasefire. This is at a time when Netanyahu is threatening now to expand the war into Rafah. An April 12th CBS poll, 60% of the American people think the U.S. should not send weapons and supplies to Israel, as opposed to 40% who think the U.S. should. And for my Democratic colleagues, as you well know, those numbers are disproportionately higher among the Democratic community. April 10th, the Economist YouGov poll, 37% support decreasing military aid to Israel, just 18% support an increase. Overall, 63% support a ceasefire, 15% oppose. So, Mr. President, it is not just protesters on college campuses who are upset about U.S. government policy regarding Israel and Gaza. Increasingly, the American people want an end to U.S. complicity in the humanitarian disaster which is taking place in Gaza right now. The United people of the United States, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, in large numbers, do not want to be complicit in the starvation of hundreds of thousands of children. Now, maybe, Mr. President, this is a very radical idea. So, here is a really, really, really radical idea, and maybe it's time for the U.S. Congress to listen to the American people. Maybe it is time to rethink the decision that the U.S. Senate recently made to provide Netanyahu with another $10 billion in unfettered military aid. Mr. President, maybe it is time to not simply worry about the violence we are seeing on American college campuses, but to focus on the unprecedented violence we are seeing in Gaza, which has killed 34,000 Palestinians and wounded more than 77,000, 70% of whom are women and children. So I suggest to CNN and maybe some of my colleagues here, maybe take your cameras just for a moment off of Columbia and off of UCLA. Maybe go to Gaza and take your camera and show us the emaciated children who are dying of malnutrition because of Netanyahu's policies. Show us the kids who have lost their arms and their legs. Show us the suffering that is going on over there. So, Mr. President, let me conclude by saying this. I must admit that I find it incomprehensible that many members of Congress are spending their time attacking the protesters rather than the Netanyahu government, which has caused and brought about these protests and has created this horrific situation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, in the first 48 hours following the October 7th Hamas terror attack on Israel, violent language and threats against the Jewish community and Israel increased by over 488%. This hatred is spreading like wildfire on college campuses around the nation, turning our so-called elite academic institutions into cesspools of harassment and violence pointed toward Jewish students. There are violent mobs storming buildings, smashing windows, defacing property, tearing down the American flag, and replacing it with the flag of radical extremist groups. We are witnessing anti-Semitic hate and extremism that threatens the very safety of our Jewish students on college campuses around the greatest nation on God's green earth. It is so shocking and outrageous that so many of the administrators on these campuses sit back and watch as their campuses descend into chaos and criminality. There can be, I mean this, there can be no equivocating when it comes to the issue of anti-Semitic violence or hatred. And I and every single one of us should just call it out for what it is. So let me be clear. Any student who advocates for murder and sympathizes with terrorists should be expelled. Any university that allows itself to become a megaphone for hatred should lose every single dime of their federal funding. Any college administrator who refuses to stamp out violent bigotry should lose their job. The American people, and especially our Jewish brothers and sisters, deserve our moral clarity on this issue. That's why I introduced a resolution that forcefully condemns the explosion of anti-Semitism on college campuses, calls out administrators who have failed to do their jobs and stamp out hatred, and urges the Department of Education to do their job and ensure that universities are protecting the rights of Jewish students. I am asking that every single senator in this chamber to support this resolution, to support common sense, and to push back against the hatred on these college campuses pointed directly at our Jewish students. Let us all send a very clear message to our Jewish students and to those who oppose them. It is vital that this body, the so-called most deliberative body on the planet, stands united and speaks with moral clarity on this issue. Mr. President, I would like to turn over some time to Senator Hoeven and then Senator Ernst. But let me be clear, without any question, it is time for the United States Senate to stand unanimously, not behind our Jewish students, but in front of them. Let us be the wall that protects them. Senator Hoeven.
But I'll defer to my colleague first, the senator from Iowa. Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to thank my colleagues for joining me here on the floor again this evening. The senator from South Carolina, the senator from North Dakota, thank you for raising this issue and showing leadership for our friends across the nation. Mr. President, I rise in support of this resolution and to condemn the rise of anti-Semitic hate speech and violence we are seeing at colleges and universities throughout our country. Like so many parents and grandparents, I want our children to be allowed to freely express their thoughts and their views. But what we are seeing right now goes way beyond that. This is not free speech. It's violent, abusive discrimination, and it has to stop. 6 months ago, I sent a letter alongside my colleague and ranking member of the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, Senator Cassidy, urging the Biden administration to protect college students from targeted attacks on campuses. I spoke to anti-Semitic incidents, including vandalism of fraternity homes and club meeting spaces, dorm room doors being set on fire, professors making examples of Jewish students by placing them in a corner of their classroom to emulate the Palestinian experience. Today, exactly 214 days since Iran-backed Hamas attacked Israel, the Biden administration has finally released guidance clarifying that fostering a hostile environment on campus is, in fact, a violation of the Civil Rights Act, something I've been saying all along. In the past month alone, we've seen Jewish students physically blocked from entering their academic buildings, with protesters surrounding them chanting, "Death to America." We've seen protesters holding the Nazi salute as Jewish students walk through campus. We've watched protesters take hammers to the windows of academic buildings, all the while claiming to be peaceful. To date, we have seen 80 different schools play host to these protests, and more than 50 of those schools have required law enforcement presence, resulting in arrests. Folks, the fact that we needed 20 pages of examples modeled on students' real experiences to tell us that these actions are unacceptable is absolutely ridiculous. Secretary Cardona needs to take a hard look at the number of Title VI complaints his team has received in the past 6 months. He claims schools are mitigating the violence and discrimination, but I have yet to see real solutions for the students too scared to even walk across the quad to the cafeteria. Mr. President, this anti-Semitism is un-American, wholly unacceptable, and we should be unified in our intolerance to it. I call on President Biden and Secretary Cardona to remove federal funding from these schools that are allowing Jewish hate on their campuses. And I call on the Senate to stand united in the face of this abhorrent behavior and to say with one voice, wholeheartedly, we condemn anti-Semitism. Never again is right now. I yield my time to the gentleman from North Dakota.
Thank the esteemed senator from Iowa, and also I'm very proud to rise this evening to join with my esteemed Senate colleague, Senator Scott, South Carolina, and I want to thank him for his very, very strong leadership on this important issue and for condemning the rising tide of anti-Semitism we're seeing around the country. As you know, less than a year ago, on October 7th, Israel was victim to a horrific attack by Hamas. Since then, the United States has stood firm with our strong ally as Israel asserts its right to defend itself and hold Hamas accountable for its heinous actions. In November, I traveled with a bipartisan group of senators and congressmen to Tel Aviv and met with Prime Minister Netanyahu, where I reiterated America's absolute commitment to Israel. Since then, we passed the National Security Supplemental Funding legislation with broad bipartisan support to provide aid to our close ally Israel. What's new, however, and is deeply troubling is the rise of anti-Semitism in our society, and particularly what we are seeing on our college campuses. I have to say, I never thought that we would see this in my lifetime in our country. I just can't believe that we are seeing anti-Semitism like this in America, and it is absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. To be clear, colleges and universities ought to be spaces that encourage free thinking and free speech, where students can learn about the world and their place in it. There can be no space, however, for anti-Semitism on our college campuses or anywhere else in our country. The examples that we are seeing at universities of anti-Zionist encampments, individuals prohibiting Jewish students from entering university buildings, and other anti-Semitic acts must be met with a speedy and strong response, and not only from the universities, but from our Department of Education as well. As we recognized Holocaust Remembrance Day earlier this week, I'm reminded of remarks given by the late Supreme Court Justice Scalia to mark the occasion over 20 years ago, when he said that the most frightening aspect of the Holocaust was that it happened in one of the most educated, most progressive, and most cultured countries in the world. For these reasons and many more, I'm proud to join with Senator Scott from South Carolina in supporting this resolution and other of our colleagues as well. The resolution condemns anti-Semitism and resolves that the administrators of colleges, as well as the Department of Education, must take the necessary actions to ensure compliance with the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and defend Jewish and Israeli students against discrimination.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration, and that the Senate now proceed to S-Res 670. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to S-Res 670, which, in my view, does in fact not go far enough to address the very serious crisis of bigotry taking place all over this country. Let me be very clear. Anti-Semitism is a vile and disgusting form of bigotry that has existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and in the last century resulted in the deaths of at least 6 million people, including some in my own family. And I strongly and unequivocally condemn all forms of anti-Semitism. In addition, it is imperative that Congress, representing the American people, makes clear our strong opposition to all forms of bigotry in this country, whether on college campuses or elsewhere, including Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and the growing attacks against the Asian American community. Our goal must be to bring people together as one nation, regardless of our religion, regardless of where we were born, regardless of the color of our skin. And the resolution that I am offering, which I hope will be accepted, makes that abundantly clear. No to anti-Semitism, no to Islamophobia, no to all forms of racism and bigotry. And Mr. President, as we do our best to combat racism and all of its ugly manifestations, we must also hold our heads high and with pride as we honor the First Amendment to our Constitution, brilliantly developed by the founders of this country. And let me simply read, because some may have forgotten, what the First Amendment says. And I quote, "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances," end of quote. That, Mr. President, is what a free country is about: the right to disagree with government and the right to protest. And those are rights that every member of Congress should respect, no matter what one's political point of view may be. Mr. President, I happen to believe that protesting injustice is part of the American tradition, going back to the very founders of this country, and has played a fundamental role in recent decades in the fight to overcome racism, sexism, homophobia, and other forms of discrimination. I would remind my colleagues, for example, that the success of the civil rights movement was due in large part to sit-ins and occupations where young black and white Americans bravely took up space in private businesses, demanding an end to the racial discrimination and segregation that existed at that time. I would also remind my colleagues that during the Vietnam War, students and millions of other Americans, including myself, joined peaceful demonstrations demanding an end to that war. Maybe, just maybe, tens of thousands of American lives and countless Vietnamese lives might have been saved if the government had listened to those demonstrators. And further, let us not forget those who demonstrated against the failed wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Maybe those protesters should have been listened to as well. You know, despite what some people think here, government policy regarding wars is not always right. In fact, in recent history, it has mostly been wrong. Mr. President, I do find it extraordinary, both tonight and listening to my colleagues, and what I have heard for many months now, that this body is very quick to bring forth bills and resolutions condemning student protesters. But there has been minimal discussion about what these young people are protesting. And that is rather extraordinary. I didn't hear one word of it tonight. What are they out demonstrating about? What have millions of people gone to the streets and talking about? So let me take this opportunity to do just that. We all know, as has been stated correctly this evening, that on October 7, 2023, Hamas, a terrorist organization, began this war with an attack on Israel that killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, and took over 200 people captive, many of whom are still in captivity tonight. I think all of us believe, and I know that all of us believe, that this horrific attack must be unequivocally condemned. And I believe that all of us understand that Israel had the right to defend itself against Hamas. But I certainly do not believe, nor do a strong majority of the American people believe, that the right-wing extremist Netanyahu government has the right to wage an unprecedented all-out war against the Palestinian people. And what these protests are largely about, and what public opinion is showing, is outrage that since October 7th, the Netanyahu government has killed more than 34,000 Palestinians and injured more than 78,000, 70% of whom are women and children. That is over 5% of the 2.2 million people living in Gaza. And that, Mr. President, is what the vast majority of people in this country who are protesting are talking about. Protesters and the majority of the American people are outraged that 1.8 million people, 80% of the population of Gaza, have been forced out of their homes, 80% forced out of their homes and sent to overcrowded and dangerous locations. Protesters and the American people in general are deeply concerned about the destruction of over 200,000 housing units, destroyed, leaving more than 1 million people in Gaza homeless. The American people and protesters are deeply worried, concerned about what happens to these people in the future. They got no home. Where do they go? How do they live? The American people and protesters are outraged that the civilian infrastructure of Gaza has been devastated, with approximately 60% of water and sanitation facilities damaged or destroyed and electricity almost entirely shut off. Raw waste is now seeping into the streets throughout Gaza because their wastewater systems have been destroyed. The American people and American doctors I have talked to who were in Gaza are shocked that the healthcare system of Gaza has been systematically destroyed, with 26 hospitals knocked out of service and more than 400 healthcare workers killed. And Mr. President, when we talk about college campuses, and I understand that is the discussion here tonight, I want everyone to know that there are no protests on the college campuses in Gaza. Nobody is feeling discomfort. You know why? Because every one of the 12 universities in Gaza has been bombed and destroyed. And as we speak, against explicit and repeated warnings from President Biden, Israel is attacking Rafah, where over 1 million Palestinians have sought refuge. And that situation will only accelerate the crisis that Mrs. McCain and others in the humanitarian world have talked about, and that is famine is imminent in Gaza, and God knows how many children are already dying of malnutrition. Mr. President, the fact of the matter is that some 67% of Americans, according to recent polls, support the United States calling for a ceasefire, and 60% oppose sending more weapons to Israel. And that's what the protesters are talking about. They are asking why it is we are complicit in the humanitarian disaster taking place in Gaza. And why? Well, we got hundreds of thousands of people homeless throughout this country. We're giving $20 billion more to the right-wing extremist Netanyahu government. So no, Mr. President, it's not just protesters on college campuses who are upset about U.S. policy with regard to Israel and Gaza. Increasingly, the American people want an end to U.S. complicity in the humanitarian disaster that is unfolding there. Mr. President, I will therefore be offering an alternative resolution to the one that Senator Scott offered, which does the following, and I hope it would gain unanimous support. One, strongly condemns the rise of anti-Semitic, anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, anti-Asian, and any other form of discrimination on the campuses of schools and institutions of higher education across the United States. So it does what Senator Scott proposes, but it does more. Number two, strongly affirms Congress's support for the First Amendment to the Constitution and freedom of speech and dissent. Three, strongly supports the right of students and all Americans to peacefully protest. Four, urges the Department of Education to take necessary actions to ensure that schools and institutions of higher education are complying with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to provide all students, including students who are or perceived to be Jewish, Israeli, Muslim, Arab, or Palestinian, a school environment free from discrimination based on race, religion, color, or national origin. And lastly, strongly urges school leaders, college administrators, and local, state, and federal leaders to take all necessary steps to protect students' safety and civil rights, including their right to peacefully assemble and protest. Therefore, I object to this resolution.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President,
The senator from South Carolina.
reserving the right to object. No? Let me just respond to my good friend on the other side of the ocean and this aisle. I wonder, in the 1960s, when there were black students, what did they want then? It wasn't a resolution condemning all hate when they were the only target of the hate. It was support for those who were being victimized in the moment. Not a resolution that muddies the water. Every single challenge facing the folks in the Middle East as a result of Hamas attacking Israel, every drop of blood is on the hands of the terrorists in Hamas. Period. Every challenge facing folks in Gaza that is a result of Hamas terrorizing the nation of Israel is on the shoulders of Hamas. When you start the war, every innocent life, every unnecessary death is on you, plain and simple. Let me just say that it is a coalition government in Israel, a unanimous coalition government in Israel supporting the efforts of Israel to eliminate Hamas from the planet. And I do too, 100%. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to see the level of violence in our country. It's frustrating for me to see the level of violence on our college campuses. I started working on the definition of anti-Semitism not October the 7th, but in 2018. President Trump made my language into an executive order 5 years ago. Why? Because there were signs even then of hate, disgusting violence, and intimidation on college campuses in America. And so I just find the language and the comments of my colleague from Vermont deeply disturbing and insulting and misleading. My resolution is quite simple. It condemns the rampant anti-Semitism on college campuses. The 2,000 plus arrests on college campuses weren't because of violence against black folks or violence against Muslims or violence against Hispanics or violence against Asians. It was violence against Jewish students. It was intimidation of Jewish students. It was vandalism on college campuses because of these folks who were trying to intimidate and get to our Jewish students. It was our Jewish students that couldn't walk to class in peace. It was our Jewish students who couldn't study in libraries without intimidation. An objection to my resolution is an objection to the reality that today our Jewish students are facing disgusting environments on college campuses, and the administrators sit back with their hands under their butts. My colleague's resolution clouds the issue of anti-Semitism and equates Hamas's unprovoked terrorist attack on innocent Israelis and Israel's measures of self-defense. It's ridiculous. What can we say? What can we say to our young students in elementary schools and middle schools and high schools as they look at these so-called elite campuses where they're taking down American flags? What do we say to our young students watching anti-Semitism rage on college campuses? What do we say when they ask the questions that they ask me? Why do they hate the Jews so much? And who will stand in the gap, not just with them, but for them? And I say, there's not a single Republican in the United States Senate that is blocking this resolution. I say, not I will, but I must stand. Why can't we just say anti-Semitism on college campuses is wrong? Why can't we have a full stop right there? Perhaps it's because the politics of it is so entangled that the quagmire pit, we must have everything thrown into the bucket, as opposed to just speaking the truth as it is right now on college campuses. Why can't we just condemn anti-Semitism on its face? Why is it so hard for my Democratic colleagues to condemn what Senator Sanders says, and I agree, the oldest form of hate in the world? Why can't we just do that right now? We can. But politics suggests that to be politically correct, we must include everybody. Well, everybody is not being impacted like our Jewish students today. Why is it so hard to speak without a forked tongue on such a powerful issue that deserves our moral clarity? It is Jewish students being forced out of the classrooms and out of the dorms. It is Jewish students facing violence today. I get frustrated by the fact that so often We just feel sorry for those poor kids. I get tired of hearing people say, well, you know, there's this larger group of folks that need to be protected. 2,000 arrests for violence specifically focused and targeting Jewish students. Every single child, I don't care what race you are, what religion, has a right to go to campus safely. But in today's America, it is the Jewish student. The Jewish student can't prepare for a midterm in a library. It's a Jewish student that can't walk to class without hoping and praying that law enforcement's there. We deserve better. America deserves leadership that is unequivocal when it matters the most. We deserve leadership that speaks to the issue of the day, today, and every day. That's why people are so disgusted with politics.
Mr. President?
Senator from Vermont.
Well, I would agree with Senator Scott on one point. People are disgusted with politics. And maybe the reason that they are disgusted with politics is, despite what the vast majority of the American people want, the United States government is continuing to provide billions of dollars in military aid to the right-wing extremist Netanyahu government. Senator Scott said it's a coalition government. It is. It is right-wing extremists in coalition with out-and-out racists. That's the coalition. And people are disgusted because they don't want to see their money going to kill more women and children in Gaza. Now, Senator Scott says that I'm muddying the waters. Really? Well, I would suggest to Senator Scott, remember what happened a number of months ago in November, I believe, of 23. 3 young Palestinian college students were shot at close range in my city. Islamophobia in this country is on the rise. If you're a Palestinian walking the streets, you better be careful. So the idea that we should not, as a nation and as a Congress, come together to address anti-Semitism, absolutely. But Islamophobia, we have, as you know, some people out there talking about the Chinese flu and Kung flu. If you think that that does not provoke anti-Asian behavior on the part of some, you would be mistaken. So I think what is appropriate is for us to condemn anti-Semitism, which is exactly what my resolution does, but make it clear that all forms of bigotry in this country are unacceptable.
To object.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of my resolution, which is at the desk. Further, the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I think the senator and I could do this all night long. I'd be happy to, frankly. I don't think we will get to the place where we just have a clear statement condemning anti-Semitism. So for all the reasons I've already noted and made, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, some of my Republican colleagues held a press conference today criticizing President Biden for his decision to stop sending additional bombs to Israel due to the Netanyahu government's apparent decision to launch a major military assault on Rafah. One of my Republican colleagues even said, quote, Joe Biden objectively favors a Hamas victory over Israel. It's just that simple, end of quote. Which sounds rather amusing given the fact that for the last 40 years, there's probably been nobody here in Washington, D.C. more strongly supportive of Israel than Joe Biden as a senator and a president. We all know that President Biden has been very clear about his opposition to an attack on Rafah for many, many months, and for good reason. An offensive, a major military offensive in Rafah, would worsen an already horrendous humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. And Mr. President, I am not quite sure, I know a little bit about politics, but I'm not quite sure who my Republican colleagues think they are speaking for when they attack the president. The truth of the matter is that the American people, Republicans, Democrats, independents, progressives, conservatives, moderates, are increasingly sick and tired of the massive destruction that is now taking place in Gaza. That's not Bernie Sanders' opinion. That's what poll after poll after poll shows. And what those polls show is that the American people want an immediate ceasefire, and they do not want more U.S. military aid going to the war machine of the right-wing extremist Netanyahu government. Let me just take a second to mention a few of the polls that are out there showing where the American people are on this issue. Just this week, a few days ago, a Data for Progress poll found that 70% of voters, including majorities of Democrats, Republicans, and independents, support the U.S. calling for de-escalation and a ceasefire in Gaza. De-escalation is not a massive assault on Rafah. And a majority of voters, including 68% of Democrats and 55% of independents, support suspending all U.S. arms sales to Israel until it stops blocking U.S. humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. April 14th, Politico Morning Consult poll, 67% of Americans support the U.S. calling for a ceasefire. April 12th, CBS poll, 60% think the U.S. should not send weapons and supplies to Israel, and those are, for my Democratic colleagues, disproportionately among Democratic supporters. An April 10th poll, Economist YouGov, 37% support decreasing military aid to Israel, just 18% support an increase. Overall, 63% support a ceasefire, 15% oppose. So I'm not quite sure where my Republican colleagues are coming from and who they think they are representing. And let me just take a moment to tell you why the American people are opposed to more military aid to the Netanyahu government. Mr. President, almost 35,000 Palestinians have already been killed in this 7-month war, and more than 78,000 have been wounded, over 2/3 of whom are women and children. 2/3 of whom are women and children. And as we speak right now, according to humanitarian organizations, hundreds of thousands of Palestinian children face the possibility of malnutrition and starvation. No, the American people do not want to see an increase in destruction in Gaza. They want to see an end to this horrific war. Mr. President, as I'm sure you know, the Netanyahu government has already destroyed the civilian infrastructure of Gaza. There is virtually no electricity, virtually no clean water, and raw sewage is running through the streets, spreading disease. Mr. President, the housing infrastructure of Gaza has been demolished. Over 60% of the housing units have been damaged or destroyed, including 221,000 housing units that have been completely decimated, leaving more than 1 million people homeless, almost half the population of Gaza. The healthcare system has been systematically annihilated. Healthcare, at a time when you have tens and tens of thousands of people have been injured. 26 out of 36 hospitals in Gaza have been made inoperable, and more than 400 healthcare workers have been killed. The educational system in Gaza has been virtually destroyed. Every one of Gaza's 12 universities have been bombed, 56 schools have been destroyed, 219 have been damaged, and 625,000 children have no access to education. And some of my Republican friends think this is not enough violence, this is not enough destruction. They want Netanyahu to go into Rafah and kill more people, make it impossible for humanitarian aid to get out to starving people. Maybe some of my Republican colleagues think that's a good idea. I do not believe that the American people agree with them. Mr. President, last year at this time, the population of Rafah was about 300,000. Today, it is about 1.3 million. In other words, the population has quadrupled in a 7-month period, with people who have been driven out of their homes throughout Gaza now landing in Rafah. And that is why an attack on Rafah would make an unspeakable humanitarian disaster even worse. 1.3 million people, including 600,000 children, are sheltering in that area. That means there are some 50,000 people per square mile. It is enormously densely populated. This is also Rafah, where the vast majority of humanitarian aid is received and distributed, and where most of the few remaining medical facilities are located. In other words, Mr. President, at a time of massive humanitarian destruction throughout Gaza, an attack on Rafah would not only greatly add to the death toll, it would severely hinder the ability of humanitarian aid to get through to desperate and starving people. Mr. President, let me conclude by saying this. The United States does and should stand by its allies. But our allies must also stand by the values and the laws of the United States of America. That's what an ally is. Mr. President, we must now use all of our leverage to prevent the catastrophe in Gaza from becoming even worse. And that means holding back all offensive military aid, including billions in recent funding, until the Netanyahu government withdraws from Gaza, restores humanitarian aid to people who are now facing starvation, ends the disastrous war, and stops killing Palestinians in the West Bank. The United States of America must not be complicit in this atrocity. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, there has been a lot of attention and controversy attached to a recent action by the International Criminal Court, the ICC. The core purpose of the ICC is to prosecute the most serious international crimes: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. I believe that it is very important that all of us support accountability for these crimes and the important mission of the ICC. Mr. President, last year, the ICC declared that President Vladimir Putin of Russia was in violation of international law and that he was a war criminal. The ICC issued arrest warrants for Putin and one of his senior officials, saying there are reasonable grounds to believe that they had committed the war crime of unlawful deportation and transfer of population for their systematic kidnapping of thousands and thousands of Ukrainian children. I supported the ICC decision. And in fact, that is the tip of the iceberg of what Putin has done in Ukraine. Putin started the most destructive war in Europe since World War II. He has bombed civilians and devastated civilian infrastructure, killing at least 30,000 civilians and displacing millions more. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian and Russian soldiers have been killed or wounded as a result of Putin's horrific invasion of Ukraine. On that occasion, when the ICC declared Putin a war criminal, the United States government welcomed the ICC decision. A White House spokesperson said, and I quote, "There is no doubt that Russia is committing war crimes and atrocities in Ukraine, and we have been clear that those responsible must be held accountable. The ICC prosecutor is an independent actor and makes his own prosecutorial decisions based on the evidence before him. We support accountability for perpetrators of war crimes," end of quote. That is what a U.S. government spokesman said in March 2023, and I agree. In my view, Mr. Putin is, in fact, a war criminal. Mr. President, we live in a world of increasing division, tension, and hostility. Around the globe, countries are dramatically increasing their military budgets. More countries are attempting to gain nuclear weapons and other dangerous weapon systems. It is in times like these that we most need international law. Without it, we will have an even more violent world where might makes right and war criminals can act with impunity. In recent years, the ICC has attempted to hold governments and political leaders accountable for crimes against humanity. That is what they do, and that is what they are supposed to do. All wars are terrible, and very often civilian casualties are unavoidable. But after the horrors of the Second World War, countries throughout the world came together to try to establish rules to govern the conduct of war and to limit civilian casualties. The ICC's role is to enforce these limits. Mr. President, yesterday the ICC prosecutor announced that he was requesting arrest warrants for 3 top Hamas leaders, including Yahya Sinwar, the group's leader in Gaza. To my mind, Sinwar and his Hamas accomplices are clearly war criminals. The horrific October 7th terrorist attack on Israel began this war and included the mass murder of 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, the taking of hundreds of hostages, and sexual violence against captives. These war crimes are well documented, and very few people would dispute the merits of those charges. Mr. President, the ICC prosecutor also asked for arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Gallant. The ICC charges focus on the use of starvation of civilians as a method of war, as well as international attacks against the civilian population. Those are the charges. The use of starvation of civilians as a method of war, clearly a war crime, as well as intentional attacks against the civilian population. Specifically, the prosecutor says that Netanyahu is responsible for, quote, depriving civilians of objects indispensable to their survival, including willfully impeding relief supplies as provided for under the Geneva Conventions, end quote. Now, many people here in the Beltway in Washington have responded negatively to this decision from the ICC prosecutor. It seems that some folks here were comfortable with what the ICC did in terms of Putin and in terms of Sinwar, but not with Netanyahu. Some have argued that it is unfair to compare the democratically elected head of the Israeli government to Putin, who runs an authoritarian system, or Sinwar, the head of a terrorist organization. But that is not what the ICC has done. In fact, the ICC prosecutor has looked at what each of these leaders has done, looked at their actions, and then compared those actions to established standards of international law. In other words, the ICC is not making some claim of equivalence, as some have charged, but is in fact holding both sides in this current war to the same standard. Yes, democratically elected officials can commit war crimes. Let me repeat. Democratically elected officials can commit war crimes. The ICC is doing its job. It's doing what it is supposed to do. We cannot only apply international law when it is convenient. And the independent panel of international legal experts the ICC appointed to help with this case unanimously agreed with the charges. Mr. President, people may be uncomfortable to see the Prime Minister of Israel charged with war crimes. But let us take a hard look at what he has actually done. And we must determine whether his actions meet the standards of being a war crime. In 7.5 months, more than 35,000 Palestinians have been killed and almost 80,000 injured. Thousands more are still under the rubble, but their bodies have not been fully identified. Some 60% of the victims are women, children, or the elderly. More than 250 aid workers have been killed, including 193 UN staff, more than in any previous conflict. Mr. President, there are 2.2 million people living in Gaza. More than 1.7 million of them have been forced from their homes. 75% of the population. I'm trying to think of my own state, what it would be like if 3/4 of the people, 400,000 people, just driven out of their homes. And these are by and large poor people, desperate people. In just the last 2 weeks, more than 900,000 have been displaced, many of whom have been forced to move many times during this war. Chased out of one place, gone to another place, chased out of that place, gone to another place. And many of these people are children. Gaza has a very young population. Many of them are elderly. Many of them are sick. These are people who have been forced out of their homes and moved and moved and moved again, often without adequate food, without adequate water supplies, and certainly without adequate health care. Mr. President, when we talk about war crimes, we talk about attacks on civilians, let's understand. Gaza's housing stock has been demolished. And again, I try to think of my own state, what it would mean if 60% of the housing was destroyed. Now, if these people who have been chased from their homes, displaced from their homes, are ever able to return to their communities, where are they going to live? Over 60% of the housing units in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed, including 221,000 housing units that have been completely destroyed, leaving more than 1 million people homeless. Entire neighborhoods have been wiped out, both by bombing and by planned detonations of explosive charges. In other words, we're looking at a war. We understand that Hamas is a very difficult enemy, often uses civilians to protect their own people. I got it. But what we're talking about here is over 60% of the housing units in Gaza have been destroyed. Hard for me to believe that there was a terrorist in every one of those buildings. Israel has destroyed the civilian infrastructure of Gaza, wiped out their ability to have electricity. Virtually no electricity in Gaza right now, virtually no clean water, and raw sewage is running through the streets, spreading disease. Now, if that's not an attack on civilians, I don't know what is. The healthcare system in Gaza has been systematically annihilated. 21 hospitals have been made inoperable. In fact, of the 36 hospitals in Gaza, only 4 have not been damaged by bombardment. Only 4 out of 36 not damaged by bombardment, raided by the Israeli military, are closed. More than 400 healthcare workers have been killed. Well, what do we say when we have a war in which the healthcare system is annihilated at a time when you have tens and tens of thousands of people who are wounded, many of them seriously? Mr. President, the education system in Gaza has been virtually destroyed. Every one of Gaza's 12 universities has been bombed. Got that? Every one of the 12 universities in Gaza has been bombed. More than 400 schools have suffered direct hits, and 56 schools have been totally destroyed. Today, 625 children in Gaza have no access to education at all. And I'll tell you something else. When you talk about what's going on in Gaza, what is not talked about almost at all, I think I read one article on this, I want you to think about the psychic damage done to children. The children who see housing being destroyed, their parents or relatives being killed, see drones flying around them, some of which have guns, being pushed out of their homes, deafening noise, inadequate food, inadequate water, shoved into any place and every place. What kind of psychic damage? If there's one child in Gaza that does not suffer psychic damage from this horror, I will be very surprised. Mr. President, as a result of the destruction and Israeli policies restricting the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, more than 1 million people today face catastrophic levels of hunger, and Gaza remains on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands of children face starvation. Even now, more than 7 months into this war, Israel's invasion of Rafah has severely disrupted the humanitarian relief operation, closing the 2 main border crossings and making it almost impossible for the UN to access its warehouses or distribute aid. Very little aid has gotten in for more than 2 weeks. Bakeries have had to shut down, and hospitals are running low on fuel. Just today, the UN announced that it had been forced to halt all food distribution in Rafah after running out of supplies. The World Food Program said that, quote, humanitarian operations in Gaza are near collapse, saying that if food and other supplies don't resume entering Gaza in massive quantities, famine-like conditions will spread, end of quote. Now, Mr. Netanyahu's been on TV today and elsewhere. He denies it all. Ain't true, says Mr. Netanyahu. He claims that Israel is deeply worried about the civilian population, worried about the children, and that Israel is not blocking humanitarian aid at all. Not at all. Well, it turns out that the United Nations and virtually every other humanitarian group involved in the humanitarian disaster in Gaza strongly disagrees with Mr. Netanyahu. Now, we can trust the words of a prime minister under criminal indictment in Israel, or we can trust the people whose function in life is to provide humanitarian aid. UN Secretary General says that much more aid is urgently needed to, quote, to avert an entirely preventable human-made famine, end quote, and that there is no alternative to the massive use of land routes, end quote. Cindy McCain, the wife of our former Republican colleague John McCain, who is now the head of the World Food Program, said of Gaza that, quote, there is famine, full-blown famine in the north, and it is moving way south, end quote. A month ago, more than 50 humanitarian organizations called on Israel to allow greater humanitarian access and stop unnecessarily restricting aid. That's 50 humanitarian organizations. Mr. Netanyahu says one thing, but 50 organizations who are desperately trying to get food to hungry people say something else, and let the world decide who is telling the truth. And this group of humanitarian organizations included Catholic Relief Services, CARE, Mercy Corps, Oxfam, Save the Children, Refugees International, and scores of other well-respected humanitarian organizations. They say that Netanyahu and his team have blocked humanitarian aid. Mr. President, our colleagues, 2 of our colleagues, Senators Van Hollen and Senator Merkley, visited Rafah in January. And I heard their presentation to the Democratic caucus. Upset by the unreasonable Israeli restrictions on aid, they talked about trucks being inspected, sent back, that things that should have been allowed to get through were not allowed to get through. They said afterward that the U.S. must, quote, demand that the Netanyahu government lift the impediments to delivery of basic goods needed to sustain life in Gaza, end quote. Netanyahu denies it. 2 of our colleagues who were there say that Israel was blocking aid. The United States government also disagrees with Netanyahu. USAID Administrator Samantha Power said, quote, food has not flowed in sufficient quantities to avoid this imminent famine in the South, and these conditions that are giving rise already to child deaths in the North. In March, Secretary of State Blinken said, quote, the bottom line is food is getting in, but it is insufficient, end quote. In April, he said there has been progress, quote, but it is not enough. We still need to get more aid in and around Gaza, end quote. And in a formal report this month, the State Department said that, quote, Israel did not fully cooperate with the United States government efforts, and United States government supported international efforts to maximize humanitarian assistance flow to and distribution within Gaza. I got a kick out of hearing Mr. Netanyahu this afternoon. He talked about airlifts. My God, they're supporting airdrops. They're supporting food coming in from the sea. Well, the reason that the United States is spending millions of dollars getting food in from the sea is precisely because Israel is blocking the ability to get trucks in. And the reason that Jordan and other countries in the United States are doing airdrops is, once again, because trucks cannot get through. Netanyahu is taking credit, and yet the reason we're having to do those is precisely because of the policies of his government. President Biden himself has said, quote, that a major reason why distributing humanitarian aid in Gaza has been so difficult because Israel has not done enough to protect aid workers trying to deliver desperately needed help to civilians. Israel has also not done enough to protect civilians, end quote. President Joe Biden. So it is fair to say that most of the world disagrees with Mr. Netanyahu. Mr. President, think about all of that destruction. Think about the tens of thousands of civilians killed, the schools and hospitals blown up. Take a look at the pictures of emaciated children starving to death while food just sits miles away. And one of the things that's interesting to my mind is we don't see enough of those pictures. And maybe that has something to do with the fact that Israel, the Israeli military, has killed dozens and dozens and dozens of journalists. I just met with some journalists last week. A young man who happens to come from my own state of Vermont, who had no doubt that he was targeted along with other press people. Big press symbols on their coats, and they were attacked. He was slightly injured. One of his colleagues was killed. Another one was severely injured. Now, if you add all that stuff up, are these actions war crimes? Yeah, I believe that they are. I believe that there is substantial evidence that the extreme right-wing Israeli government, led by Netanyahu, has used starvation as a weapon of war and has clearly targeted civilians and civilian infrastructure. As I think we all agree, I certainly do, Israel had the right to defend itself against the Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th. But it did not, and this is where we get into the issue of war crimes. Yes, you have the right to defend yourselves. Yes, Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Very few people doubt that. But Netanyahu and his government do not have the right to wage an all-out war against the children, against the women, against the innocent people of Gaza. And for that, there must be consequences. What the ICC has done is important not only for the global community in the sense that we cannot allow the human race to descend to barbarity. Somebody has got to say, look, war is terrible. It's a little bit embarrassing as a human being that we have been at war for thousands of years, do not seem to make much progress in eliminating war. But if there is war, let us learn from what happened in the past and do our best to protect the women, the children, the innocent people. So Israel had a right to defend itself against a terrible enemy in Hamas, but it does not have the right to wage an all-out war against the people of Gaza. Now, what the ICC is doing is important for the world. It's to tell leaders all over the world, dictators, people in democratic countries, that if you go to war, you just cannot wage all-out war against civilians. That's what the ICC is doing. That's important. But it is also important, Mr. President, for those of us in the United States. Our nation claims to be the leader of the free world. And at our best, we try to mobilize countries to uphold international law and prevent crimes against humanity. That is what we do and have done. But, Mr. President, how will the United States be able to criticize any country in the world, whether it is Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, or anyone else, any other country in the world, if we pretend that what is happening in Gaza, if we actually believe what Netanyahu is saying. If we turn our backs and ignore the crimes against humanity that are being committed in Gaza right now, what credibility will we ever have in criticizing the actions of any country, no matter how terrible those actions may be? Because people will say, oh, really? You're attacking China or Turkey or anybody else? Really? You're really deeply concerned? But apparently, for Netanyahu, it's okay. We don't believe you. And I don't want to see this great country of ours be in that position. I want to see this country respected all over the world as a country that does believe in human rights, that does believe in international law. So the ICC, as I see it, is trying to uphold international law and minimum standards of decency. Our government should do no less. I yield the floor. President.
The senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, yesterday in an interview with Fox News, Speaker Mike Johnson said that I, and I quote, was parroting the talking points of Hamas, end quote, and that I and others, quote, stand with Hamas and the Ayatollah, end quote. Well, that, of course, is an absolute lie. As I've said many times, I believe that Hamas is a terrorist organization that committed an atrocious act when it began this war by attacking Israel on October 7th, killing 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, and taking more than 200 hostages, many of whom are still being held in captivity today. Further, as I have said on numerous occasions, I think that the Hamas leader, Yahya Sinwar, is a war criminal and should be arrested. Now, I'm not quite sure that those are the talking points that Hamas uses. But what the Fox interview did get right is that I believe it is a very sad day for our country that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been invited by leaders from both political parties to address a joint session of the United States Congress. Israel, of course, had the right to defend itself against the horrific Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th. But it did not, and it does not, have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people. Mr. President, 2 days after the war began, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, and I quote, "I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly," end quote. We are fighting human animals. That's his definition of the Palestinian people, and we are acting accordingly. Mr. President, that is what the Israeli defense minister said, and tragically, that is exactly what the right-wing extremist Netanyahu government has done. And let me put some detail into exactly what that means and whether anyone really believes that Prime Minister Netanyahu should be a guest of honor of the United States Congress and the American people. Mr. President, over the last 8 months, almost 8 months, Netanyahu and his extremist government have killed more than 36,000 Palestinians and wounded over 82,000. That is 5% of the population of Gaza, and 60% of those who have been killed or wounded are women, children, or elderly people. Netanyahu's war machine has driven 1.7 million people from their homes, 75% of the population of Gaza. And I would like the American people to think about that. Think about your community. Think about your state. Think about what it would mean if 75%, three-quarters of your population were driven from their homes, and most of these people are poor, and they leave their homes not knowing where they are going with nothing but what they could carry in their hands. Think about that incredible level of desperation. Three-quarters of the population driven from their homes, carrying a few bundles of clothing or food or whatever it may be. Further, Netanyahu's government has damaged or destroyed over 60% of the housing in Gaza, leaving more than 1 million people permanently homeless. You know, there is a lot of talk in the media and among the pundits about the day after the war ends. But let's be clear. For over 1 million people, there is no day after in which they can return to their homes because their homes, their housing units, have been destroyed. And it's not just the housing stock of Gaza that has been destroyed. Netanyahu and his extremist government have destroyed the civilian infrastructure of Gaza, obliterated water and sewerage systems, and denied electricity to the people who live there. Defense Minister Gallant, in his statement that I read a moment ago, said, quote, "I have ordered a complete siege of the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity," end quote. Well, they have kept their word. Imagine living month after month with no electricity or clean water and seeing sewage run out onto the streets. That is life for the people of Gaza right now. Mr. Netanyahu, the gentleman invited by Mr. Johnson and the Democratic leadership here, Mr. Netanyahu and his government have annihilated Gaza's health care system. And I have talked to doctors, American doctors who have been there, who talked about the systematic destruction of their health care system. 26 hospitals have been knocked out of service, and more than 400 health care workers have been killed. 400 health care workers killed. In other words, there are some 80,000 wounded people in Gaza and hundreds of thousands of people who are sick. According to the World Health Organization, as of May 5th, there were hundreds of thousands of cases of acute respiratory illness and diarrhea, including 110,000 children. And yet, despite all of the injuries caused by the bombings, despite all of the sickness caused by the lack of clean water, there is virtually no health care available to these people because the health care system in Gaza has been almost totally destroyed. You know, Mr. President, there are 12 universities in Gaza where kids are able to get an education. In fact, the people of Gaza and Palestinian area take education very seriously. Every single one of these 12 universities has been bombed, as have 56 schools. Today, 625,000 children in Gaza have no access to education. And I would ask the American people just to think about what is going on psychologically, to the children of Gaza. Imagine being in a place where drones are flying all over the place. Maybe they are with weapons, maybe not. Buildings have been destroyed. Your relatives have been killed. You don't have any water. You don't have any food. You're driven from one place to another. What kind of permanent damage will occur to virtually every one of these children? What a horrible experience it is. And maybe most importantly, when we think about the wisdom of Mr. Netanyahu being invited to address both houses of Congress, an honor to address both houses of Congress and the American people, we should remember that his government, according to virtually every humanitarian organization functioning in Gaza, has intentionally blocked humanitarian aid. That is food, water, medical supplies, from reaching the desperate people of Gaza, which has created, on top of everything else, the conditions for starvation and famine. And Mr. President, I would tell you, as you probably already know, that blocking humanitarian aid and creating the conditions for famine is not only an act of extreme cruelty, using starvation as an act of war, but it is a violation of both American and international law. It is a war crime. That is what it is. And let me say a word about what is going on in Gaza right now in terms of malnutrition. According to the United Nations, since mid-January, at least 30 children have starved to death. More than 93,000 children under 5 have been screened for malnutrition. 7,280 were found to have acute malnutrition, including 5,600 with moderate acute malnutrition and 1,676 with severe acute malnutrition. But importantly, that is just what we know. The full reality is likely much, much worse. But Israel has prevented journalists and the media from getting into the most desperate areas in Gaza. You know, Mr. President, we, as we all know, are in campaign season. And I would say to Speaker Johnson that when you attend your fundraising dinners with your billionaire friends and you eat your fine steaks and your lobsters and your other wonderful food, please remember these pictures from Gaza. This is a photograph of a child in Gaza taken by Getty. This is a photograph of a child, and his or her mother, taken by Reuters, and one doubts very much whether that child is alive today. This is a photograph taken by Al Jazeera. And this is another photograph taken by Getty of a child who I can't imagine is alive today. These children and thousands more are the direct result of Netanyahu's policies. Netanyahu, the man Speaker Johnson has invited to address Congress. No, Mr. President, I will not be in attendance for that speech. I yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Mr. President, let me be as clear as I can be, and that is the American people, whether they are Democrats, Republicans, or independents, are sick and tired of paying by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. The American people are sick and tired of being ripped off by giant pharmaceutical companies who make huge profits every year while charging us outrageous prices that the American people cannot afford. A few months ago, the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, the HELP committee that I chair, held a hearing on the extraordinarily high prices of prescription drugs in the United States. And this is what we learned. We learned that Merck, one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, made $14.5 billion in profits last year, charging Americans struggling with diabetes $6,900 for Januvia, when the same exact product can be purchased in Canada for $900 and in France for $200. Here you go. $6,900 in the United States, $900 in Canada, $200 in France. This is not a generic. This is the exact same product. We found that this same company, which, by the way, could afford to spend $7 billion last year on dividends and a $52 million compensation package for its CEO, $52 million for its CEO, charges Americans struggling with cancer $191,000 for Keytruda, while the same exact drug can be purchased in Canada for $112,000, $91,000 in France, and $89,000 in Germany. Keytruda, $191,000 US, $112,000 Canada, $91,000 in France. And it's not just Merck. This is Merck, but it's not just Merck. Our committee also discovered that Bristol-Myers Squibb, a company that made over $6 billion in profits last year, charges patients in America $7,100 for Eliquis, the popular blood thinner, when that same exact product can be purchased for just $900 in Canada and just $650 in France. Eliquis, $7,100 US, $900 in Canada, $650 in France, same exact product. That same company, Bristol-Myers Squibb, which, by the way, could afford to spend some $14 billion on stock buybacks and dividends and hand out $41 million in compensation to its CEO last year, charges Americans with cancer $192,000 for Opdivo, while that same exact drug can be purchased for just $89,000 in Canada and $68,000 in France. Opdivo, cancer drug, $192 in America, $89 in Canada, $68,000 in France. Same product, same company. And what else did our committee learn from its investigation? Well, we found out that Johnson & Johnson, which made over $18 billion in profits last year, charges cancer patients $204,000 for Imbruvica, which can be purchased for just $46,000 in the UK and $43,000 in France. And that same company, which recently spent over $17 billion on stock buybacks and dividends and gave its CEO a $27 million compensation package last year, charges Americans with arthritis $79,000 for Stelara, when it can be purchased for just $30,000 in Germany and $16,000 in the UK. Stelara, Johnson & Johnson, $79,000 in the United States, $16,000 UK, $30,000 in Germany. And Mr. President, let us be clear, it is not just Bristol Myers Squibb, it's not just Merck, it is not just Johnson & Johnson. Incredibly, and this is quite incredible and unbelievable, in talks to our broken and dysfunctional healthcare system, while 1 out of 4 Americans cannot afford the medicine their doctors prescribe, 10 top pharmaceutical companies in our country made over $110 billion in profits last year and spent tens of billions on stock buybacks and dividends. In other words, you have the insane situation where people get sick, they go to the doctor writes out a prescription, they cannot afford to fill that prescription. Well, if you're sick and you can't afford to fill the prescription, what happens to you? Likelihood is you get even sicker, you may end up in the hospital at additional cost to the system, not to mention human suffering. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, as the chair of the Senate Health Committee, one of the top priorities for me is to try to substantially reduce the price of prescription drugs in the United States. And one of the ways to do that, in my view, is to hold the executives of some of the largest pharmaceutical companies in our country accountable for their actions, to let them know that we understand what's going on and that the American people will not accept what is going on. Which brings us to another major pharmaceutical company, and that is Novo Nordisk, the manufacturer of the blockbuster drugs Ozempic and Wegovy. Mr. President, on April 24th, the Health Committee launched an investigation into the unbelievably high prices Novo Nordisk charges for Ozempic and Wegovy in the U.S. for millions of our people who are struggling with diabetes and obesity. We have an epidemic in this country of diabetes and obesity. People need these very, very important drugs. And to date, our investigation has found that Novo Nordisk charges Americans with type 2 diabetes $969 a month for Ozempic, while the same exact drug can be purchased for just $59 in Germany, $122 in Denmark, and $155 in Canada. Okay, here we got it. Ozempic, blockbuster drug, an important drug dealing with diabetes and obesity. In the United States, $969. Canada, $155. Denmark, $122. Germany, $59. Same exact drug made by the same company, almost 10 times higher, more than 10 times higher. My arithmetic is not that good. Looks to me almost 20 times higher between the United States and Germany. Novo Nordisk charges Americans with obesity, that's for diabetes, $1,349 a month for Wegovy, while the same exact product can be purchased for just $92 in the UK, $186 in Denmark, and $265 in Canada. Further, Mr. President, if half of the adults in our country, and this is not an unreasonable projection, if half of the adults in our country with obesity took Wegovy, which is apparently a very successful drug, and the other new weight loss drugs, it could cost, and this is quite incredible, and every member of Congress should be listening to this, it would cost us, as a nation, $411 billion every year for weight loss drugs, dealing with diabetes and obesity. That is $5 billion more than what Americans spent on all, A-L-L, all prescription drugs at the pharmacy counter in 2022. So let me repeat it. If we do not fundamentally change this scenario, Americans could be spending more at these incredibly absurd prices on weight loss drugs than on all prescription drugs at the pharmacy counter, for cancer, for whatever. More for weight loss drugs than all the other drugs in the country. Clearly, it doesn't take an economist to understand that this is unsustainable. It can't happen. The Health Committee also found that if half of all Medicare and Medicaid beneficiaries who are obese, we're not talking about diabetes, now we're talking about obesity, took Wegovy and other weight loss drugs, Medicare and Medicaid could spend $166 billion every year, roughly what these two major health programs spent on all retail prescription drugs in 2022. That would also be unsustainable. Mr. President, the scientists at Novo Nordisk and the other drug companies deserve a lot of credit and thanks for developing these important life-saving drugs. But these drugs mean nothing for the millions of people who cannot afford them, and if we do not substantially lower the prices these companies are charging, they will have a disastrous impact on the federal deficit and the future of Medicare and Medicaid. So all of those people worried about the federal deficit, worried about the future of Medicare and Medicaid, listen up, because just these drugs, Ozempic and Wegovy, can bankrupt those programs. Mr. President, we have, in my view, a moral responsibility to make sure that every American with diabetes and obesity who receives a prescription for Ozempic or Wegovy can afford to purchase those drugs. It would be a horrible thing for somebody who is in need of those drugs, who could be helped by those drugs, not be able to get them simply because they cannot afford these outrageous prices. Further, as members of Congress, we have a fiscal responsibility to make sure that Ozempic and Wegovy do not bankrupt Medicare, Medicaid, and in fact, our entire health care system, which already spends twice as much per capita on health care as the people of any other country. So, Mr. President, that is why the Health Committee has time and time again invited the leadership of Novo Nordisk to voluntarily testify about the unconscionably high prices they are charging for these drugs in the United States. And the reason why we invited the executives at Novo Nordisk to testify before Congress is not complicated. It is a very, very simple question that we want answered. And that question is, why do they think it is acceptable for Novo Nordisk to charge Americans $969 for Ozempic when that same exact drug can be purchased for just $59 in Germany and $155 in Canada? We want to ask them why they think it is acceptable to charge Americans $1,349 for Wegovy when that same drug can be purchased for just $92 in the United Kingdom. So, Mr. President, after all is said and done, what are we trying to accomplish? And the answer is obvious, and the answer is simple. We want Novo Nordisk to stop ripping off the American people, and we want them to stop charging us prices that are far, far higher than they charge the people of other countries. That is what I want to see, and that is what the overwhelming majority of American people want to see. Unfortunately, despite the many, many discussions that I and my staff have had with Novo Nordisk over the past several months, I must confess that we have made virtually no progress in getting them to lower their prices. We have asked the leadership of the company to come before the committee to explain why their prices are so much higher in the United States than in other countries. Unfortunately, they have not agreed to do that. Therefore, the Help Committee has no choice but to subpoena the leadership of Novo Nordisk to testify and explain their actions. I look forward to the presence of the leadership of Novo Nordisk at a Help Committee hearing on July 10th. And, Mr. President, let me be very clear. The Help Committee that I chair will continue to ask the tough questions that the pharmaceutical industry would prefer us to ignore. Why is it that the median price of new prescription drugs in America is now over $300,000, including for many new cancer drugs? Why has the pharmaceutical industry spent over the past 25 years some $8.5 billion on lobbying and over $700 million on campaign contributions? Right now, as we speak, there are some 1,800 well-paid lobbyists on the pharmaceutical industry all over Washington, former leaders of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, doing everything they can to make sure we do not ask those questions and that we are not successful in getting them to lower their prices. So, Mr. President, let me conclude the way I began. This is an issue that is not a Democratic issue. It's not a Republican issue. It is not an independent issue. The American people are sick and tired of being ripped off by the pharmaceutical industry, sick and tired of paying by far the highest prices in the world. And the time is now for the Congress to have the courage to stand up to the 1,800 paid lobbyists here in Washington, D.C., to all the campaign contributions that come in, and tell the industry enough is enough, lower the prices you're charging the American people. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, in recent weeks, the attention of the American people has been rapidly evolving campaign for the presidency issues. But while our national media and the focus has shifted, it's important that we do not lose sight of the crisis in Gaza, where innocent people have suffered one calamity after another. Also, in recent weeks, thousands of defenseless, homeless people sheltering in schools, including one located in an area reportedly designated by the Israeli military as a humanitarian safe zone, have been targeted by the Israeli military with missiles supplied by the United States. Regrettably, scores have been killed, hundreds have been wounded. What little is left of Gaza's demolished hospitals have no capacity to properly treat injuries. Children are particularly vulnerable in this conflict. Thousands of children have been killed. Thousands have sustained severe injuries that require surgery or advanced medical care, and many suffer from other life-threatening illnesses like cancer that are going completely untreated. In the past 9 months, only 19 of these children have been allowed to leave Gaza, and that is shocking. Today, my colleagues and I sent a letter to the ambassadors of Israel and Egypt, calling on them to work together with the full cooperation of the United States so that these children can leave Gaza and get the medical care they desperately need. And I urge their governments to do that. Gaza's children have paid far too high a price in this war. Madam President, negotiations for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas have been on again and off again. Each time we hear of a possible breakthrough, one side or the other makes a new demand, and then weeks pass without further words of progress, and the suffering continues. I hope soon they will reach agreement on a ceasefire. In the meantime, it's hard to imagine the depth of misery suffered by the Palestinian people. And it's also hard to imagine the depth of misery suffered by the hostages trapped underground for 9 months, subject to constant psychological and physical abuse by their captors. Madam President, I've spoken many times about the war in Gaza. It was a war, in my view, poorly conceived, with vague goals that were nothing more than slogans, not unlike our own failed wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Prime Minister Netanyahu was warned not to repeat our mistakes, but instead of heeding that advice, he's pursued a scorched earth strategy that has destroyed Gaza and killed tens of thousands of people who had absolutely nothing to do with the atrocities committed by Hamas on October 7th. 2 million destitute people are homeless, suffering from acute hunger and facing the real possibility of death at any moment. And Mr. Netanyahu, and I use this word intentionally, his extremist ministers have divided the Israeli people, divided the American people, and damaged Israel's standing on the global stage. Mr. Netanyahu's war has been carried out with our warplanes, our tanks, our guns, our bombs, missiles, and bullets. It has been carried out in a manner shockingly inconsistent with the principle of proportionality, a central element of international humanitarian law that is designed to protect the innocent. International law that Israel and the United States are both bound to respect. The counter-response that we hear is that because Hamas fighters hide in tunnels and use civilian houses and buildings to carry out their attacks, anything is a legitimate target, even apparently if it means killing 50 Palestinians, wounding 100 in order to kill one Hamas combatant. Of course, Israel has the right to go after those involved in the October 7th attack. I support that. Hamas mercilessly slaughtered 1,200 innocent Israelis, and the perpetrators of those atrocities must not escape punishment. But that does not give Israel the right to use weapons supplied by the United States to kill 30 times the number of innocent Palestinians as though their lives are worth nothing. That's wrong. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, attacks against Palestinians by Israeli settlers, illegal Israeli settlers, have skyrocketed, and hundreds have been killed. Last week, Madam President, the International Court of Justice ruled that Israel's decades-long occupation of the West Bank violates international law and amounts to annexation. The court called on Israel to cease new settlement activity, which is also the policy of the United States, and it called on it to end the occupation. Madam President, as often happens, people's attention fades or shifts to other priorities close to home. That's understandable, but that's also why it's important to remember that the bombs keep falling and an appalling number of civilians keep dying in Gaza, in a war that has gone on far, far too long. To remember that this war, in which the United States is complicit by providing these arms, was orchestrated by a prime minister who has no strategy for peace between Israelis and Palestinians, a prime minister who has no vision for the future, who has acted deliberately to undercut U.S. policy at every turn. And still, he is invited here to this Congress. I will not be attending Prime Minister Netanyahu's address tomorrow. While I welcome a constructive discussion on how to end this conflict and achieve lasting peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians, I'm not interested in participating in a political stunt. We, the United States, have a moral responsibility to do everything we can to help end this war and prevent further loss of innocent lives. That includes holding our allies and partners to the same standards that we expect of ourselves and the rest of the world. Madam President, I yield back.
President,
Senator from Vermont.
I want to commend my fellow Vermonter for his remarks, and I wanted to say a few words on the same subject. Madam President, tomorrow, Wednesday, will be a unique moment in congressional history. Throughout the many years of our country, leaders from dozens of countries with all kinds of political backgrounds and persuasions have been invited to address a joint session of Congress. To the best of my knowledge, however, tomorrow will be unique in bringing Prime Minister Netanyahu to address a joint meeting of Congress. It will be the first time in American history that a war criminal has been given that honor. Frankly, this invitation to Netanyahu is a disgrace and something that we will look back on with regret. With this invitation, it will be impossible, with a straight face, for the United States to lecture any country on earth about human rights and human dignity. Madam President, as you well know, along with Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar and several others, Prime Minister Netanyahu has been credibly accused of war crimes by the International Criminal Court, the ICC. That court may soon issue arrest warrants for Sinwar and Netanyahu. The case against Sinwar and his Hamas accomplices are clear. They were organizers of the horrific October 7th terrorist attack on Israel that began this war and involved the mass murder of 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, the taking of hostages, and sexual violence. These war crimes are well documented, and very few people would dispute the merits of these charges. The ICC's prosecutors' charges against Netanyahu are also well-founded. The charges focus on the starvation of civilians as a method of war, as well as intentional attacks against the civilian population. Specifically, the prosecutor says that Netanyahu is responsible for, quote, depriving civilians of objects indispensable to their survival, including willfully impeding relief supplies as provided for under the Geneva Conventions, end of quote. A separate UN independent commission of inquiry likewise found that both Hamas and the Israeli military have committed war crimes since October 7th, leading to widespread civilian deaths. The commission said the Israeli military's, quote, intentional use of heavy weapons with large destructive capacity in densely populated areas constitutes an intentional and direct attack on the civilian population, particularly affecting women and children, end of quote. Madam President, I think we all agree that Israel had the right to defend itself against the horrific Hamas attack on October 7th. But Netanyahu's extreme right-wing government has, since that attack, waged what amounts to a total war against the entire Palestinian people, making life unlivable in Gaza and killing tens of thousands. These actions have trampled on international law, on American law, and on basic human values. Madam President, I understand that the mass media and many of us in Congress have been preoccupied in recent weeks with the awful assassination attempt against former President Trump and the changes at the top of the Democratic presidential ticket. But while all that is going on, it is absolutely irresponsible for us to turn our backs on one of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern history, especially when that disaster has been aided and abetted by U.S. taxpayer dollars and weapons. In other words, it's not just the Israeli government, it is us and our money and our weaponry as well. Madam President, let us be clear. Let us be very clear as to what is going on in Gaza right now. Since this war began, among a population of 2.2 million people, at least 39,000 Palestinians have been killed and 89,000 injured, 60% of whom are women, children, or elderly people. Most observers believe that the death toll is much higher because thousands of people remain buried under the mountains of rubble. Their bodies have not yet been recovered. Madam President, some 1.9 million people out of a population of 2.2 million have been driven from their homes. 90% of the population. Take a deep breath. 90% of the population driven from their homes. The vast majority of these desperate and poor people have now been displaced not once, not twice, but in some cases 4 or 5 times, herded around like cattle. Just yesterday, Israel announced another evacuation order for Khan Yunis, and 150,000 people were forced to flee on a moment's notice, just yesterday. Madam President, when we talk about housing in Gaza, it's not just that people have been displaced time and time again. More than 60% of Gaza's housing has been damaged or destroyed, including 221,000 housing units that have been completely destroyed. Where are these people going to go to if and when this war ever ends? And with that housing destruction, more than 1 million people remain permanently homeless. Entire neighborhoods have been wiped out. Today, more than 1 million Palestinians, almost half of the population of Gaza, are living in tents, trying to find shelter, trying to find protection from the intense summer heat in that area. But, Madam President, it is not just the housing that has been destroyed. Gaza's civilian infrastructure has also been devastated. Water and sewage systems have been made inoperable, and the result, raw sewage is running through the streets of Gaza, spreading disease, and there is very little clean water. Many roads are impassable, and there is virtually no electricity now in Gaza. But it's not just the housing that's been destroyed, not just the infrastructure that has been destroyed. Madam President, Gaza had 12 universities, schools of higher learning. Every single one of those universities has been bombed. And 88% of all school buildings have been damaged. In other words, under Mr. Netanyahu's leadership, the entire educational system in Gaza has been annihilated. In fact, 540 people have been killed while sheltering in UN schools. But, Madam President, it's not just the housing that's been destroyed, not just the infrastructure of Gaza that has been destroyed, not just the educational system which has been destroyed. At a time when almost 90,000 people are dealing with war-related injuries in Gaza, including many, many children who have lost their arms and their legs, who are suffering all kinds of diseases. The healthcare system in Gaza has been systematically obliterated. 21 of Gaza's 36 hospitals are completely out of service, and the remainder can only partially function. The World Health Organization has recorded more than 1,000 attacks on healthcare facilities since October 7th. As a result, disease is spreading due to shortages of clean water, sanitation, and hygiene. Cases of hepatitis, dysentery, and other infections are on the rise, and cases of polio have now been detected. Malnourished women struggle to breastfeed their newborns. Formula is inaccessible, and even when available, cannot be used without reliable sources of clean water. So the tiniest children and their mothers suffer as a result. But, Madam President, it's not just the displacement of 1.9 million people. It's not just the mass destruction of housing. It's not just the obliteration of the infrastructure. It's not just the destruction of the educational system. It's not just the annihilation of the healthcare system in Gaza that we are seeing. It is even worse than that. And I hope that my colleagues who attend Mr. Netanyahu's remarks on Wednesday remember this as they rise time and time again to give him standing ovations. As a result of Israeli restrictions on humanitarian aid, people in Gaza are now starving to death. So remember, when people stand up and applaud, children, women, innocent people in Gaza are now starving to death. According to the best available research, drawing on leading experts from the UN and other aid organizations around the world, some 495,000 Palestinians face starvation. These groups estimate that more than 50,000 children require treatment for acute malnutrition and are at risk of starving to death. At least 30 documented, and I suspect it's a lot higher number than that, have already starved to death. So when you stand up and applaud that guy, remember the starving children that he has created. But even those who get the life-saving care they need, the children, will carry the scars of this disaster for the rest of their lives. As every psychologist will tell you, a child's brain develops fastest in the first 2 years of life, and childhood malnutrition does lifelong cognitive and physical damage. That is what Netanyahu is doing to the children of Gaza. And I would ask my colleagues to stop for a moment and also think about the psychological damage this war has done to the children there. Imagine being a child living with the constant buzzing of drones above your head, wondering whether those drones are going to rain fire and bullets onto your home, wondering if they might strike you at any moment. Imagine being a little 5-year-old, witnessing your relatives killed, your neighborhood destroyed. Think about being a 10-year-old, going hungry night after night and searching around for water and for food to survive. Think about being pushed from one place to another, not knowing where you'll be tomorrow, carrying your little belongings, your few belongings through streets, running with sewage amid piles of rubble and trash. That is what Mr. Netanyahu, the man Congress is honoring tomorrow, has done to the children of Gaza. According to the UN and virtually every humanitarian organization functioning in Gaza, Israel has intentionally blocked humanitarian aid, including food, water, and medical supplies, from reaching the desperate people in Gaza. And let us be clear, there is no excuse for this. Blocking humanitarian aid, killing aid workers, and creating the conditions for starvation. These are not only acts of extreme cruelty, but they are clear violations of both U.S. and international law. They are war crimes. They are war crimes. And Netanyahu heads the government that has enacted these policies. So tomorrow, Madam President, when Netanyahu comes before Congress, I hope that for 1 second, the members who attend will focus just for a second on the starving children in Gaza. I hope while they applaud that they will think about the hundreds of aid workers killed, the dozens of hospitals bombed, the housing destroyed, and the universities obliterated. Madam President, when Mr. Netanyahu rises to speak tomorrow, I also hope that my colleagues remember that all this death and destruction is not just the unfortunate byproduct of a brutal war. Revenge and destruction are the explicit policy of Netanyahu's extremist right-wing government. 2 days into the war, 2 days after October 7th, Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said, quote, this is a direct quote, "I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly," end of quote. And that is exactly how they have pursued this war. They define the Palestinian people as human animals. And tragically, they have acted consistent with that view. Madam President, let us remember and understand that the Israel of today is not the Israel of the past. It is now run by a right-wing extremist government. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, the man who oversees the police, has long advocated for the forcible expulsion of Palestinians from the region. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, the man responsible for the occupied West Bank, is also an extreme racist and has called for the expulsion of Palestinians from the land. He has called for segregated hospital wards for Jews and Arabs because, quote, "Arabs are my enemies," end of quote. And that is the man who is in charge of the occupied West Bank. And that is the current Israeli finance minister as well. Madam President, it should come as no surprise that this extremist government, in addition to destroying Gaza, has overseen record Israeli settlement in the occupied West Bank in violation of international law and commitments to the United States. Israeli forces and vigilante settlers have killed more than 500 Palestinians in the West Bank since October 7th, including 131 children. Just last week, the International Court of Justice issued a ruling on the Israeli occupation of the West Bank. A panel of 15 accomplished judges from around the world confirmed what most of the world has long known: that occupation is illegal and must end. I know that there are some here in Congress, not many, but some, who have condemned Netanyahu and his extremist government. But condemning Netanyahu is not enough. We cannot condemn a prime minister who the ICC considers to be a war criminal, while at the same time continuing to provide his government with tens of billions of dollars in military aid. That is hypocrisy at its worst. Just today, Madam President, I'm happy to say that 7 major trade unions here in the United States, including the Association of Flight Attendants, the American Postal Workers Union, the International Union of Painters, the National Education Association, the Service Employees International Union, the United Auto Workers, and the United Electrical Workers, some of the largest unions in America representing some 6 million workers, sent a letter to President Biden calling on him to immediately halt all military aid to Israel. And they are absolutely right. Netanyahu is a right-wing extremist and a war criminal who has devoted his career to killing the prospects of a two-state solution and lasting peace in the region. He should not be welcomed to the United States Congress. On the contrary, his policies in Gaza and the West Bank should be roundly condemned, and his right-wing extremist government should not receive another nickel from U.S. taxpayers. Thank you, Madam President, and I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Mr. President.
The Senator for Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, when I turn on the TV or I read the papers, I read a lot about politics, and I read about this candidate attacking that candidate and the other candidate attacking another candidate, and on it goes. But somehow or another, as a nation here in Congress and on the campaign trail and in the corporate media, we as a nation have a habit of forgetting to talk about some of the most important issues that affect ordinary Americans. We talk about a lot of stuff, but somehow we neglect to talk about the most important issues facing our country. And at the top of my list is the reality that in America, we are rapidly becoming an oligarchic form of society. What does that mean? It means that today we have more income and wealth inequality than any time in the history of the United States of America. It means that there are 3 people, 1, 2, 3 multi-billionaires who own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. 3 people here, 160 million people there. That sounds like an issue we might want to be talking about. We might just want to be asking about how well the economy is doing for ordinary people as opposed to the people on top. And when we ask that question, the answer is pretty clear. The top 1% have never, ever in American history had it so good. They are making money head over heels. What we are seeing at the same time is a working class in this country that is struggling to pay the bills, struggling to put food on the table, struggling to see that their kids get ahead. Mr. President, according to the Rand Corporation, not exactly a progressive entity, over the last 50 years, we have seen a massive transfer of wealth from ordinary Americans to the top 1%. In fact, there has been a shift of $50 trillion going from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. What does that say about American economic policy? And at the same exact time, over the last 50 years, we have seen something else that is rather extraordinary. Despite the huge increase that we have all observed as a result of technology and increased worker productivity, it turns out that real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker is lower today than it was 50 years ago. So every worker in America is producing a lot more than was the case 50 years ago because of this new technology, and yet real inflation accounted for wages are lower today than they were 50 years ago. People on top making out fantastically well, working class people falling further and further behind. And let us not forget that today in America, 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, lived in a rent-controlled apartment for my whole childhood, know something about it. And what it means that people from California to Vermont, they are struggling, living under great stress, trying to figure out how they are going to be able to take care of their families at the same time as the people on top never had it so good. But when we talk about oligarchy, it is not just massive income and wealth inequality. It is not just the fact that the working class of this country is going nowhere in a hurry. It is also growing concentration of ownership in America, in sector after sector, whether it is media, whether it is financial services, whether it is transportation, whether it is healthcare. You have fewer and fewer large corporations who control what goes on in those sectors. And when you have concentration of ownership, you have price fixing, you have corporate greed, and that is one of the reasons why inflation has had the impact that it has had and why we've seen that much inflation. Mr. President, unbelievably, there are 3 Wall Street investment firms today, BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, that combine control assets of $20 trillion and combined are the major stockholders in 95% of the Standard & Poor corporations. That is what power is about. 3 entities, 3 private Wall Street investment firms being able to be combined the major stockholders in 95% of our corporations. So oligarchy is about massive income and wealth inequality. Oligarchy is about the rich becoming much richer, CEOs of large corporations now making 350 times what their workers make. Oligarchy is about 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck, despite huge increases in worker productivity. But I'll tell you what oligarchy is also about. The billionaire class is not just satisfied to control the economic life of this country, they are moving aggressively to control the political life of this country. So while ordinary Americans get the right to vote, they have 1 vote, the billionaire class, as a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, they have the right not just to cast 1 vote as a citizen, but to contribute hundreds of millions of dollars into super PACs who will elect their friends and defeat their political opponents. Now, if anyone in America thinks that is what American democracy is supposed to be about, well, I have a strong disagreement with you. Democracy is 1 person, 1 vote, not billionaires buying elections through their super PACs. And I would hope that here in Congress, that on the campaign trail, leaders of this country make it clear that we have got to overturn this disastrous Supreme Court decision on Citizens United, which allows billionaires to buy elections, and move to public funding of elections. And that is where we should be going if we believe in democracy. Mr. President, when we talk about the issues facing working families, when I go around the country, and I was just up in Maine the other day, as a matter of fact, you ask people about our health care system. You ask them a simple question. And you say, is this health care system working for you? And almost without exception, what the American people say is our health care system today is broken, it is dysfunctional, and it is way, way, way too expensive. And when people say that, they are right. And I hope everybody knows that in America today, we spend twice as much per person on health care as do the people of any other country. Twice as much. And yet, despite spending over $13,000 for every man, woman, and child, 18% of our GDP on health care, our outcomes are worse than other countries that spend half as much per capita. Our life expectancy, way down behind many other countries, and really, obscenely, the life expectancy in the United States between the people on top and working class people is 10, 12 years. In other words, if you're rich, you live as long as people in other developed countries. But if you're working class or poor, the odds are you're going to live 10 or 15 years less. Now, I don't know how much we talk about that, but I think maybe it's time that we do. And maybe we talk about the reality that we remain today, Mr. President, the only country in the industrialized world that does not guarantee health care to all people as a human right, and that 85 million of our people are uninsured or underinsured. And it's not just health care, it's prescription drugs. We're working hard on this. As chairman of the Health Committee, it's what we're doing, trying to drive down the cost of prescription drugs. But today, because of the greed of the pharmaceutical industry and the inactivity of the Congress, in many cases, we are paying 10 times more for the same exact prescription drugs as do the people in other countries. And on it goes. We have, as a nation, the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. This is the richest nation on earth, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. In terms of our seniors, 50% of senior citizens in this country are living on $30,000 a year or less, and 25% are living on $15,000 a year or less. And, Mr. President, I do not know how anybody, let alone a senior citizen, lives on $15,000 a year or less. So, Mr. President, what do we do? Well, maybe for a change, I know it's a radical idea, we might want to hear on the floor of the Senate, maybe in the House, actually discuss issues of relevance to working people. I know that's kind of an extremist, a far-left idea that we talk about the real issues facing working families, but, you know, that is what I think. And maybe we come up with some serious proposals and ideas that address some of these crises. And there may be differences of opinions, but let's at least discuss these issues. It seems to me, Mr. President, that when so many of our elderly people are struggling, when half of older workers have nothing in the bank as they face retirement, you know, we might want to pay attention to that issue. Now, over in the House, some 90% of the Republicans think that what we want to do is cut Social Security benefits. Well, I don't think that that is a particularly good idea. I think that's a dumb idea. And I think we should do exactly the opposite. Instead of cutting Social Security benefits, we should expand Social Security benefits and extend the life and the solvency of Social Security. Well, how do you do that? It ain't hard to do. Right now, somebody who makes $16 million a year contributes the same amount into the Social Security Trust Fund as somebody who makes $160,000 a year. That makes sense to anybody? Not to me. If you lift the cap and ask the wealthy, top 2-3%, to start paying into the Social Security Trust Fund, that same 6% that working people pay, you know what you could do? You could do two things. You can expand Social Security benefits by $2,200 a year. That's pretty good. May not sound like a lot of money to somebody who's wealthy, but if you're trying to get by on $20,000 a year, you know what? That $2,200 can help a lot. And when you lift that cap, the other thing you do is you can make Social Security solvent for the next 75 years, so we end this discussion about Social Security going broke. Mr. President, we had a hearing recently on the Health Committee on medical debt. And what we learned, unbelievably, is that in our broken, dysfunctional healthcare system, half of people in this country who are dealing with cancer, because of the high cost of cancer treatment, half of these people either go bankrupt or they deplete all of their financial resources. I mean, does anybody who has a heart, anybody who has a soul, anyone who has a sense of morality, think that it makes sense that when people come down with a terrible illness and are worried about living or dying, that they also have to worry about whether or not their family is going to go bankrupt? And I think we should learn here at the federal level, here in the Senate, a lesson that a lot of states and cities and counties are doing, and that is ending medical debt. We should not punish people, force bankruptcy upon people who are struggling with serious illnesses. Mr. President, wherever I go, in my own state of Vermont, my city of Burlington, all over this country, people are worried about the high cost of health care in America. It is no great secret that rents are soaring. It is no great secret that shamefully, as a nation, we have some 600,000 Americans sleeping out on the streets today. And it is clear to me that instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires and to large corporations, maybe, just maybe, we may want to invest in building low-income, affordable, and senior citizen housing, and we may want to put a cap on the kind of rent increases, as President Biden suggested, that these large Wall Street firms are now raising, the rents that they are raising for the people who live in their homes. Mr. President, I don't know how to describe this except to say that I am personally embarrassed, and I think the American people are embarrassed, that right now in this country we have a federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. All over this country, we have workers, if they're not making $7.25, they're making 10, they're making 12, 13 bucks an hour. People can't make it. I don't care where you are. If you're in rural Kentucky, or you're in Burlington, Vermont, or New York City, nobody makes it on $12,000, $13,000 an hour. And we have not raised the federal minimum wage in decades. I brought up a bill up here a few years ago. We got all of 46 votes. Didn't get one Republican vote. We lost 6 Democratic votes. Well, the American people do not think that folks in this country should be forced to work at starvation wages. And I hope we can bring forth legislation to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. In my view, that living wage should be at least $17 an hour. And when we talk about workers' rights, I can tell you from personal experience, having been involved in a number of strikes and union organizing campaigns, corporations spend hundreds of millions of dollars illegally trying to prevent workers from forming unions. And that is why we must pass the PRO Act that will provide severe penalties against any corporation, any employer, that uses illegal tactics to deny workers the right to form a union. And, Mr. President, when we talk about childhood poverty, as I'm sure you will recall, a few years ago, as a result of the American Rescue Plan, we provided $300 a month per child for the vast majority of working parents in this country. That tax credit had the impact, incredibly, of lowering the childhood poverty level in this country by over 40%. One provision in one large bill lowered the childhood poverty level by over 40%. For minority communities, it was even greater than that. And maybe, just maybe, as a nation, we might want to end the disgrace of having the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth and make permanent a strong child tax credit similar to what we had in the American Rescue Plan. So, Mr. President, these are just some of the issues that are out there, and there are many others. I talk to elderly people often who say, all right, we're not going to pass, you don't have the political support to pass Medicare for all, the drug companies, the insurance companies are too powerful, we can't take them on right now, but at least, can we expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision? Millions of elderly people in America can't afford to go to a dentist. People have no teeth in their mouths. Yeah, we can do that, and we should do that. So, Mr. President, all that I wanted to say is that at a time when many, many Americans are giving up on democracy, they are hurting, they look to the government, they vote, and nothing happens. The rich get richer, they get poorer. And they're saying, hey, all of this democracy and all this election stuff, it's all a crock. It doesn't matter. And they are willing to look at authoritarianism as a substitute for the democracy we have. So to my mind, not only is it the right thing and the moral thing to start paying attention to the needs of a long neglected working class, long neglected by the Democratic Party, long neglected by the Republican Party. Not only is it time to pay attention to those needs, if you're interested in preserving democracy, you might want to do that as well. So, Mr. President, the thrust of my message today is the time is long overdue for this Congress, this Senate, to have a serious discussion on the serious issues facing the working families of this country. And with that, I would yield the floor. Madam President, I am proud and excited to say a few words to urge my colleagues to support Mary Kay Lantier as the next District Court Judge for the District of Vermont. Ms. Lantier is a native Vermonter who has spent her entire career in her home state, including working as a public defender in Rutland for 15 years. She grew up in a hard-working Vermont family where the parents emphasized the importance of serving her community. Ms. Lantier learned that lesson well and has dedicated her career to being a public defender. In that role, she has fought for her clients to have a fair chance at justice in her courtroom, and if she is confirmed, I am confident that she will make sure that all of the people who appear in front of her are treated fairly and get the justice that they are due. Ms. Lantier began her legal career as a judicial law clerk for the trial courts in Chittenden and Addison counties, where she developed a deep love and dedication for the work taking place in Vermont courtrooms. Early in her career, Ms. Lantier worked in private practice and public defense, working on family law, workers' compensation, and criminal cases. Since 2007, she has served as the supervising attorney at the Rutland County Public Defender's Office. In that role and throughout her career, she has developed a reputation as a respectful and skilled attorney. Judges have praised her preparation, and opposing lawyers have written letters in support of her nomination. As one of those letters says, quote, Ms. Lanthia's compassion is a virtue that improved the administration of justice, end of quote. Last November, I was pleased to be joined by Senator Welch with input from Congresswoman Balint in forming a nonpartisan judicial nomination advisory panel to fill this vacancy on the federal bench in Vermont. The panel was impressed by Mary Kay's career in public defense, her stellar reputation in the legal community, and her warmth and empathy. I was also impressed after interviewing her. One thing that struck me was not only her deep love of the law, but her deep love of Rutland, Vermont, where this judgeship is based. For Mary Kay, I know that there is particular pride in doing this very important work in her hometown, and for being a role model for the young people growing up there today about what is possible. Along with Senator Welch, I was pleased to recommend that President Biden nominate her for this position. She will be an excellent district court judge for Rutland and for the state of Vermont. I'm confident that she will treat everyone in her courtroom with the compassion, respect, and dignity that they deserve. I urge my colleagues to support her confirmation.
From Vermont.
I'm here for another reason this evening, but I wanted to concur with Senator Welch. Obviously, we need more federal disaster relief. We need reforms in FEMA, and we certainly need a permanent postal office in Montpelier, Vermont. So I want to thank Senator Welch for his work in that area. Madam President, in a few weeks' time, we will mark the one-year anniversary of the war in the Middle East. It has been almost 1 year since Hamas's horrific terrorist rampage on October 7th, which killed 1,200 innocent Israelis and took hundreds of hostages, including Americans. And as I have said many times, Israel had an absolute right to defend itself and respond to the Hamas attack. But tragically, Prime Minister Netanyahu's extremist government has not simply waged war against Hamas. It has waged all-out war against the Palestinian people. Israel has conducted this war with little regard for innocent civilians, bombing indiscriminately, and severely restricting the humanitarian relief operation needed by desperate people. After nearly 1 year of this carnage, out of a population of some 2.2 million people, more than 41,000 Palestinians have been killed and nearly 95,000 injured, 60% of whom are women, children, or elderly people. Let me repeat, 60% of whom are women, children, or elderly people. Madam President, Netanyahu's policies have trampled on international law, made life unlivable in Gaza, and created one of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern history. We cannot continue to turn a blind eye to the scale of the suffering caused by this all-out war against the Palestinian people. 136,000 casualties, most of whom are civilians. The full toll is likely even higher, with thousands of bodies buried beneath the rubble. Madam President, 90% of Gazans, 90% of the people in Gaza have been displaced from their homes. 1.9 million people. Many families have been displaced again and again and again, forced to uproot their lives and pick their way across a war zone with their children and what little they can carry. These are poor people going from place to place amid bombing and total destruction. When these families find, finally, a safe place to seek refuge, perhaps setting up a tent in a so-called safe zone, they are often then forced to evacuate due to renewed Israeli bombing. Madam President, few of these people even have homes to ever return to. More than 60% of Gaza's housing has been damaged or destroyed, including 221,000 housing units that have been completely destroyed. Imagine going from place to place knowing that you're never going to be able to return to your home. Today, as a result of the devastation of housing in Gaza, more than 1 million people are homeless. And I would ask my colleagues to try to think for a moment what it means to be carrying your children from place to place in the heat, without food, without water, knowing that your home that you came from has been destroyed. And that's what's going on today. Madam President, what we are witnessing now is not just the loss of human life, as severe and horrible as that is. Gaza's civilian infrastructure has been devastated, including water and sewage systems. Raw sewage runs through the streets, spreading disease. Clean water is still in short supply. Most of the roads in Gaza are impassable, torn up by bombing and bulldozers, and there is virtually no electricity right now. But it's not just Gaza's infrastructure. The Netanyahu government has systematically, and I've talked to doctors about this, devastated the healthcare system in Gaza, knocking 19 hospitals out of service and killing more than 800 healthcare workers. So you got 95,000 people who have been injured, including a lot of children, and yet 19 hospitals have been knocked out of service. The World Health Organization has recorded thousands of attacks on healthcare facilities. Not surprisingly, with the collapse of the healthcare system under this strain, diseases like hepatitis, dysentery, polio, and other infections have taken hold. Madam President, Gaza has 12 universities. Every single one of them has been bombed, as have hundreds of schools. 88% of all school buildings in Gaza have been damaged. Every university bombed, 88% of all school buildings in Gaza have been damaged, and more than 500 people have been killed while sheltering in UN schools. There are many, many hundreds of thousands of children in Gaza. It's a young Palestinian population is by and large young, a lot of children. Virtually none of them have been in school since this war began. And Madam President, as horrific and unspeakable as all of this is, there is something even worse taking place in Gaza now. And that is, as a result of Israeli restrictions on humanitarian aid, people in Gaza are now starving to death. Leading experts from the UN and other aid organizations estimate that some 495,000 Palestinians, a quarter of the population, face starvation. These groups estimate that more than 50,000 children require treatment now for acute malnutrition and are at risk of starving. There are 50,000 kids facing malnutrition. And I'm not a doctor, but I know enough to tell you that will impact these children for the rest of their lives. That's what childhood malnutrition does. Malnourished women struggle to breastfeed their newborns. Formula is inaccessible, and even when available, it cannot be used without reliable sources of clean water. According to the UN and virtually every humanitarian organization functioning in Gaza, there is one primary reason for this starvation and suffering, and that is that Israel has severely restricted the amount of humanitarian aid, including food, water, and medical supplies that can reach the desperate people of Gaza. This, Madam President, is a clear violation of U.S. and international law, not just immoral, not just outrageous, but a clear violation of U.S. and international law. And Madam President, every day, every single day, the bombardment continues. Bombing and shelling carried out with U.S.-provided weaponry, often financed in large part by American taxpayers. U.S. weapons financed by U.S. taxpayers. In the last year alone, Congress has voted to send more than $10 billion in American taxpayer dollars to the extremist Israeli government to buy more of the bombs and more of the weapons they are using to wage war against the Palestinian people. Madam President, enough is enough. U.S. complicity in this horrific war must end. With a group of colleagues, I will soon be introducing a number of joint resolutions of disapproval, which would block some $20 billion in new arms sales to Israel. Resolutions of disapproval are the only tool Congress has to block arms sales which are inconsistent with established U.S. and international law. The Senate will vote on these measures. And let me outline briefly why it is critical that we prevent these sales from going forward. Madam President, I have laid out the horrible reality of the situation in Gaza, but the sad truth is that much of this carnage has been carried out with U.S.-provided military equipment. Put simply, providing more offensive weapons to continue this disastrous war would be immoral. It would also be illegal. These sales directly contradict the stated purpose of the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 and the Arms Export Control Act. These laws require that U.S. arms transfers to foreign countries must be consistent with internationally recognized human rights, advance U.S. foreign policy interests, and avoid U.S. complicity with any human rights violations. That is the purpose of these laws. Madam President, during the August recess, the administration sent to Congress official notice for several sales to Israel that clearly do not meet these criteria. The arms sales total over $20 billion and include transfers of joint direct attack munitions, or JDAMs, 120-millimeter tank rounds, 120-millimeter high-explosive mortar rounds, medium tactical vehicles, and up to 50 new F-15 fighter aircraft, as well as upgrades for some of Israel's current F-15s. All of these systems have been used in Gaza, causing massive death and suffering to innocent men, women, and children. The JDAMs and 120-millimeter tank rounds in particular have been used indiscriminately and are responsible for a significant portion of the civilian casualties. Reliable human rights monitors have painstakingly documented numerous specific incidents involving these systems, leading to unacceptable civilian death and harm. There is a mountain of documentary evidence regarding this. Hundreds of eyewitness testimonies, photographs, videos, and satellite imagery all underscore one simple point. These weapons are being used in violation of U.S. and international law. I have a list here of some of the most egregious incidents involving these systems. Tragically, the list is too long for me to read here on the floor, but Madam President, I ask that this list be included in the congressional record.
Without objection.
Madam President, the administration's report pursuant to National Security Memorandum 20 concluded that, quote, it is reasonable to assess that defense articles have been used by Israeli security forces since October 7th in instances inconsistent with its international humanitarian law obligations or with established best practices for mitigating civilian harm, end of quote. That's the administration. The report stated that, quote, high levels of civilian casualties raise substantial questions as to whether the Israeli Defense Force is using effective civilian harm mitigation effectively in all cases, end of quote. That's the administration. Madam President, it's not just the civilian casualties and the violations of international human rights. Other provisions of U.S. law are also applicable. Section 6201 of the Foreign Assistance Act also states that, quote, no assistance shall be furnished to any country when it is made known to the President that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance, end of quote. Madam President, the whole world has witnessed Israel's restriction of humanitarian aid. The UN and virtually every humanitarian group says that Israel's restrictive policies are the primary cause of the humanitarian catastrophe now taking place in Gaza. The administration says as much, admitting that, quote, Israel did not fully cooperate with United States government efforts, and the United States government supported international efforts to maximize humanitarian assistance flow to and distribution within Gaza, end of quote. In fact, frankly, that severely understates the reality. Madam President, no matter how people here in Washington may try to spin it, the simple fact is that we must end our complicity in Israel's illegal and indiscriminate military campaign, which has caused mass civilian death and suffering. Madam President, the law also says that arms sales must advance U.S. foreign policy interests. If we're going to sell arms, they must advance U.S. foreign policy interests. These transfers, again, fall far short. These sales would reward Netanyahu's extremist government even as it flouts, openly flouts, U.S. policy goals at every turn, and in fact drags the United States closer to a regional war. For months, the Biden administration has been trying to reach a ceasefire deal that would secure the release of the hostages and allow massive amounts of humanitarian aid to flow into Gaza. Every time a deal appears close, Netanyahu moves the goalposts, introducing new demands and torpedoing the deal. It is clear to me that Netanyahu is prolonging the war in order to cling to power and avoid prosecution at home for corruption. That is why hundreds of thousands of Israelis routinely take to the streets to protest his policies. But it's not just his sabotage of a ceasefire for hostage deal. Netanyahu has also overseen record settlement expansion in the West Bank and unleashed a wave of violence there that has killed nearly 700 Palestinians, including 150 children killed over the last 11 months. Because so much focus is on Gaza, we are not paying attention to the disaster taking place in the West Bank. Madam President, Americans have also been caught up in this bloodshed. On September 6th, Israeli security forces shot a 26-year-old American recent college graduate in the head near an illegal settlement in the West Bank. In January, they shot and killed a 17-year-old American high school senior from Louisiana. In February, they shot and killed another 17-year-old American from Florida. And in October of last year, they nearly killed a constituent of mine from Vermont, Dylan Collins, a journalist for Agence France-Presse, with 2 tank rounds. 6 journalists were wounded in an attack which killed a Reuters journalist. The group was clearly marked as press. These are the same tank rounds the administration would provide to Israel in this sale. Needless to say, there has been zero accountability for these deaths. And of course, there has been no accountability for the repeated Israeli settler attacks enabled by security forces on Palestinian towns and villages. No meaningful response to the burning of Palestinian homes and businesses. Nothing but silence in the face of a concerted right-wing Israeli effort to illegally annex the West Bank. Yet those are the Netanyahu extremist government policies that these sales would reward. And I say that to my colleagues. All of this is going on. And should our response to Mr. Netanyahu say, keep it up, here are more arms, here are more money? A government that has caused mass civilian deaths, flouted U.S. and international law, and that is actively undermining key U.S. policies, goals in the region, should not be receiving more financial aid from America and should not be receiving military weaponry from the United States. Madam President, passing a joint resolution to block these sales will make clear to the Netanyahu government that they cannot continue to ignore the U.S. government's demands for an immediate ceasefire and the release of the hostages. It will put pressure on its extremist government to change Israel's military approach and avert a regional war. And it may, just may, begin to restore a shred of U.S. credibility abroad. Madam President, passing a joint resolution of disapproval is not only the right thing to do, it is not only the legal and appropriate thing to do, it is also what the American people want us to do. According to a June 5th poll from CBS News, 61% of Americans oppose sending weapons and supplies to Israel, including 77% of Democrats, 62% of independents, and many Republicans as well. And that poll is consistent with earlier polls. Madam President, this is not a new or radical idea. The United States routinely conditions military aid, arms sales, and security cooperation with every other country. This ain't new. We have done it over and over again. And we have done it many times before with Israel. Not a new idea. It is only in recent years that the idea of leveraging aid to Israel to secure policy changes has become controversial. President Ronald Reagan, I say to my Republican colleagues, suspended delivery of F-16 fighter jets to Israel over its raid on the Osirak reactor in Iraq, threatened to suspend military aid to end Israel's bombardment of Beirut, and again threatened to stop military aid to force an Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon in 1982. That was President Ronald Reagan. President Jimmy Carter similarly leveraged aid to change Israeli policies in Lebanon. In 1991, then Secretary of State James Baker threatened to withhold $10 billion in loan guarantees unless Israel stopped settlement expansion. In other words, using arms sales and military aid as leverage is not a new idea done under Republican presidents, Democratic presidents. There is also recent precedent of Congress acting to stop the indiscriminate bombing of civilians. In 2019, Congress passed a series of JRDs to block arms sales to Saudi Arabia over its bombing campaign in Yemen. At that point, the Saudi coalition was directly responsible for roughly 8,000 civilian deaths over 4 years, mostly from airstrikes. Israel has killed 41,000 in less than a year. Madam President, blocking these sales would also be in keeping with actions taken by the international community and some of our closest allies. So what I'm suggesting here is not unique in the world, taking place all over the world, including some of our closest allies. There has been widespread condemnation of Israel's conduct during this war from governments around the world, international institutions, and humanitarian organizations. The United Kingdom recently suspended 30 export licenses for a range of armaments after concluding there was an unacceptable risk they could be used in violation of international humanitarian law. Germany has not approved an offensive weapon transfer since March. Italy, Spain, Canada, Belgium, and the Netherlands have taken similar steps. United Nations bodies have called for an end to the arms shipments fueling the conflict. Madam President, we cannot continue to ignore what the extremist Netanyahu government is doing in Gaza. We cannot continue to be complicit in this humanitarian disaster. The time is long overdue for the U.S. Senate to act, and we must act. I hope my colleagues will support this effort on the floor, and my office is ready to answer any questions that senators may have. Madam President, I yield the floor. Madam President, over 4 months ago, Stewart Healthcare and the more than 30 hospitals it owns in 8 states declared bankruptcy with some $9 billion in debt. This bankruptcy has caused devastating harm to patients, healthcare workers, and entire communities from Massachusetts to Arizona. In July, the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee that I chair voted to authorize a bipartisan investigation into the financial mismanagement of Stewart Healthcare. On that same day, the Health Committee also voted to subpoena Dr. Ralph De La Torre, the CEO of Stewart Healthcare, to testify at a hearing on this very important issue on September 12th. Sadly, Dr. De La Torre made the unfortunate and unacceptable decision not to show up at this hearing in defiance of a congressional subpoena. So last week, the Health Committee voted 20-0 on 2 resolutions to hold Dr. De La Torre accountable for his failure to appear at this hearing. The first resolution instructs Senate Legal Counsel to bring a civil suit in the District Court for the District of Columbia to require Dr. De La Torre's compliance with the subpoena and his testimony before the Health Committee. The second resolution would refer this matter to the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia to criminally prosecute Dr. De La Torre for failing to comply with the subpoena. In a few moments, I will be asking unanimous consent to pass the second resolution, which seeks to hold Dr. De La Torre in criminal contempt for failing to comply with the congressional subpoena. But before I do that, let me take a moment to briefly explain why the Health Committee believed it was so important for Dr. De La Torre to testify before Congress. First, we wanted Dr. De La Torre to explain to us how it could happen that at least 15 patients at hospitals owned by his company died as a result of a lack of medical equipment or staffing shortages, and why at least 2,000 other patients were put in immediate peril, according to federal regulators. That is something that the American people deserve to know. But perhaps most importantly, we wanted to know how it could happen that while thousands of patients and healthcare workers suffered and communities around the country have been devastated as a result of Steward Healthcare's financial mismanagement. Dr. Delatorre and the companies he owned were able to receive at least $250 million in total compensation over the past 4 years. For months, Senator Cassidy, the ranking member of the Health Committee, Senator Markey, the chair of our Health Care Subcommittee, and I have asked Dr. Delatorre to testify before our committee to answer these questions. And time after time, he has arrogantly refused. And that is simply not acceptable. So today, I will ask the Senate to unanimously adopt this resolution seeking to hold Dr. Delatorre in contempt of Congress. Let me take this opportunity to thank Ranking Member Cassidy and his staff for working with me and my staff on this very important issue. The passage of this resolution by the full Senate will make clear that even though Dr. Delatorre may be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, even though he may be able to buy fancy yachts and private jets and luxurious accommodations throughout the world, even though he may be able to afford some of the most expensive lawyers in America, no, Dr. Delatorre is not above the law. If you defy a congressional subpoena, you will be held accountable no matter who you are or how well connected you may be. The goal of the Health Committee throughout this entire process has been to make sure not only that we have a complete understanding of the financial chicanery surrounding Steward Healthcare, but to do everything that we can to make sure that such a travesty never occurs again. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that 2 letters be printed in the congressional record, one from Dr. Delatorre's attorneys to the committee, and secondly, a response letter from Ranking Member Cassidy and myself. And with that,
Without objection.
Madam President, I would be happy to yield to the ranking member of the committee who has done an excellent job on this issue, Senator Cassidy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam President. Madam President, for months, the Health Committee on a bipartisan basis has investigated the financial mismanagement of Steward Healthcare and the impact on the delivery of care at its hospitals. Steward's mismanagement has nationwide implications affecting patient care in more than 30 hospitals across 8 states, including one in my home state, Glenwood Regional Medical Center in West Monroe, Louisiana. Because of Steward's management decisions resulting in limited resources at Glenwood, the state had to force the hospital to operate at 1/3 capacity. One patient reportedly died waiting for transfer to another hospital because Glenwood did not have the necessary resources to treat. According to a report from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, a doctor at Glenwood told a Louisiana state inspector that the hospital was, quote, was performing, quote, third world medicine, end quote. Now, the problems at Glenwood are not unique. The Health Committee heard testimony that because of understaffing at a Steward-owned St. Elizabeth's Medical Center in Boston, patients at the hospital waited in the emergency room for hours and sometimes days. We've also heard testimony that Steward neglected to pay the vendors for essential hospital services. At St. Elizabeth's, there's a report that when newborn babies died, nurses had to put their bodies into cardboard shipping boxes because Steward did not pay for proper bereavement boxes. A new mother who experienced a hemorrhage or a bleed during childbirth died because a basic piece of medical equipment required to save her life to stop the bleeding had been repossessed because Steward did not pay its bills. Through the committee's investigation, it became evident that a thorough review of Chief Executive Officer Dr. Ralph Delatorre's management decisions was essential to understand Steward's financial problems and its failure to serve its patients. To better understand and hopefully prevent this from happening again, we sought testimony from Dr. De La Torre. Frankly, given him the opportunity to present his side. It's possible that there's something we didn't understand, and if he presented it, that understanding would have given us a different perspective. Unfortunately, Dr. De La Torre refused to testify voluntarily. As a result, the committee issued a subpoena in July, and up until September the 4th, his lawyers indicated he intended to comply with the subpoena and to testify. However, 8 days before the scheduled hearing, Dr. De La Torre informed the committee he would not comply with the subpoena. We responded to Dr. De La Torre explaining why his objections to the committee's subpoena had no merit, directing him to comply. Unfortunately, Dr. De La Torre ultimately defied the subpoena, refusing to appear before the committee. Now, a witness cannot disregard and evade a duly authorized subpoena. That is why today the Senate will be voting on a resolution to hold Dr. De La Torre in criminal contempt for defying the subpoena. I think it's unfortunate that we are here. But if someone shows contempt for the American people by defying a subpoena and refusing to provide answers, that is a contemptible thing. Congress has a responsibility to act. I urge my colleagues to approve this resolution and to hold Dr. De La Torre in contempt. And with that, I yield to my colleague.
Senator Markey has played a leadership role in the investigation and this whole process. I'd like to yield to Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Thank you for your great leadership on this issue. Thanks to Senator Cassidy. We've made this bipartisan from the very beginning in order to ensure that the American public can completely understand what has happened to this Steward healthcare chain. And I thank them for their leadership in holding Dr. Ralph De La Torre accountable for his greed and shining a light on the deadly consequences that result from the involvement of for-profit forces in our healthcare system. Steward Healthcare declared bankruptcy in May. It was the culmination of a financial tragedy. Over the past decade, Steward, led by its founder and CEO, Dr. Ralph De La Torre, and his corporate enablers, looted hospitals across the country for their own profit. And while they got rich, workers, patients, and communities suffered. Nurses paid out of pocket for cardboard bereavement boxes for the babies to help grieving parents who had just lost a newborn. Hospital beds collapsed underneath patients. Patients died alone in hallways. The Boston Globe Spotlight team has laid out the details in eye-watering fashion. Meanwhile, Ralph De La Torre and his corporate cronies got just what they wanted: hundreds of millions of dollars in profit, yachts, private jets, luxury vacations. They used hospitals to fund their own episode of Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And its star is CEO Dr. Ralph De La Torre. Today we are here because Dr. De La Torre has yet to answer for what he has perpetrated. I asked him to appear before my primary health and retirement subcommittee in April in Boston. He declined. He refused. Senators Sanders and Cassidy invited Dr. De La Torre to testify in July here in Washington. He declined. He refused. On July 25th, the committee issued a legal order for him to appear. He ignored it. He refused. Dr. De La Torre is using his blood-soaked gains to hide behind corporate lawyers instead of responding to the United States Senate's demand for actions. But while he tries to run and hide, Dr. De La Torre is revealing himself for what he truly is, a physician who placed personal gain over his duty to do no harm. The Senate has not made a criminal contempt referral in more than 50 years, since 1971. It is a rare move for the rare degree of callousness, cruelty, and cowardliness that Dr. DeLatorre has demonstrated. In the face of all of the mismanagement, health workers fulfill their sacred responsibility to their patients and to their communities. They cared for young and old, held grieving families' hands, and responded in people's greatest moments of fear and vulnerability. And now, workers and communities will spend years cleaning up Ralph DeLatorre's disaster, all in order to ensure that they will be protecting patient care. The rich don't need to use communities as a safety net for their wealth, but that's how Dr. DeLatorre used these hospitals and communities, including in Massachusetts, and sacrificed community health in the process. They are rightly outraged in those communities, and I am outraged for them. For them and for everyone who has suffered due to Ralph DeLatorre's greed and Stewart's collapse, I hope the Department of Justice will move swiftly to bring charges against him. To Dr. DeLatorre, you cannot use your millions to shield yourself from accountability to the American people. I urge the Senate to hold Dr. Ralph DeLatorre, CEO of Stewart, in criminal contempt. And I thank, again, Chairman Sanders and Ranking Member Cassidy for their great leadership on this issue.
Senator Markey, thank you for your leadership role on this. Madam President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 522, Senate Resolution 837.
The clerk will report. Calendar number 522, S-Res 837, authorizing the President of the Senate to certify the report of the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions of the Senate regarding the refusal of Dr. Ralph DeLatorre to appear and testify before the committee.
I know of no further debate on the resolution.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the preamble be agreed to and the motions to
Senator from Vermont, if there is no further debate, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the preamble be agreed to and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection, so ordered.